It's time to go once again for the biggest sim race of the year. More than 16,000 drivers will turn their attention to the World Center of Racing, and we'll get underway for the first of 4 Grand Slams in the VCO 2024 agenda. Welcome along to the 2024 iRacing Daytona 24, powered by VCO. It's going to be exciting, twice around the clock, through the night, 3 competitions of classes rolling out on track, and Arjuna Kenkipati alongside Lewis McLeod to get the action underway. Lewis, we've been waiting, well, let's be honest, quite a while for this. It feels like more than 12 months since we last went racing here with just 1 GTP machine, but in the years that, the months that have followed since then, 3 more GTPs have been added, and we're going to go racing with 50 cars ready to rumble.
Yeah, I mean, we're back to full force. This is going to be excellent. It's going to be so much fun. It's, I mean, the strength of the field is crazy out there across all 3 of the categories. It's probably the highest strength of the field we've ever seen at Daytona, and obviously kicking off the year with, for a lot of these drivers, their biggest race of the year. It's going to be tough out there. Let's go with that.
And of course, I think, these VCO Grand Slams have always been special, let's be honest. Physical trophies have been on the line for the last couple of years for these amazing events. But there's a little bit of an added incentive now, Lewis, with the winners getting a spot in the GTP and GTD class, at least, in the 2024 IMSA Esports Global Championship.
Yeah, it's typically it's been invite only. Someone's been controlling the invites. I don't know who that is, but no, obviously it's been invite only. A lot of drivers, a lot of teams have kind of complained about that, how they've never had their chance to get in. Well, now there is a way to race your way in, and it is by winning one of these. Whilst I was saying yesterday when I was on with Peter, we typically know the teams that might well expect their way to force their way in generally, and they'd be invited anyway. But it's just that chance that you can sprinkle in a little bit of excitement and maybe sneak one on the big teams.
And so here's a look top to bottom at the schedule, how it's going to rumble right now. Of course, we've already seen the Roar, and what a schedule we've got in store. Let's not forget the highlight, I think, for me and for many, being the return of the iRacing Indy 500. But what a schedule. All left to come. Head to iRacing.com/special events to learn just a little bit more. But what a historic event this really is. Started back in 2015, and in the years since, well, yes, the Apex Racing team have been able to re-establish themselves at the very front after beating Coanda Esports in 2022. But let's be honest, Daytona's been the home of Coanda in the last couple of years, Lewis.
Yeah, exactly. And unfortunately, last year we had a let's call it controversial 2023 running of the Daytona 24 Hour. Hopefully this year it will be significantly less so. Williams winning. Apex have shown their strength last year. They were fantastic in both the LMP2 and the GTD. Of course, I remember their win back in 22, and that was a bit of a turning point for the Apex Racing team. I mean, we know they've been fantastic over the last few years, but we are really in purple and orange soil, and we'll have to wait and see if they're going to be back in full force, of course, in a Porsche in the GTP category.
I think that's what we're looking forward to as well, right, is the fact that now we have all 4 of the GTPs. It's going to make things quite exciting. You can see the BOP as well that the drivers are having to deal with. Let's not forget in the GTD's excitement about Audi bringing their new Evo along as well. And I think that's going to be quite fun to see how they all go. Look at these cars though, Lewis. It's amazing to see the diversity that iRacing now has across of this, effectively, IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship classes.
Yeah, I know everyone's going to be talking BOP. I know it's coming. I can feel people being like, "What's going to happen out there?" In the GTPs, it's fairly balanced. We've got quite a few drivers, quite a lot of teams across all of the manufacturers, so that's fantastic. In the GTDs, though, it is more leaning towards, we're seeing the Ferrari 296 and the AMG. Those are the 2. I think they're literally the only 2 cars that we've actually got out on track at the moment. But of course, this BOP is set not just for top split. It is set for every single split up and down. So I'm sure there's lots of people watching this that are racing in various cars in this grid. Then you've got the LMP2, which is the sole car in that category.
And of course, last year we did see the LMP2s being pretty strong. I think we'll see the same here today. Look from up above, though, at the Daytona International Speedway. Yes, we have to start calling it the Le Mans Chicane, but Lewis, what a fantastic track it is. At least to see once a year and to never come back then until January once again.
It's so fitting to race here in January. Everyone talks of going to race in France in May, June, or that kind of period. And Bathurst comes around towards the end of the year, and even a little bit towards the start course for the 12 hour. but coming here, it feels right. Every time you get here in January, you're like, yes, let's go. Let's do the 24 and battle your way through. We had great races as well, of course, in the Raw and in last night's Friday night prime time. It's a great racetrack. You can really battle your way through. But the main thing we're going to be talking about is all about those slipstream trains and all of the fuel saving everyone's going to have to do.
Yeah, I think 24 hours fuel saving strategy is going to be important. But as we look from up above, drivers get their final moments of practice. Qualifying about to begin. We thought it was only fitting to run down trackside in the build-up to this race, get a bit of a driver's eye preview, and who better to do so than part of the 2023 IMSA Esports Global Champions in the GTP class, Charlie Collins in that Coanda Esports Porsche 963.
Hi there everyone, I'm going to take you around a lap of Daytona in the Porsche 963 GTP, ready for this weekend's iRacing Daytona 24. So starting the lap, you want to kind of drift up high here coming into turn 1, brake at this orange marker on the right, kind of get 2 wheels over the white line, and just really make sure to be careful on throttle on the exit. It's really tough on throttle. We want to cut the grass here, the right left into turn 3. A very tough corner, when I go down to first gear, just nibble the curb on the right, nothing more. Slowly back onto the throttle and wait for the car to kind of get balance before going full throttle. And coming down to the first horseshoe here, I want to bring the car to the left, start braking in a straight line, making sure to cut the curb just a little bit, and then just gently back on throttle again. And then for a really important corner, as it kind of starts the whole banking, we'll go down to second gear, take the curb again, and then drift really far out wide, trying to get as close to the wall and exit as possible. And then just go through the gears, going through the banking now. This is kind of a place on the track where you kind of rethink and kind of gather your thoughts. Is a nice break in the track. Then we need to get right back to being focused, ready for the bus stop. Very tough corner, braking it kind of in between the 1 and 2 marker, going down to 5th gear for the first one, and then 4th gear for the actual corner. And back on throttle again, just taking a little bit of grass and exit. And yeah, coming onto the banking where again you can kind of rethink, talk to your teammates, and get ready for the start of the next lap. So yeah, just coming up to finish the lap here. That was the lap of Daytona, guys. Thank you very much for watching, and good luck for the race this weekend.
Quite a nice lap there with Charlie Collins, or to give him his full and proper title, Sir Charles Collins in the Coanda Esports machine. It was always great to be able to get the chance, Lewis, to ride around with the drivers, but you know what's even more fun is getting to talk to some of the drivers in the build-up to this race. That's exactly what we did. Let's go check out some of their thoughts heading into the first big race of 2024.
No.
I really don't feel like it, y'all. I really hate to break it to you. It's just, it's not in the game plan.
No.
This year there will be 4 GTPs.
I feel like it will add that whole new dynamic of some cars will be quicker at some points in the race and then other cars will be quicker in other points in the race.
Obviously that brings a lot of variety when it comes for the strategies.
The BOP is very good.
Every car runs long gearing and quite a low downforce setup. However, the Acura, you need to set it up with high downforce.
The way that the Acura likes to be set up, obviously it likes to run really high downforce, so I think that's going to be the car to beat.
Racing-wise, I think it just brings a lot more teams to the fold, you know, with manufacturer commitments and such that we have now. There are a lot of teams that weren't able to compete in GTP last year, so now being able to kind of expand that out to 4 different manufacturers, it brings along a lot better quality of grid.
I think we'll just approach the traffic management in general quite a bit with due care and try to survive the race. It's going to be a long one, and as the middle class, you're going to get bullied while trying to also get past the slower cars, so you really have to watch out on the track.
The most trick is that you always have your rear mirror in the area of your eyes, so you directly see, okay, what car's coming up, especially at the headlights that are on the cars. With that you see, okay, it's an LMDH or LMP2, and there you know, okay, for that corner I need to go there and there. But yeah, the best trick is always have your eyes on your rear mirror, especially in an endurance race.
I think I'm gonna sleep about 6 hours.
We've only got a 3-man, so probably not very much.
So generally, I like to sleep between that 9, 10, and that 4 and 5 range, I would say.
So I think for this race, I'll go for shorter naps.
Probably after night stints. I always do the nights. I like to do the nights.
When do I sleep during the race? Whenever I'm told.
I've always liked starting a race.
If I'm the second fastest, for example, I start the second. If I'm the third fastest, I start the third.
End the race. I like just that feeling of crossing the line.
I think I prefer to start the race rather than negate. I think that's mostly because I like to be in control of what's happening.
Definitely the start.
I prefer to end the race because I'm a weapon and I will kill everyone if I start an endurance race.
It doesn't start, it's just slow.
The most time what you hear is a good brr out of the corner.
Bum, bum, bum.
Fuck no.
That was a little bit interesting just to get the thoughts of the drivers, Lewis, especially, of course, given that in that GTP class, I think 4 cars makes it a lot more different compared to what we had last year. Not just with, like you said, the fact that now Vieras Coando are going to be able to join us in their Porsche, but just the complexion of how traffic management is going to work as well.
Yeah, because you know every car's going to work slightly differently through traffic, and yeah, that's always going to be the big talking point, especially in that first, let's call it the first half an hour. I would say first hour, but with that first half an hour before the GTPs have made their first pit stop, when they're getting through the traffic and the traffic is thick, that is going to be where if you've got a car which works nicely through traffic, that's where you need to make the advantage, maybe build up a couple of second gap. Who knows?
Qualifying underway right now, and of course that's where plenty of the drama was last year in this event. Drivers get 8 minutes on the clock, 2 laps to themselves, and effectively the opportunity to rumble as fast as they can. Now, qualifying for a race like this, maybe counterintuitively, is still somewhat relatively important, Lewis. You want to start towards the front more, just so you try and stay out of trouble on the starts.
Yeah, there's a lot of cars out on circuit. You know, when there's 44 on track. Obviously not in qualifying, you're by yourself in qualifying. But with there being that many cars, you've got to navigate that traffic in the early laps in your own class carefully. And you cannot push things too far. If you're sat at the back of the field, working your way up the orders, a bit scary, a bit sketchy, and the likelihood is you're probably going to get involved in some form of incident and maybe pick up a bit of damage, which early doors in this day is going to be brutal. So you cannot pick it up. I think I've heard of this guy.
I think this is where...
His dad was racing last night.
Oh, it was, especially on Friday Night Primetime, yes. But I think this is where most of the focus will lie. For many, many people, say hello, of course, to multiple-time Formula 1 world champion Max Verstappen, and, of course, an integral part of the furniture now at this point of Team Redline. Already, by the way, most of the GTP drivers have done their job in qualifying. It is Williams Esports 1 and 2 and split by 36 thousandths of a second at the very front of the field. Then you go down to LMP2, it's 40 thousandths there, 76 thousandths down in GTD, and while Florian Lebigra goes to the top in the other of the red line entries, Max Verstappen stays in third.
Yeah, Redline were really, really strong yesterday. They actually got a 1-2-3 in Friday Night Primetime last night. Yes, it's a 45-minute race, fair enough. Williams Esports, though, say absolutely not. Chill Blast go into first, and then the BenQ car, which as far as I'm aware is the only car on the grid where they've got 3 drivers, all 3 are above 10k rating. They go into second place, 18,000 behind. Final laps coming in.
Yep, and I think we'll now have to wait and see where exactly they line up. So it does seem as though, Lewis, the way the splits have worked, we only have 12 GTD cars. That's going to mean, I think, the attrition factor very, very high in that class.
Yeah, if there's one class that I wouldn't want to be in this race, and I was talking about this before, with a couple of people, I would not want to be in the GTDs. They the strength of field in that GTD category is terrifying, and when you've got so few, it's a bit scary because it means that there's more GTPs and more LMP2s to knock you off the road. For the GTPs and the LMP2s though, that's actually really good because it's the GTDs that typically cause them the problems in the traffic, and so having less of them. Is solid. That's brutal.
So 60 seconds left to go now in the qualifying session. We had plenty of, I think, chaos on the start last year, Lewis. What are your expectations this year of the start, knowing that the thing that makes these iRacing special events so unique in the endurance realm, right, is the fact that, well, lack of safety cars. For some it's a feature, for some it's a bug, depending on how you look at it. The reality is, though, it makes it a 24-hour sprint.
Yeah, most important thing, stay out of trouble. I mean, unfortunately, a few teams have already got themselves a little bit into trouble, and I will speak of the Apex Racing Team 99, and I believe ATRS is in the same boat. They've both had their fastest laps invalidated, so they will be starting from the rear of the GTP field, not the entire field, don't worry. But for them, for everyone on the grid, at least get through the first couple of hours, not taking any big risks, keeping out of trouble. But of course, I think before we get into it, let's wish everyone some very good luck for this 24-hour race.
And I still remember, what was it, 3 years ago now, that I put you on the spot. Mystic Lewis made an appearance. As Mystic
That was
Lewis,
6 hours into the race.
Are you going to try this time at the start of the race?
No, God, no.
No?
No, absolutely not. Not even at the end of our 2-hour stint, mate. Not a chance.
Well, we'll see when I can throw you under the bus. We're ready to go, though. The biggest sim race of the year is on the cards, and, well, it's Williams Esports ready to defend their win and starting 1 and 2 up front. It's Josh Ladd in the Williams Esports Fan and Tech car that's alongside Atik Kalpanen for Williams Esports play seat, with Johan Harth in the Apex Racing Team Porsche lining alongside Charlie Collins in the VRS Coanda machine that, of course, is your IMSA Esports Global Championship leading machine. Dane Warren, Luke Bennett in the VRS Coanda. The Team Redline entries line up on the third row. Look at the strength that we've got in this field, with Drago and Premislav Lemonek alongside Josh Rogers on his return to iRacing on the outside of row 4. Sebastian Job continues to delight in those Team Redline colours. You'll be alongside Pablo Lazar, who makes his debut in top split competition from Ivano Corsa. Peter Zuba and then Eduardo Leo make up row 6. Disappointing, I think, to see Eduardo Leo down in 12th, given where we saw his qualifying in IMSA Esports. Danny Lorenzo on debut for the Zebras is alongside Luca Alpert for Shera Esports, with Latta back in the Firestone Sport number 11 and Nicholas Boy in the Marla Racing number 10. Danny Shivishabo, Hayata Asaga 17th and 18th positions respectively, with Mateus Luchak, Gordy Much and Gabriel Odelli for Apex 1, and then the Apex Racing Team and ATRS machines down the very back. Over to your LMP2s and Alexander Davidson. It's a new era for WSR Esports butt kicker, and they'll lead us to the green in the LMP2 class, alongside the Simify Esports orange machine with the Mag Performance LMP number 120 rolling alongside Antti Ahola in the Bumblebee Sim RC car. Team PGZ 5th and 6th positions, the 114 alongside the 119, and then GridandGo.com Esports and the Culture Racing Team in those Spanish colors, 7th and 8th positions. Init Motorsports blue and Mac Backham, Hyper Mac Backham from 10th position in the VRS Coanda LMP2 machine, and then Race Clutch and Race Clutch 11th and 12th. Going back through the very large LMP2 field, Apex Racing Team TPGZ, JM Esports, and then WSR Esports butt kicker second car and Apex 1 lineup down the very back. And last but not least, let's get down towards the GTDs as they roll away for their short formation lap. It'll be Daniel Pastor and then Alessandro Bico, another lockout of the front row for Williams Esports. Luke McEwen, Alejandro Sanchez, Apex Racing behind, and then Thompson and Iglesias, Redline and Simify, 5th and 6th positions. Nicholas Mateo and Ascari Rene, 4th for row 4 for Williams and BS Competition. Redline, Delta Sim Tech by Grid and Go, Falcon Sim Racing, and then Virtual Coach .gg by Grid and Go down at the very back of the field. That's the look top to bottom. I don't think I've got time to throw you under the bus here, Lewis, and get your prediction. Instead, expectations for what lies ahead.
Yeah, I think we're going to have a dramatic race. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. It's great to see the GTP field in full force. I hope everyone sits back and enjoys this one. Best of luck to all the competitors across all of the splits and to us at the comedy box. Let's see what's going to happen.
And the best part is, of course, all three classes will go racing at exactly the same time. We'll say goodbye to the iRacing pace car. 24 hours get thrown onto the clock, and we're ready to go for the biggest sim race of the year. It's the iRacing Daytona 24 hours powered by VCO. Extra stakes on the line. Spots in the 2024 IMSA Esports Global Championship. And we'll see a crash before the GTPs even get off the banking into turn number 1. LMP2's underway as well, of course, as the GTPs now filter off through the opening corner. They will encounter that stricken GTP machine as the Apex 1 car, I think that was, maybe got tangled up and caused a bit of the chain reaction. LMP2 safely through the opening corner as more drama. Sam Coitet, I think, has now been tangled up in one of the red line entries, as now GTDs will follow through as well.
Yeah, dramatic start there in the GTPs. Lots of drama to go through, so we've not even really started. Already LMP2's also having some problems in the International Horseshoe. We said be calm, lads. Be calm. We're not having any of that. Goodness me, 24-hour race, and absolutely no one has put their ego to one side. Lots of door banging, lots of crashing. Not sure exactly what happened there going into the tri-oval, but clearly a lot of cars with a lot of damage before we've even done a minute of racing.
And indeed, it was the BMW M Team Redline entry, I do believe, that maybe got mixed up in some of that one. Excuse me, that's not the BMW M Team Redline entry, that's the regular Team Redline entry. We'll get the team name sorted as the GTPs fly through the bus stop. The Le Mans chicane for the first time of asking, kicking up a little bit of grass, but it's single file amongst them. That GTP machine that's lost the front end, that's the Mahler Racing Team car. That would have been one of your favorites as Nicholas Boy tries to nurse it around, and now he's got the LMP2 cars behind him as we get ready to end the opening lap.
Yeah, the one that was stationary basically on the start finish. That was Luca Alpert in the Sherritt Esport Blue car. That just got no front, no rear, no nothing basically. Trying to bring that one back. But yeah, dramatic start there for quite a few. I think there was maybe a false start, maybe a couple of poor starts in that grouping, and yeah, big drama for Williams. Though it's fantastic. It's a 1-2 for them in both the GTPs and the GTDs.
I can confirm, by the way, that Fire Simsport, Mahler Racing Team, TC Corsa, Scherer Racing, and Apex Racing Team. 5 GTPs seemingly getting mixed up on that opening lap as we see the leading GTP cars into the second of the hairpins. It's an Acura train at the front, and then 3 Porsches that run behind the 2 Williams Esports cars as they get ready to work their way onto the banking by virtue of the split class start that we've seen as well. You'll see that the track map in the bottom right corner does show that traffic going to be a factor sooner rather than later.
Yeah, like I say, you can see there right on the start-finish straight, 5 GTPs, I believe, are in the pit lane. Might be 4 rather. Are in the pit lane straight away. Just a big shame for them. That's not how they wanted to start this race, obviously. But it's more just, you know, what do you do now if you're in that category? Do you just fumble through, or do you think, right, well, that's that done, off to go and do something else? I've heard the Arsenal match at the moment. I don't know what's that instead. It's yeah, that's rough. That is really rough, considering all the preparation and effort that's gone into this.
Here's a look at the replay, and you're right that it was a bit of a false start, and I think that the damage was done instantly on the initial jump.
Yeah, like you say, you had the Sherritt Esport car, the Esport car there, go to the outside. They were chopped over. Just it's as if it was the Altus car ahead. Just could not get the grip back behind the wheelless car. Like you say, assuming the car at the race had started. That's weird. I wonder if there might have been damage on that car somehow. Like, I don't know if it clipped it, because obviously, like, when it's pulled out here, maybe it got damaged there somehow. I don't know. That's really weird to me. You wouldn't lose control like that normally.
I mean, Danny Chivisciabo didn't even really get a chance to even show what he was then ready for on the start. Here's a look into the horseshoe as Sam Koiter is inside, and is this just going to be a case of getting a bit of a tap from the Coanda machine? Yes, it was the second of the purple and orange cars, and then Stricken pointed in the wrong direction. Fortunately able to get it spun around and back around.
Oh, I love this. I love this. Coanda and Redline already making contact. Hello. That's one for the record book. Oh dear, like I say, disasters for some on the race start as the 54 is trying to work its way background on the replay. That, of course, the TC Corsa Esports car. It was one of those 5 GTPs in the pit lane. It was 5. I could count initially. I was a bit scared of my counting ability. Never trust the commentators' maths.
I literally told people at my place of employment that this past week, and they giggled and didn't realize how serious I was about that fact of a statement. So GTD's not going to expect much chopping and changing at the very front, just given that it's that nature, it's that time of the race where we will tend to probably end up seeing a bit of fuel saving going on. See some of those movers through on that left side of the screen as the drivers cycle around. One thing that I found quite interesting, especially riding on board with Charlie Collins in the onboard lap that he was giving us at the start, Lewis, was how he was actually running 2 wheels effectively off the track through turn 1. Such was the amount of grip that they carry through the corner.
Yeah, I noticed that yesterday a lot, is that the how wide they go into that first corner is actually incredible. But obviously it's the kind of line that you have to be prepared to adapt throughout the day because of, obviously marbling and stuff offline. Your offline grip drops down quite a bit, and and how that's going to react as well when things cool down over the night, like how the race surface reacts. They'll all be well aware of this. These guys are behind the wheel. I promise you they will have driven at day, at night. They know exactly when and how to switch the line, etc, etc. There are no fears of that. They're well aware as to the strategies they're running. Right now it's about ticking off the laps, as we can see a little bit of a look there on board with Dane Warren, because his teammate Charlie Collins was taking a bit of a look there at Johan Harth.
Well, the thing that I think is going to be interesting in this race is, we've had now a season of IMSA esports as well, where drivers have been part of the BOP process. And so, whenever you have multiple cars, Lewis, BOP is going to be a topic of conversation. Williams Esports, of course, have gone for the Acura. Coanda always were going to end up in the Porsche. It's interesting, though, of course, to see that the Apex Racing team, who competed in the IMSA Esports Global Championship in the BMW M Hybrid V8, have elected for the Porsche. So even though it ended up getting, what was it in the end, a 3% whack on fuel, 2.25% dip in power as well, clearly they feel like it's got some speed. Redline in the BMW are showing that they've at least made it 3 different manufacturers up towards the front.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is the whole thing with how these races unfold, is that you never really know BOP-wise as to how strong or weak it is until you actually chuck it around in the race, not in the qualifying. The qualifying is always kind of irrelevant. I will say, yesterday, Silly Lully, respect the legend, did start 21st yesterday, which was last, and finished 4th. In that car, so worked his way through the order, proving that you can overtake. Obviously that was in a 45-minute and very different style of race, but still was able to pick his way through the order, showing that BMW was actually pretty rapid. We were all talking about how the Acura might be the fastest because Williams was so strong yesterday, but maybe the BMW's got a little bit of sneaky stuff to deliver, and we didn't see the Porsches out, so who knows what they're going to do.
Oh, wait, did you not see any Porsches out?
I think we might have seen 1 or 2, but none. We didn't see any of the Coanders or anything like that, so we didn't see anyone. I don't want to be that guy. We didn't see anyone with major relevance in the Porsche, not fighting at the front. Anyway.
Interesting. Well, I think we'll probably get to talk a little bit more about that over the course of this race. LMP2, maybe a little less bonkers than it was at the start of last year's race, but let's be honest, that's probably for the benefit because Elvis Rankin and Gordy Much ended up coming to blows in the LMP2 class. Not by any fault of their own, it was just the way the traffic ended up playing out and the battle in and amongst themselves, and fortunately this time no such dramas in the spec LMP2 class. Meanwhile, in the GTDs, because of course Nicholas Boy is having to now work his way back from what was a lengthy pit stop, they've got some traffic to deal with, but as it stands right now, Lewis, 12 GTDs still stuck in one long queue.
Yeah, and this is the thing, is that they will most likely be a train from 1st to 12th, right up until they are joined by the GTP contingent. When they get round, and you can see where they are, it will be this lap, as soon as they get round and start passing, that is what can completely split up this train. Even if it's only 12 cars, you drop off the rear end of this train, and it's really bad news, because obviously you've got no one to play with, no bump drafting. You can already see a little bit of bump drafting between the Williams Esports duo there running 1st and 2nd. In
this GTD class, I think we're going to be keeping an eye on when it comes to choices of manufacturers here too, because we're traditionally used to seeing, for example, Williams Esports in the Mercedes. We're used to seeing BS competition in a BMW, but the fact that they've both gone for a Ferrari, I think, tells you a little bit about where they think the choices need to be. Apex sticking with their Mercedes, though, and bringing, by the way, that Stormforce ART livery in the 199. I think it will be interesting to see, given the battle that was on display between the Ferrari and the Mercedes in our IMSA Esports Global Championship, exactly how they're going to run. Looking forward to tracking that. The one thing that is going to be interesting as well for the Apex Racing team, they have about 30 people, Lewis, at their facility at Corby for this event. I've just noticed Alejandro Sanchez isn't one of them.
No, he decided the idea of, well, coming to England at the best of times is not great, but coming to Corby, no way. But no, obviously, I jest. Obviously, you never really know what's happening behind the scenes, so maybe it just wasn't relevant, wasn't there. And Alejandro Sanchez might think, actually, do you know what? I'm really fast on my own rig, thanks. I'll do it from home, and we'll see what we can get. Either way, they're running in the 3rd spot at the moment. They've got the two. They've got the 2 Williams ahead. Do Apex in the GTD category. I will say, I've just had a quick look. I think it's 7 Mercedes to 5 Ferraris in that. We know that obviously, we can say, we've only got Ferraris and Mercedes in the GTD category. There are 6 GTDs, by the way. We just don't have any.
Yes, no, exactly. We have the new Audi as well. No one decided it was worth it, but as we get the leaders through the traffic for the first time, already the 2 Williams Esports cars were able to get through before the run into the Le Mans chicane. Unfortunately for Johan Harth and for Charlie Collins, they were not able to get through, and so now the gap has built up, and you can look off the back of the black front-end Williams Esports Fanatec car, the orange front end of the playseat chasing it down. 2 seconds the advantage that's been built up.
Oh, I don't want to be that guy. I'm less of a fan of the orange. It's not popping the orange on the front of the.
We didn't even get 10 minutes into the race before Livery Watch made an appearance.
It's more like. Let's be honest. That's a brown front end, right? Anyway, moving on. Williams running 1 and 2. That's the important bit. I don't think they care what colour it is right now. They just care that it's their team running first and second by 2 seconds. Very impressive. They were impressive yesterday. I will say the Williams squad. It was Josh Ladd. That was, I can't remember who was with actually. I can't remember second of it. Okay, I just completely eliminated it from my mind.
Was it Arthur LeHook?
It was Arthur LeHook.
Look at me! I wasn't even commentating on it.
I don't even know who I was commentating with.
Oh, poor Peter, getting thrown under the bus like that. I mean, the disrespect. Anyway, first cycle through traffic didn't break up the GTD machines, even if it did slightly split up the GTP prototype cars. Still waiting, of course, for the second prototype class, the LMP2s, to work their way through. They haven't been broken up just yet either, and it's still the WSR Esports butt kicker team, the number 23 that leads from Simufy in that class. LMP2, of course, the spec class, Delara LMP2. And when it comes to setting up these cars, there's a little less, I think, variability than there is with the GTPs that we may talk about later on, Lewis.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, of the 3 categories that we have here, the one I would not do is LMP2, and that's for various reasons. But also because the car can be very stiff around it in the LMP2s, and once you go through the Le Mans chicane, you get there. It can, if you take that curb slightly awkward, and this is the same with all of the categories, but I feel like it's turned up to 11 in the LMP2s. If you take those curbs wrong, it'll pitch you around. You'll be sent around. Obviously, I'm not surprised no one's made that mistake just yet, because this is the top level. And to be fair, I wouldn't be surprised if we got through the entire race without that happening to anyone, because again, this is a quality grid of ridiculous superstars in the world of sim racing. I did want to touch on that, by the way. We've got so many grids, of course, in this. You don't realise how many solid drivers are in lower down splits. I did see earlier Jarno Opmeer, James Baldwin, all that lot, they're taking part, obviously, in an LMP2 category. Not in top split. I don't know what split they're in, but they're not in top split. But Jarno Opmeer, isn't it?
Don't they have Frederick Vesti as well?
They do have Fred Vesti. Yeah, you're absolutely right.
I looked at that lineup on social media. I was just like, hello, I would love that in top split. But like you say, the way the iRating has worked out, boy, the lowest I-rated driver that I see on track right now, and this is the scary thing to think about, 7,400 I-rating. Gustavo Ariel, after yesterday's Friday night prime time, ended up getting to, what was it, 11,100 I-rating. There are now more than 30 drivers with 10,000 I-rating on the roadside, and so that has prompted, by the way, Lewis, a bit of an idea between Joey Tebbin and myself. We've been cooking up something. Let's get a race with all the 10K drivers across of all disciplines.
Ooh, now that would be interesting. I will say, I was talking about this like last night in front of that problem, is that I was looking at the I-rated gains from a lot of those 10K I-rated drivers and 9K I-rated drivers. The fact that a lot of the time they were gaining like 30 or 40 I-rating, and I was just sat there thinking, I'm like, could you imagine, like, how rare is it that if you're 10K and above that you gain 30 I-rating from a race? Because normally it's like, well, yeah, you've beat everyone, you've gained 8. Like, oh, great. That's why it's so hard to get to 10K. It's not even about, just like beating the competition or whatever. It's about the grind to get there. And if you make one mistake and you end up finishing in 8th, like because you got binned off by someone, you're losing 100.
Yeah, but, they have too much I-rating. They need to share it anyway. Share the love is the way that I think about it. Have seen a pass for second as Simufy and Mark Perez drop behind Andrea Bristott in the Mag Performance 120, and that's important because as the LMP2s get ready to hit the traffic for the first time of asking, there goes Alexander Davidson, who's going to go past a couple of machines on the run into the second of the hairpins, and I've got to say, he's in a very nice place to potentially be able to take advantage and break away here if he can time this into the chicane.
Yeah, it's just about like trying to tick off as many as possible before we get back onto the banking. Just getting past the Simify car there. Next one to be ticked off will be the Grid and Go. The Grid and Go car of Cody Deeth. Will tick that off. Not a bad passage there through traffic, and it is going to work out fairly advantageous. Not to over a second, but still, it is very, very solid at the moment for the WSR Esports butt kicker car.
On board with Matteo Frigiero in the race clutch machine. Look how close they run off. The banking is in front. Jesse Tekela in the gridandgo.com machine trying to squeeze Marlon Ducek in the Team PGZ car. I'm going to see the PGZ car lift off nice and early, allow the overspeed to carry them in through the corner, and just how look through on corner exit there, sawing at the wheel, half sideways, and still trying to get down onto the power. The amount of confidence you need in these cars to go through that corner lap after lap, and more importantly, stay within the bounds of the track, Lewis. I've got to say, I'm in awe at the skill of some of these drivers.
Yeah, and you saw it there when we were on boards with the race clutch car. As soon as he pulled out of the slipstream, you've got no straight line speed, because as soon as if you've got slipstream and as soon as you pull out on someone and you don't have slipstream, yeah, you're in trouble. Straight around the outside from one of the WSR cars, getting a bit of leaning on as well. That was a touch sketchy indeed. That was a JM Esports 124 car that was, there was 17 rather. It's got 124. It's very confusing. But either way, it was that JM Esports car. It was just having a little bit of a bit of leaning on. That's why you don't make it 3 wide around the outside of T1.
No, and that is team principal, by the way, for WSR Esports, Daniel Ferguson, who had that bold look. So, you know how they say team managers are usually the one that try to calm people down? Well, not in that case. He was the one going for it. At the front and at the line, it will be about, well, less than a tenth of a second. That will split your two Williams Esports teammates as they try to just break away at the front of the field. Lewis has set off a bit of people concerned about his eyesight and maybe lack of... People are not sure how you got brown from that Williams Esports Playseat car.
It's definitely brown.
I mean, I'm
sorry.
It's orange, but that's neither here nor there.
I'm sorry, it's brown.
It's orange.
It's no.
Okay, wait.
I was going to say, right, okay.
Orange!
That is not orange, mate.
Is this that question? Is the dress blue or gold? You know what I'm talking about here?
No, it's not. It's not. Right on board with the commander. Drop it back.
One second. I'm trying to pick the right car here.
Okay, come on, broadcast director. That's orange.
That is more orange. That doesn't mean that's not orange.
That's actually orange. If it's a dark, what's dark orange? Dark orange is brown. Thus, the front end of the Williams is brown. God, you nearly made me drop some expletives on this broadcast.
I mean, you've got two Simi Award-winning commentators here arguing about what is brown and orange. Just to be clear, that's the quality you get on iRacing's special event broadcast. We're not even 20 minutes into this one, and you get Lewis and myself for the next about hour and 40 minutes. Peter Mackay will jump in then. He's getting ready to head off to Daytona for the 3rd year in a row to cover the real race next weekend. So looking forward to having him and some of his stories as well. He's riding the book, quite literally, the book on the Porsche RS Spider, one of the most legendary cars to ever grace motorsports around the world, let alone here in North America. The leaders in GTD, by the way, still not being checked up, although that could be a first opportunity for the pair of Ferraris to break away. Luke McEwen and the Stormforce Apex Racing machine, though, going to continue riding in that draft and keeping the teammates at the front nice and honest.
Yeah, just split apart the two Williams there, though, did the Team PGZ car. So just a bit of daylight between the Williams Esports BenQ and the Williams Esports Chill Blast. No questions as to what colours the front end of these cars are. Maybe you can ask Peter later on as to what the front end of that.
You know who I'm going to ask? The legend that has just jumped into our RaceSpotTV YouTube chat. Max Eru, Bryce himself. He says it's, I don't know how you say that first word, but he's saying it's papaya.
It's not papaya. Papaya's far more. Max, no.
Now we're getting into proper McLaren branding territory. But you let us know if you're watching what color you think that is, and if you think it's that dress was blue or gold, right? That was the question.
Yeah, there was it blue and black or white and gold?
That's what it was.
Blue and black.
Yeah.
Scientific. It was. No, we'll have to. You can't get Zach Sweeney to answer that question, which is fine. He's colourblind, but also because he's not the first. So thankfully we can avoid that drama.
I mean, shots fired there.
It's fine. He doesn't know this track, so it's okay. Either way, again, refocus on the race. It's brown. We'll move on.
Oh, ochre. I think you mean it's brown orange. You see? Okay. Brown papaya.
Orange.
I mean, I mean, that is a very Brawlins thing to do. Now we're going to get into talking about nicknames for all the drivers. We've got Silly Lolly, we've got Sir Charles Collins, but up towards the front, Ate Kalpanen has taken the lead over from Josh Ladd, as I think they maybe done a bit of a tactical swap around here. And the orange Williams Esport Playseat car, now the one punching the hole in the air.
We'll call it Brorange.
Brorange, okay,
It's
I see,
fine.
fair.
Brorange, all right, it's fine. We'll go with that. Yes, indeed. So there's been a switch between the pair of the Ate Kalpanen, like you say, at the front of the field, which makes sense. Like you say, we are talking the fuel game here. You don't want to be the one punching the hole for the entirety of the race. They've done 20 minutes and they've swapped, and normally with the GTPs we are expecting that stint length to be above 40 minutes, sure, but around that 40-minute mark around here. You know, that's kind of the important bit. You do eat a lot of fuel around this track.
I mean,
and I'm sure our junior will bring you all the stats about it and what percentage of the lights
Let's
get
go!
to tonight. Here we go. We're not there yet.
Not quite. What I was going to say, though, is that, you know, you're on the entirety, effectively, of 2.5 miles of banking, and so, yeah, you naturally, you know, are burning through the fuel. One other thing, we're on livery watch at this point, so I might as well break the yellow pen out just to say that best branding in the history of liveries.
There is no doubt. That's the one bit that no one can have any doubt about, is that the Duracell battery, which is so iconic, being slapped onto the roof. It's iconic, and it fits.
It does
so well.
It fits better, I think, on these prototypes than it does on the Formula One machines in the real world, if we're being honest, but that's neither here nor there. What is maybe surprising, if I'm being totally honest, Josh Rogers qualified down in 8th position, someone that I have dubbed the king of qualifying. Josh Rogers still running down in 9th. I don't think that's so surprising, though, Lewis. He's probably just sitting back saving some fuel. Remember, 3% of the fuel capacity was cut off their 963 GTP.
Yeah, they were so good on fuel, though, in the IMSA Esports Championship, so we have to wait and see whether they're going to be playing any fuel games in this one. I know why Commander are. You know, if Commander don't win today, I know exactly why. It's because they didn't join the 91, which I classified as the magic number for this race. Whoever was in the 91 is going to win, courtesy of my Mackey's order this morning. Alas, no one is in the 91. So
look at his head go. Did you see that?
Do you think they're frustrated?
No. That looked. You know how Maxime Briant has the.
Oh yeah, the cat jam.
Yeah. Now that looks like a slightly smaller version of the cat jam going for Josh Rogers. So I've got to say, I don't remember the last time I saw him at iRacing. It's great to see him back here.
It is really, really nice. You know, like I say, it's great to see Josh. I had plenty of conversation with him over the last year, courtesy of the competitions and stuff. You know, we've met quite a few times. Obviously, we know a quality driver. Seeing him back out on the racetrack, seeing Coanda back into this race in Coanda colours as well, not just Porsche colours, is great to see. As the Apex Racing team, wow, that is called slotting the gap on the GTD leaders. That was sketchy. Oh, here comes Luke McEwen.
A big send in the Stormforce car, and now with the second Coanda car, Dane Warren nowhere to go. Road blocked as we head off to the horseshoe. There goes the red line machine. Great move from Chris Lullum. Silly Lolly not hanging around and passing the Australian Warren. It's a battle off of the horseshoe, though, as finally Stormforce ART back into line. An opportunity that Luke McEwen didn't want to leave around.
Yeah, that was very scary indeed. But again, bold effort. There's Josh Rogers then going around the high side. Big send to the inside, coming in there as well behind. So, like I say, everyone's trying to filter their way through in traffic, as we can see another one of those GTPs work their way past. That is the Bavana Corsica of Pablo Lazar trying to work their way through. That was pretty aggressive, by the way, coming down into the West Horseshoe. Nearly pounced on an excellent opportunity there, did McEwen, and that's why you know he's won quite a few championships, including obviously the British Formula 4 Esports Championship. Just saying, throwing that one out there.
Riding with Gordy Much in the Apex Racing Team number 99 car. He tries to dip 2 tires below the yellow line, but in front Peter Zuber, the Hungarian's not going to let him go through with that one. I've got to say, it's great to see Gordy back out there racing with the Apex Racing Team contingent, and he's in what is a relatively competitive car, and effectively as well now the sole surviving hope outside of the 98 for the Apex Racing Team, given that the third of their cars has had an issue. And so Gordy Much sharing it, the machine, with Maxime Briant, Michele Costantini and Stanley Deslandes, who are all drivers that, if I remember correctly, those 3 were part of the winning team at Daytona in the LMP2 class last year.
Oh, I don't remember. I don't think I did. Did I do the broadcast last?
No, because
by
you
the
were
way,
doing the other VCO broadcast that we had that day.
I don't even remember. Oh, right, yeah.
Flex Stream, yeah.
Touche. Yeah, no, I think I was discussing this. I did get the note yesterday. This is my 3-year anniversary of being in RaceSpot. There you go. It's been too long. I'm already sick.
I know. I was going to say, how too many broadcasts with you at this point now.
Yeah, exactly. By the way, I've been told by Danny Brambilla it's copper. So
copper?
That's it's copper.
Okay, wait. Now
we know what we're talking about.
Now we need to go over to PlaySeat's official branding people and say, "Excuse me, can you confirm the color?" Like,
yeah, and yeah, no, I've been told by Williams we're not brown. So fair enough. Hashtag Browngate's not going to catch on. There's a move to the inside, just again navigating the traffic. But yeah, sorry, I've caused quite a fuss here, haven't I?
I've got the message as well in my DMs from William saying we're not brown. Alexei Nesov has sent me a message with a bunch of color pickers saying, you know.
Oh, can I see that? Why haven't I had that one?
Because clearly you're not good friends enough with Alexei Nesov. As we're at that point of the race where it is very much, by the way, 10 minutes away from pit stops. Not many drivers outside of the opening lap shenanigans really have been involved in too much, and so settle into a rhythm. Let's talk about some of the storylines heading into 2024. One of the big storylines closing 2023 was the unfortunate shuttering of the doors for Urano Esports. I see Lewis giving the salute in honor there, and I've got to say, it was a little bit sad. But those drivers have found some very interesting homes. Alexei Nesov, along with Sam Koiter, over at Team Redline. I see in the Drago Racing car, Dominic Hoffman's already in there. BS Competition have picked up some of the drivers. Luca Keita's gone to the Apex Racing team. Yeah. Lewis, it's been fun to try and follow along with the drivers as they make their ways around.
Yeah, it seems like a couple of them have taken the opportunity as well to be like, peace, and at least take a break from sim racing, which I think is always a positive thing. If you, when you start really not enjoying it, take a break. Don't just try and force through it. Don't fight through it. Don't just take a break, even if it's for a couple of months, couple of weeks, whatever. Just take a break. I think some of the drivers, from Urano that were in Urano that haven't gone to a team, probably just sitting back for a little bit and having a breather. We all knew they were going to. They weren't going to end up at the same team. They were always going to spread out across the world of sim racing. And I'm glad they found homes in big teams, arguably for some of them bigger than Urano. But to be fair, Urano were a quality team that had unbelievable drivers, and so for a lot of the team, it's like, right, fantastic. Let's go pick a couple of these up. And that's it's worked out quite favourably. Someone who's been with the Apex team for quite a while is Johan Art, and straight down the inside, up into second place there in the the GTP car. I keep wanting to call it LMDH, but it's fine. Whatever, it's all the same, isn't it? Josh Ladd then down into third.
I mean, LMDH. GTP. LMDH is the specification of the car. GTP is the class. So
as long as we don't start calling it hypercar, we're okay.
Exactly. That's now a different thing entirely. So that becomes an issue. Retirements, I think, by the way, we can confirm. Apex 1, Fire Simsport, and Share Esports. So 3 tangled up on the start that aren't going to go any further. And one driver that's trying to grab 2 in 1, Luke McEwen, on the outside and rolling off for the banking. Already past Alessandro Bico, now trying to challenge Daniel Pastor in the leading Williams Esports Chill Blast car. They get glued together. Pastor's in the wall. Bico's back on top. McEwen drops down the order, but fortunately with no damage. Once they got stuck together, there was nothing either of them could do.
Yeah, sadly, it's kind of one of those ones I'm looking at being like, I don't know if I blame either of them really there. It did just seem as though they'd got locked together, and for Williams that were running in a very strong 1-2, drama is starting to fall forward. There was quite a significant hit on the barrier for Daniel Pastor, and he has returned to pit lane. Let's take a look on board with the second of the Williams cars, the BenQ.
I mean, you can just see there, once there was that little bit of contact,
that's a shame.
There was nothing really either of them could do.
That is such a shame. I say it's that when you get that front to rear that kind of point, one really major talking point in the first 30 minutes of this race, and like you say, between the Apex Racing team and Williams. Like I say, if we were racing in a normal championship and we had race control and stuff like that, I'm looking at it and I'm thinking, that's a racing instant. I don't like them, because you always want to throw the toys at the pram and blame someone. I don't think you can.
I think I agree with you on that one, and unfortunately that's now one of the Williams Esports cars drops. Now, they still have the Academy entry, but From what I saw on social media, the number 77 Williams Esports Academy car is actually a two-man effort. Going to be very interesting to see how they go, 12 hours apiece. But challenge at the front now comes, not just from the Apex Racing team, but watch Josh Thompson closing as well from behind. Around the outside, here goes Alejandro Sanchez. Decides it's not worth it just yet. Tucks back into line, and fuel saving begins once more.
Yeah, remember Alejandro Sanchez's debut for the Apex Racing team was around here with a pole position and such, and showing his fantastic form. There's a look to the inside, and that's a big commitment. Very bold there from Alejandro Sanchez to try and get his way past Alessandro Vico in that Williams Esports BenQ car. Josh Thompson will be sat back from all of this to be right on board with him, thinking, right, these two, surely there's going to be a bit more bidding between the Apex Racing team and Williams Esports. And of course, it'll be Team Redline to come through on that occasion. Thankfully, no contact between the pair of them, aside from a little brush. And it does remain the BenQ car in front.
And that Thompson-led Redline effort, by the way, going to also have Gustavo Ariel and Alexei Nesov, so two of their new recruits lining up alongside a third relatively new entry into the Redline camp, Florian Labigro. What a lineup that one is. And if you go back to the other of the Redline cars, yes, that's the one. Is Max in this split? He's not on track, but he's sharing a car with Gianni Vecchio and Ollie Steinbraten. Given the speed that we saw from Vecchio and Steinbraten in the IMSA Esports Global Championship in a Ferrari, to be fair, I do think that that's a car that we should watch through the night, Lewis. As long as they stay out of trouble, they'll be one of the favourites.
Yeah, exactly. Again, that's the night stint is where the dynamic completely changes for all of this. Out wide, see that from Alejandro Sanchez. Maybe going out wide to then carry the speed down from the banking and then into the slipstream to maybe carry something for an overtake down into the first corner. That's exactly what's going to happen. Alejandro Sanchez, you'll see him there poking out to go and take over the race lead. Josh Thompson will be with them as we ride on board with Gianni Vecchio. You can see no switches for the race lead. It will remain Vico at the front.
For now. I think that's the operative word.
Yes.
Iglesias and Rene, so Simufy and BS Competition, through the traffic, they've dropped down. And interestingly, Inet Motorsports, the first driver may be in for regular pit stops in the LMP2 class, signifying that we may not be far away from prototypes beginning to blink. Now, are we in agreement, Lewis, that's purple? Are you going to complain about that too?
Actually, I am. No, it is purple.
Okay, good.
There's no question. There's no question. Do you know why? Because it's just purple. That's just flat out. That is just purple. There's no question. It's a good colour as well. I really like it.
I mean, there are different types of purple.
Yeah.
There's like midnight purple.
Yeah, exactly. But that I don't really care about. I'm literally just like, is it purple or is it not?
Okay, so that you don't care about.
When's purple dark blue? Yeah, but it's because it's fine. Whatever.
Don't forget, you can follow along with timing and scoring by heading to timing.RaceSpot.tv. You can also try to go to timing71.org. There's a camera that's placed itself with such excitement inside of the Armco, the Tech Pro barrier, whatever it is on the outside of the Daytona International Speedway. Man, that camera was too excited for us.
This broadcast director doesn't know what he's doing, does he?
You're blaming the broadcast director for that.
It's clearly it's dropped off the wall into that barrier. That's exactly what's happened. That's fine. Yeah, we'll allow that. See if there's going to be a switch here for the race lead once more, as Alejandro Sanchez will try for the third consecutive lap to try and get around the outside. Seems to have more speed this time, but once again, I think the straight line speed of that Merc's not quite as high as the Ferrari. As soon as he pulls out, there's obviously the gain from the slipstream and the overspeed that he's got. But then they start to equalise, and the advantage starts to go out a little bit more to Biko in that BenQ, the Williams Esports BenQ car.
And this is where, the fact that our IMSA Esports BOP process was so data-driven means that I have confidence in saying, based on data provided by these drivers, the Mercedes has a lot of acceleration, and Ferrari maybe has a little bit more top-end speed. Will be interesting just to note where those characteristics compare in the racecraft needed at the end. Hypermac Backham brings the Coanda LMP2 car down to pit lane. In this machine, we're continuing to talk about driver lineups. Hypermac Bobby Zelensky makes his return to the 24 Hours of Daytona along with Xander Reed, along with returning Coanda driver Tommy Osgaard.
Yeah, I love that. Obviously, Tommy's been spending the year over with Heroic, now rejoining the camp. Can I just say, by the way, though, disappointed. I love Mac. but I thought in December last year we gave a big goodbye, goodbye. It's so nice seeing you. And next race he's here. He's still here. I thought he retired. I thought he'd given up.
Okay, to give him at least a little bit of leeway, he's not in one of the GTP cars.
That's true.
As that was Johan Harth. Now, did he run into the back of the race clutch LMP2 as they fan out 3 wide with the GTDs in front of them? Doesn't seem like there's any front end damage on the number 98 by any means. Gap at the front's definitely come down through the traffic once more.
Yeah, there wasn't contact there, but it was a little bit sketchy with the race clutch. Shout out to JVB. From Race Clutch, who was passing me some information on potential like drives and stuff for this, so was giving me a little bit of assistance on building my little entry list so I can work out what's happening. We ride on board with that. That is close to contact, but I don't believe there was, because I think the speed difference between them, I think if there was contact, I think they were both going off.
Now, there are 2 Race Clutch cars, so I've got a 50-50 chance of picking the right one here as I try to get the camera working. It points in the wrong direction, but I just want to see the perspective here. Was there ever a moment where did get a little bit loose, but didn't necessarily seem like Matteo Frigero had lifted out of the throttle, and so yeah, you can see the front end on the 963 looks, at least for the time being, like it's a-okay and not going to get any factory need for assistance. This is busy, and I was just about to note that it's close all on up once again, and effectively 9 cars in this GTP class are split by 9 seconds.
Fantastic news. That's exactly what we want. And like you say, this is why the traffic gets so thick, because the GTDs haven't really split apart that much. And when the GTPs come back together again, they navigate with the odd, look at this. Oh my goodness. This is terrifying coming up towards the Le Mans chicane. Looks down the inside from various drivers and teams, Drugger Racing, they're trying to work their way past. That's why you have to be very good at this kind of stuff, because if you're not, there is a horrendous crash. These drivers are so committed through traffic, and you've got to be.
And Josh Rogers takes advantage. He'll pass Eduardo Leo in the Commander Esports car. That look into the chicane just gave an indication that Dominic Hoffman wasn't hanging around, but also that some of these drivers did lose almost 3-4 seconds in having to lift off of the throttle into turn 1, off of the banking, really deep into the corner goes Rogers, and just holding on to that spot. It's allowed Ate Kalpanen to once again build a 2-second lead. More LMP2 cars are now down to pit lane as we close in on about 40 minutes complete in this one. I think intriguingly, those at the front of the LMP2 class, the ones that are yet to come down pit lane.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's probably more of just like a strategical. Maybe it's about how they're playing tyres. Although again, tyres on this, no, we're not going to go into it. But it's fine. They'll be changing tyres on their stops. We'll go with that, and we'll move on before the pair of us get really angry.
Well,
do they have limited tyres?
No, they do not.
Oh, okay, no, it's fine. No, shouldn't have asked the question. Don't get angry.
You're going to not say it, so I will. They do, like in the real world in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship, they do tyres and fuel at the same time. It just takes away maybe a little bit of the strategy when it comes to...
A little bit?
Okay, all of it, yes.
A little bit of strategy. I remember the first year that I did this, Moritz Lerner did, I think it was 4 hours.
It was 4 stints for sure, I remember that.
4 stints, I think it was rear tyres or front tyres. He did 4 stints on either the front or rear tyres and worked his way through the race. Everyone was like, really? And he was really quick as well. I think that was just after he'd left Williams.
That's a long time ago, actually.
Yeah.
Now.
Yeah, time has flown past. Before he went to door, we were kind of wondering where he was going to end up, and I remember that stint being like, "Wow, he is quick." Yeah, we don't have that anymore. It's boring.
It is boring. Not boring though to see that there is a bit of fuel mileage going on here. It's Matteo Frigero in the race clutch number 16 that's going to go 1 lap longer than, well, basically the rest of the field as they stand right now. Alexander Davidson was the first driver into pit lane this lap, and well, there you go. Up on the jacks. There's no difference in the strategy here.
No, absolutely. Like I say, they'll all be slapping their way onto some fresh tyres and then back out onto the circuit. So just under 40 minutes for the LMP2 fields to work their way in. Not too bad, but not ideal, as we'll just see them roll off. Thanks, Arjun. No, it's fine. Obviously, I'm taking the neck. It's fine. There's no. When your stints are so short, there's nothing you can really do on strategy, really, apart from it's like 1 or 2 laps. But that 1 or 2 laps does build up over the race, so who knows?
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? You're planning a strategy here over 24 hours, and we mentioned no safety cars, the impact of strategy that gets amplified as a result of that. We'll expect Matteo Frigero probably into the pit lane this time but back out on track. It was a short field from Mac Backham that's actually going to see Veras Kawanda grab track position, so that's where strategy can also come into play to get you in front. Maybe if you compromise yourself at the end of the race, but give yourself a little better positioning for the remaining at least opening hours of sunlight that we're going to have before we head off into the nighttime running. 3 seconds the margin at the front as here comes Sir Charles up the inside of Josh Ladd. The Porsche's not going to get on through though.
That was a bit of a brave look there from the commander man, Charlie Collins, the very much a Welshman, wasn't will try and work his way past once again. I saw the gap from GTP lead come down. Now it's gone back up 3.7 seconds. That's just the ebb and flow as they work their way through traffic. You know, sometimes it closes, sometimes it gains, and clearly this trio were at least awkwardly placed going through traffic. You can see in the bottom of your screen there the fight for the GTD lead. It still remains Williams Esports BenQ. We're having to be fair, Williams Esports generally are having a great race, with the unfortunate exception of the Williams Esports Chill Blast car, which I believe is still in pit lane.
Yeah, I think they're done. Unfortunately, I don't expect them to roll back out. Given
That's crazy for that contact.
The problem was, right, it wasn't even the contact with the Mercedes that was the issue. It was just then the contact into the wall.
It just didn't seem that hard, but then again, you know, if you swing round and you hit the front wheel into the wall, then yeah, it can break your steering. And once that's done, the repair for that is 20 minutes, half hour. And actually, speaking of which, they've just started moving in pit lane. So they are back out of the race. The Williams Esports Chill Blast car, and they are 7 laps down on the rest of the contingent.
12 minutes and 45 seconds of repair, but endurance racing spirit, they'll go out there and at the very least maybe they can operate as a bit of a draft help for their teammate in the
don't start speaking of that.
nighttime running of the race. Now, it doesn't have to be controversial. I'm just saying, it doesn't have to be controversial. People always just assume the worst. Let's go up to the front, though, of LMP2, where here comes Alexander Davidson to try and challenge Mac Backham in towards the Le Mans chicane. Not going to happen this time. Behind them, though, Mag Performance and Inet Motorsport Blue, another driver that tried a bit of an undercut. Leo Russell, now at 5 positions from where they started.
Yeah, and again, Leo Russell was very impressive yesterday. Like I said, we'll have to wait and see if Alexander Davidson can find his way past the 81, or maybe even if they want to so much at the moment, because sitting behind and getting some slipstream and fuel mileage might be the crucial factor. Although, as I say that, you'll see on your tower, it has changed. The WSR Esports Bucking car will return to the front of the LMP2 field, and Mac Backham will try and keep up in the slipstream.
Yeah, let's be honest, I don't think Mac Backham really cares about that. He's like, all right, I've taken a bit of a haircut on my fuel for the first pit stop. Now if I can save some fuel and ride behind, it will be in a good position. Now we do have to go back to the point which, you know, Mac Backham, quote unquote, retired sim racer. Now he's allowed to be retired if he doesn't do anything serious. If he does anything serious, though, boy, wait on social media, he's going to be thrown straight under a bus. Johan Harth into pit lane.
Yeah, I'll be thrown under the bus by me. I was a part of that emotional send-off. I got to commentate with Mac Backham. I had a great time. He's a lovely guy. He's a lovely guy. I won't tell you how much he was shaking before he went on. It's fine. It's okay. Obviously, we can see some of those GTPs in the pit lane after about 44 minutes. I did get told by Luca Monroe that they found in practice Cadillac will go and last normally about 48 minutes. So maybe we'll see some of the GTPs go up towards the 50-minute mark. Obviously, again, that's I don't want to be that guy, but he didn't even do it himself. Slightly slower than what we're running in top split. But you never know. Like, these guys might be able to run it, you know, stretch it up to about 50 minutes.
The other thing to think about, right, is the setups that these drivers will be using. Low downforce does tend to mean that you will be at a track like Daytona, maybe not going to be such a factor, but you would traditionally use less fuel than a high downforce setup would be. The reason I bring that up is there are, of course, 4 GTP manufacturers. We've got, I believe, only 3 of them in the fields here today that are serious contenders, but the Acura, maybe counterintuitively, Lewis, is the one car that's actually being set up with high downforce. One team, I won't say who they are, they've told me it's maximum downforce for their Acura.
Seems like you're getting some accurate information. Okay, I will leave now. No, it's fine. Yeah, of course, you're absolutely right. When you've got a high downforce setup on, as we'll see VRS Commander work their way into pit lane, same with Josh Ladd and the Williams Esports Fanatec car, as they'll all work their way down after about 45 minutes of proceedings. You can see the rest basically coming in the background, the entire contingent down onto the lane. Once you've got high downforce on, you're having to move more air out of the way, and also you're slower on the straights, which means that you're on the straights for a longer period of time, which means that you're flat out for a longer percentage of time. So there's a lot of things like that, which is why you generally use more fuel when running with high downforce. It is everyone is in. So there you go, 45 minutes. Now we know. Done.
About 30 laps, 29 laps or so, I think will depend on the traffic considerations. In the next part, you see the ATRS machine at the very back. Gabriel Nardelli's just brought his, I believe, Cadillac down into the lane. Now, one thing that we didn't see, fortunately, no repeat of Gianni Vecchio or Oscari Rene 2022 IMSA Esports Daytona, where they had contact in pit lane. Everyone was able to get their way into their box relatively unperturbed. Now they just wait to be released, and fortunately released into a corner now with the speed limiter still enabled. Where the white line is at the front of the pit lane used to be where drivers used to release themselves from the limiter, and I've got to say, it was always a bit of a treacherous proposition, taking yourself through this left-hander at full racing speed. Now you've got to wait till those green cones, courtesy of the Michelin RFID tracking system.
I will say, from this angle, it definitely does look like orange from on board. I'll say that.
One more look.
No, it's fine. Yeah, see, that with that sunlight, that's orange. That right there, that does look like orange. But from the other angles we were getting, it wasn't. Anyway, we'll move on. We'll go with copper. We'll go with copper and we'll commit to that one. Yeah, no, I used to think the pit lane exit here was pretty dangerous. Still do, but I mean, it's banter, isn't it? So it's fine. I think even now, I think you can do it. You do it flat, but there's a part of it in the back of your mind where you're like, oh, maybe I do have to lift, even with the pit limiter on. That corner is that tight. I did notice, by the way, Gordy Much had a moment on the previous lap going out onto the oval, as we've got a lot of moments in traffic.
It's three classes overlapping right now, and as they try and figure out how they want to get on through, was that a Coanda Esports machine that slapped the wall? I'm pretty sure Dane Warren flirted with disaster, but hopefully he got away with it. He's got his fellow Aussie now, Josh Rogers, tucked in behind him as the 81 and the number 8 run in 7th and 8th positions. Gap for your leader through this cycle. Ate Kauppinen now almost 5 full seconds in front of Sir Charles Collins.
Yeah, can say I don't believe Dane Warren hit the barrier. I think he got very close, but I don't think he actually made contact with the barrier. Nor, again, as I say, it was at that corner where Gordy Much had his moment a lap ago, where he spun round and definitely wore out these tyres quite a bit, which is a bit of a shame. Obviously, navigating the traffic and then picking up the slipstream. I think they'll genuinely all probably be a little bit concerned here that Ate Kauppinen has that large of a lead, to the point where it's kind of like, maybe you've got to start working together a little bit here to start dragging down that gap. Then again, when you consider other cars that are in those positions, VRS Coanda, do you think they're going to work with Williams here? Do you think Coanda are going to work with Drago Racing and Team Redline to try and close down that gap? I don't think so.
I think that's the question, right? It's more, will Redline and Coanda resume their rivalry? Because boy, is it a historic one. Here's what happened to Gordy Much, by the way.
Rest in peace. Around he goes.
He's a RaceSpotTV commentator, by the way, now. So.
He is now. I've still commentated with him, though. I'm very disappointed.
Oh, to be fair, look at him off of the second hairpin. I mean, he is having to drive that car from the rear right now, which I don't think is necessarily how you want to be driving a prototype. No. Something's not right.
No, I'm not 100% sure as to what was going on there. But obviously, you know, on iRacing particularly, when that slide from the hairpin from the West Horseshoe, that could overheat your tyres, and it can actually cause problems for the next couple of corners as the tyres are coming down into temperature, to the point where the car becomes really snappy. So it might have even had a moment like the international walkthrough, and that kicked off into the West, and then overheat the tyres even more, and then was having that slide. You don't want to be leaving these corners in these prototypes, putting in a big bag of opposite lock. And yeah, you can tell something wasn't right with that car. You don't normally see Gordy making those kinds of mistakes.
Now, I've got to ask you a question, Lewis. What happens when someone joins a new racing team?
They get teased. Why? I don't know. What happens when someone joins a new racing team?
So I'm going somewhere with this. Just hold on a second.
Okay, I'm hoping so.
So when people join new teams, right? Change of environment, change of atmosphere. Sometimes, people new helmets for their virtual race cars. Some people will get new equipment for their sim rig. What has Elvis Rankin decided to do? Well, he's decided to join a boy band.
Yeah, no, okay. So I was going to say this in the, obviously when we're having all the drivers saying things, I did really want to message Elvis Rankin and be like, mate, what's happening? What's happening? I mean, fair enough. Each their own. It's great that he's done something different.
Yes, he's joined a boy band. That's the way that I am forever
We'll go with it.
I'm going to refer to this. Now, it is obviously quite curious to see if he's joined up with Coanda for 2024. He's going to share a car with Josh Rogers and Zach Campbell for what is his debut effectively in the purple and orange. That's a pretty high expectations as Rogers saves a whole boatload of fuel.
Yeah, and Elvis Rankin's scoff in his face.
So contact for the lead of GTD. Sorry, Lewis.
For the second time between a Williams and an Apex. Let's hope not. Was it anything major or anything big in there? I don't know. They seem fine. So.
Well, you take a look at this and you tell me.
Here we go then. Out towards. Whoa.
You tell me.
Oh yeah, that was far too close to a very large moment. Like I say, just a slight overlap there from Alejandro Sanchez trying to get past Biko. And to be fair, I will say they are both quite lucky there.
And then I think into the chicane, inside line for the Apex Racing 198, and don't think that there was much that the very feisty Alessandro Biko could have done in that situation. Right, we have just avoided disaster. I want to be clear, that could have ended very, very badly. And as we close on the top of the hour, fuel savings gone out the door instantly. Luke McEwen tried to go the long way around on Josh Thompson, wasn't going to pay out there though. I would expect these drivers to stay in for another hour after this though, and it's starting to be a little bit more tense, I feel.
Yeah, like I say, when I've done commentary elsewhere in the world of sim racing, you do typically see on like some other simulators where they will switch every hour. And I always said I'm baffled that happens. I don't understand why you'd want to switch every single hour. I guess, treat it as hour sprint races or whatever. For me, it was always 2 to 3 hours behind the wheel. Anything less than it always feels like a little bit too little. Anything more is like you're getting a little bit exhausted, fatigued, and you're not really applying your full level of focus. Typically with these, we'll see them do 2 to 3 hours. In the night, you might see them pull a 4-hour stint, trying to allow the rest of the team to at least sleep for a little bit. But I don't think we'll see many driver swaps. We might see 1 or 2. We'll see.
Enjoying your company here, of course, for this first iRacing special event. That is a team race. The iRacing Raw that took place 7 days ago was solo, with drivers doing 2 hours and 20-odd minutes in LMP3s, GT4s, and touring car machines. And next time we're racing for an iRacing special event, well, guess what? We're back here at Daytona, albeit with very different sort of intentions in mind. We're going racing for the Great American Race, the iRacing Daytona 500. Now, that's something that you don't want to see me and Lewis anywhere near, right?
What do you mean? I've done it 3 times.
Have you ever finished?
I've finished it 3 times, twice in the top 10. You
Not
pump
bad.
Your brakes, mate. You pump your brakes.
You've had better luck than me. I've been able to blow my gearbox before I've even got to the green flag before. That's neither here nor there, though, as Alessandro Biko searches the long way around for the race lead.
Yeah, trying to hold off the Apex Racing team car. It might well be a switch for the racing here. We ride on board with Josh Thompson to the outside. We'll see the 199 go, and still no way for Alejandro Sanchez to make his way past. I can read numbers, by the way. It's 198, it's fine. I could feel someone in chat was instantly just like, actually, it's fine. Still Williams Esports BenQ, though, remain as our race leaders. But like you say, things are starting to build in this group, especially as Luke McEwen has rejoined the fight. It is quite a long train here for the racing, despite the amount of times traffic has worked their way through.
Yeah, I think BS Competition have also, by the way, had an issue in their Ferrari, so don't think we're going to see Oscari Rene or anyone else in that Zebra camp rolling anytime soon, and they'll be slightly frustrated given that we had seen 2023 actually had some success for them across of some of the iRacing special events. Is starting to, by the way, keep quite close between your leaders in LMP2 as the WSR Esports Buttkicker machine still leads, but only by 2 seconds over Mag Performance and VRS Coanda as your fuel mileage games continue to rumble on. Talk about conditions. I don't think we've touched on that just yet today, Lewis. I mean, they're pretty optimal for racing. It's usually quite cold in Daytona in January, but it's not going to be freezing in the real world in a week's time. It's not going to be freezing for us today either.
considering my my attempt to play golf yesterday was marred by -1. I like the idea of 22 degrees ambient as into the pit lane comes Alejandro Sanchez, and I believe he might have brought the Stormforce ART with him. Certainly did, along with the Williams Esports Academy, all coming down to pit lane. A few other teams as well in there as well. One of the CB5 cars, the Falcon car, they're all coming down, which makes sense. Fair enough. Maybe a little earlier than expected, though.
But I think that's also a tacit recognition that they can't do a full hour on fuel without having to save what would be an unreasonable amount of fuel for them. So just keep an eye on whether we will find them back out in a quick pit stop. Will it end up being a little bit shorter over time as they try and get some track position? So Thompson, Vecchio, and Deeth, those are the three cars now behind Alessandro Bico. The Delta Simtech by Grid and Go entry. Cody Deeth switches over from Williams Esports at the end of 2023 to the Delta Simtech by Grid and Go outfit. He's in what I think is maybe a bit of a dark horse lineup here, because Cody Deeth, Sven Haase, Nicholas Rubelar, if they stay out of trouble, Lewis, I mean, that's a lineup that will take some beating.
Yeah, Cody Deeth again was very impressive yesterday in his Haribo car.
Ooh,
but
tasty.
I think I can't remember what. Again, I generally forget things just after they've happened. And he had some drama. I can't remember exactly what it was. I think it was a spin somewhere. It might be a contact. Again, honestly, don't remember.
Clearly not important.
A lot happened in that race. Either way, that car is rapid. That's the important bit. As are, let's be honest, most cars on this grid. So the win can really come from anywhere. But do remember, of course, a lot of these teams are battling for a win, for a place in the Industry Esports Championship at the end of the year. That's the important bit.
And that's why on entry into pit lane, Cody Deeth goes very aggressive and trying to make sure that he finds his pit box as well. Bico's at the very end of pit lane. That's one of the things that you note here at Daytona. Some drivers end up sharing their pit stalls, and now as the other drivers find their way into the marks, instantly up on the jacks, and I think we all know how we feel about that in the commentary booth. Check back in with the Apex Racing team pair out of pit lane after a 33-second pit stop.
Yeah, I've got to say, the pit entry here, we were talking about this last night with Peter. Someone disagreed, and I just carried on as if nothing happened. It's fine. I don't like the pit entry here because I think it's really difficult because there's no reference. It's just I was saying this yesterday, it's basically a wide open car park where you've got to come down from racing speed to the pit lane speed whilst kind of guessing a little bit as to when to get on the brakes. To start. It's really tricky as the two Apex Racing Team cars will now switch positions with the GTDs, obviously just working together a little bit in this grouping to try and work their way up to the front of the field.
Has been a change in strategy though, because the Apex Racing Team drivers mentioned 33-second pit stops for them. It's about 41 seconds, 42 seconds for the rest of the field, and so Apex now find themselves with about a 6-second advantage as rejoining Williams lead from red line, Delta Simtech, and then the second red line car with Gianni Vecchio sliding behind the 001 entry. But that's interesting. Much like with Mac Backham electing to try and get some track position, Apex have decided they want to be at the front.
I love that we've got a 1 and we've got a 001. I don't have a single issue with that at all. They're not the same number.
Okay, you're about to get me off on a rant here.
Yeah. Go on, off you go.
001's not a number.
001 is not a number. It's not a number.
01's not a number.
No, 1 is a number.
I mean, to be fair, Lewis, have you ever commentated on proper dirt oval racing?
No.
Where you'll have like a 17, really a 17A, a 17B, a 17C. Yeah. And I can keep going until we get through all the letters of the alphabet if you want here.
Yeah, that's unacceptable. A letter, a number followed by a letter is okay if it is a class designation.
Right.
Like, there isn't a 17A and a 17B. You've got all these cars, and they're like 17A and like 24A, and whatnot. That's because they're in the A class, and then you've got like a 19B. That's fine, because the letter's not to differentiate it from a different number of the same number. 00, the only time things like a 00 are acceptable is 007 on an Aston Martin.
No.
That is it.
Still not acceptable.
But even then, it's still a 7 to me. It's not like you can't have a 007 and a 7. It's that is the 7. It's just branded as the 007.
Yeah.
That is the only exception.
All I'm going to say is the RaceSpot US 500 that we did at the end of 2022 to say goodbye to the IndyCar, we had a 7, an 07, and a 007, and I wanted to tell all of those drivers, no, go away.
You are banned, sir. Get out.
If you try...
Are you still friends with them?
Well, one of them's my teammate is the problem.
Which one?
Henry
which
Bennett.
number? Which number?
Oh,
which
the
number?
worst one. The worst one.
Okay. Understood.
Yeah, that is his number as well, 007. British Racing Green. Like, you know.
Yeah.
I'm a programmer here, so you have to appreciate that, you know, you take anything with a 0 in front of a number gets removed. It doesn't exist.
I think even from a branding perspective, I don't like 3-digit numbers in most. Well, I understand it in multi-class racing because again, more for class designation. You know, so your double-digit numbers or whatever, the highest class, then
100s for
whatever.
LMP2, 200s
exactly.
for GTD. Yeah.
Those I don't have a problem with. But if you're, and also like the triple-digit numbers, like 888, for example, I've got no major problem with those. When you've got like, oh, and here he comes, the 146.
No, I know what you. I commentate on a multi-class series where they don't have fixed number bounds, and it's so awful. You just look at the number and you go, it's 35. Wait, which class is that in? We're getting very off topic here. I've just had a brainwave. What is going on? I think it's bump drafting. You maybe would associate that more with, well, the iRacing Daytona 500, but the Apex Racing team a couple of years ago, Lewis, proved to us just how effective bump drafting can be at this very track, winning the final round of the 2022 IMSA Esports Global Championship. They did it at the 2023 iRacing Daytona 24 as well. We'll see how it plays out for them here with that slight compromise in fuel.
But what happened to Parker White in that race? Oh no, hang on, who was it? Who was it that got sold? I think it was Parker White that was bump drafting in that race, and then someone got cannoned off into the barrier.
So
last year.
Yes, they were bump drafting through the banking, weren't they?
Yes, which was a brave decision, and it worked out negatively. Let's put it that way. I mean, yeah, bump drafting is synonymous with this racetrack. You're going to see it a lot, particularly in the GTDs. You will actually see it a lot if you look a little bit if you look close to the other categories, because they will do it as you know, to a lesser extent, but they will still do it as well. When you've got two cars though that have an 8-second lead, yeah. You've got to work together, because those two, I'm watching them now. Luke McEwen is just sat right on the rear end of Alejandro Sanchez, bump drafting. Well, there we go.
I mean, if you need an illustration of the bump drafting that is going on, iRacing has got the rear suspension of the Mercedes AMG models. Great. How do we know that? Because Luke McEwen is inside of Alejandro Sanchez.
Yeah, exactly. They are pushing, and now. This is what I love about this, is now you get unlikely rivalry. Unlikely rivalries becoming friends. Yeah, exactly. Like, you've got Redline here. That if they want to win the race, you know, it's right now. They have to work with Williams. They have to. If they try and go and do it themselves, they're definitely not going to win. But you have the alternator. That's nice.
I wanted to find out just how detailed the Ferrari was as well.
Yeah, fairly decently, considering you never see it. Yeah, this is a tough time for the rest of the field, because I will say, like the Apex team, they're still pulling that margin out.
Okay, this is where I just want to take a step back and say, there's bump drafting, and then there's bump drafting. I explicitly remember talking with Apex either before that season finale in 2022 or last year's Daytona 24, and remembering them saying that they felt like certain combinations of drivers and teams within their own camp had a couple of tenths of a second advantage compared to other drivers within the team. So imagine what that could be to teams, other drivers outside the team who maybe have different strategies for the bump drafting. Lighter fuel load as well, that will be a bit of a factor. They're half a second per lap quicker at this stage, so maybe that's a bit of fuel mileage at this point, and we'll have to keep an eye on that storyline, on that strategy as it continues to unfold. We focused for quite a while on the GTDs. Let's say, well, bonjour once again, I guess, to the GTPs, and Ate Kauppinen now 6 seconds clear of his teammate Josh Ladd in that orange Williams Esports playseat car.
But at the moment, it's been hit by quite a lot of sunlight. It's white at the moment as it works its way through. Let's see what colour it is at this time of day.
Orange.
Well, to be fair, it was still white there. Oh, look. Okay, see, from that angle, it is orange.
I mean, I don't know where you got brown from, Lewis, other than maybe your colour brown.
It's just with however the light in or whatever, it was definitely brown. It was, again, I'm still going with copper.
Okay.
In this light, that was definitely orange in this light.
Okay.
That's right.
Excuses. Racing driver excuses from a commentator. Here are the two Coanda Esports driver, by the way. Dane Warren on the left, Josh Rogers on the right. No swap around, at least for the time being. Wonder if they're in communication with one another at any point, Lewis, or if they have a team manager, whether it's Pash Gergis, Jons Jens, in between them and coordinating.
Well, I will say the pair of them, and it's fair enough because you're allowed to at the start of a race like this, especially when you're not leading or whatever. They both look miserable. But fair enough. It's a stressful race. They don't show any emotion. Let's be honest. Is Josh Rogers the most emotional person in sim racing?
No. I will say, meeting Josh in person for the first time, the demeanor that you see in front of you on camera,
it's exactly the same.
That is Josh when he's not racing as well.
Yeah, it's pretty good. I think the most emotional that I've seen him was on the Saturday in Sweden, and that was because he was really deathly ill. Sorry, it was on the Friday rather. Right?
I was going to say
on the first day rather. Yeah, he was really ill, and he looked horrendous. Whereas now he looks fine. He just looks. He looks
bored.
He looks. I was literally about to say he just looks bored.
I mean, it's easy right now, isn't it? I guess.
Well, I wouldn't want to be bored an hour and 6 minutes into a 24-hour race. That's a bad look. But like I say, keep your eye on the prize. He knows how to win these kind of races.
I mean, how many has he won? I think he's at 4, maybe 5 iRacing Daytona 24s.
Yeah, I don't remember. I've got the stats somewhere.
Somewhere in your big book of BS.
I might have it on a spreadsheet in my on my Google Drive. You have to wait a second. Yeah.
Off you go to Google. Just type in
in my stuff. I'm searching my own stuff. Research Daytona. Here we go.
You're still searching in Google, right? It's your own searching in Google, but it's still searching Google.
Hold on.
Here we go. 2-time Simi Award winner here, by the way.
You talk amongst yourselves, yeah?
While you're talking, I'm going to go on livery watch for a second here. Let's go LMP2 very briefly and just cycle through some of those cars, because I've got to say, Dallara LMP2 is quite an aggressive-looking machine, and some of these teams have really managed to meet the challenge of making it look spiffy. That WSR Esports by Buttkick car looks very, very good. I'm just trying to give you time to go and search through Google.
I've got. Did they do 22 or 23?
Who?
They didn't, did they? Commander, Josh Rogers.
They didn't do last year.
No, I don't think they did 22 either.
No, they did 22. Remember, Apex pushed them to a breaking point. We saw mistakes from Josh Rogers in 2022.
Apex won, yeah. So then, according to my sheet, he has won 3 times. It was 19, 20, and 2021.
So there are definitely people that have won this race 4 times, though.
Yeah, I think Mitchell's won it.
Right.
5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 times.
5 times.
There you go.
Who else?
And has led the most laps round here.
Wait.
I do remember that. Mitchell de Jong has the most laps led.
I remember that stat. My question is, are you sure it's 5 and not 6 for Mitchell?
It's 5 up until 21. Because he won in 21, in 2020, in 2019 as well, obviously. He won it in 2017 with Kronker, Jens, and
okay, keep going.
And then won in 2016.
And keep going.
Oh, and he did. Oh, it's because I spelled his name wrong. I've only put 1 L. Yeah, he's won it 6 times. Okay, fair enough.
So you've converted him into the European Mitchell de Jong.
Yeah. I spelled his name completely differently. I'm not going to lie.
Okay, so yes, I agree with you. 6 wins for him, 4 for Kronker. Max Benneker's got 3 in the GT's class, by the way. No Mals, unfortunately. Can you imagine him, Patrick Koltzman, Yuri Kastorp, and Moritz Lohner? I mean, what a lineup.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive, isn't it? I will say, my favourite Mitchell de Jong stat, which again this was updated to 2022. Of all of the laps that he did round this circuit, from 2015 to 2022,
what's the percentage?
In this race, he led 85.2% of the laps. 85% of the laps. Mitchell de Jong led. That is, like I said, the ones that he was driving. He did 1,927 laps. He led 1,643 of them.
That's just cheating at that point, isn't it?
That's ridiculous. And do you want to know what? The 2022 was the worst one. He did 291 laps. He led only 68, which means that if you ignore those 2, the stat is it's 96%.
And again, 2022 was the year in which they were being pushed to that breaking point by Apex Racing Team. So it goes to show the success Mitchell has had at this track. And He's racing today, isn't he? I just can't
Yeah,
remember
he
who's in the car with him, because this is the problem with special events. There are so many teams, you're not sure who's going to make it into top split. Redline, for example, put a poster on social media with all the drivers that were racing, but not in what car, like it was specifically evil towards commentators. So yes, gathering information is never easy for us, is it?
Mitchell is in the car with Sir Charles Collins. So maybe we'll see him add to the stat of leading. Who knows? Who knows? I mean, that is the highest placed VRS Commander car, sat 7.5 seconds off the race lead. So you never know. He's also the only person in that car above 10k. So, you know.
Is he?
Read into that way. Yeah, because as far as I've got, Charlie Collins is 8,965 and Oscar Pye is 8,128.
Pit stops back underway for LMP2, by the way. Leo Russell in the Inet Motorsports car is into the box, finds his way into the lane, and no drama for him in terms of speeding. One thing I did want to bring up at some point, and I guess we can do it now. There's never a good way to do this, but we wanted to send our thoughts to Owen Carroll, to Reese Carroll, and to the entire Carroll family. Owen was going to be racing this weekend and won the final round of the 2023 IMSA Esports Global Championship, but Lewis, he unfortunately lost his mother a couple of days ago. He's not going to be racing today. The Apex Racing team have put a message onto the side of his car, onto the side of every car rather, racing for Rachel this weekend, and our hearts go out to the entire Carroll family.
Yeah, that is very sad indeed. We know how fast Owen Carroll is, and obviously these are one of the times where life takes over and you've got to refocus and reprioritise. It's a big shame, but yeah. Anyway, that's very sad. I didn't even know that happened. I'm heartbroken now.
Yeah, no, I was really heartbroken to hear it, and so again, Owen, Reese, I'm sure the entire Apex Racing team is with you and supporting you along the way, but the entire sim racing community is here for you as well. Anyway, there's no good way to touch on it. Thoughts and prayers with the family, but as we continue to ride our way through this race, with 10 minutes now into this next stint of the race, basically break this race up into 1 hour blocks. Lewis, we started with 50 cars, we still got 46 out there and running.
Yeah, exactly. We did lose quite a few, but let's be honest, most of them that we lost, I say most of them, pretty much all of them we lost, was in lap 1, which, fair enough, is the highest risk point of the race. With no safety cars, we don't bunch the field back up any point really throughout the race. So the only retirements that we've got, we will see some added to it. Someone will make mistakes, through the nights. There will be more chucked onto that list, although there comes a point where the further you've got into the race, the more you're like, I will get to the end no matter what. Although I will say in the GTD category, things are starting to look very bleak. Look at that gap Alejandro Santos and Luke McEwen are putting together. It's now at 10 seconds. I have no doubt that they're definitely lighter on fuel, so they're sure to stop, and so we'll expect them back in, say, relatively soon. You know what I mean? The fact is that they're pulling out a large gap, so they might be taking lower fuel so that they can go faster, so they can, whilst yes, sure, they'll be adding a pit stop, or maybe even a second one, extra pit stop onto the race, but it's about trying to build a gap and put themselves in a comfortable position away from the train. They're controlling their own destiny.
I've already almost doubled that gap as well, right, since they've come out of pit lane, and so I think it helps when you have teammates that are coordinating with the bump draft. Like you were saying earlier, enemies become friends in the form of, Williams, Redline, and the grid and go entries, but sometimes difficult to have to compete against teammates that know how they want to bump draft and, trying to catch up to them. There's Hyper Mac Backham, who's into pit lane and jumps out, and for the first time in, more than 12 months, Tommy Osgard is back in the purple and orange.
Love to see it. Love to see Tommy jump behind the wheel. I really enjoyed talking to him quite a few times this year, and his time at Heroic, but let's be honest, this will be feeling like returning home. It is lovely to see Tommy Osgard back behind the wheel of a VRS Commander, especially with Mac Backham, to be honest. It's a pretty solid lineup for the LMP2s. Let's see what he can do, though.
Maybe that is why, as well, Mac came back, because he's like, Tommy's racing, I've got to. Probably not.
Potentially.
I think he'd be more likely to follow Tommy into Commander Zwift Sport than anything else.
Oh, do they do all that stuff?
I don't know if they've actually been doing it seriously. I still just remember it's the best April Fool's prank that any sim racing team has ever done when Coanda announced that they were going Zwift sporting.
Yeah, I mean, I've done my fair share on Zwift.
It's not bad, is it?
It is not bad, but then you realise that I'm like, oh, God, I'm too fat for this. And thus I just go back to playing golf, which is a golf that fat people can play.
No, but that's why you Zwift, Lewis, because you can do that in your room without anyone seeing you being slightly chubby on your bike. That's why I do it, at least.
Yeah, but the most fun part of cycling, this is now we're really off topic.
We're really off topic.
The most fun part of cycling is coming downhill.
Oh, yeah, without a shadow of a doubt.
Which you can't do on Zwift.
You don't get the same experience of it. No, you do not.
The most fun bit is blasting your way down a hill at a speed which will absolutely kill you if you make a mistake.
We are off topic, but I'm going to bring it back on topic by saying, you know who enjoys a good Zwift session? Give it a guess. Come on.
No, see, no. See, you're open.
I'm opening the door. Okay.
I every time I hear that, I just want to make a joke. And I can't.
Okay.
I can't. Not on this broadcast.
Tony Kanaan loves a good Zwift session.
He does love a good Zwift session.
To the point where you can go and Zwift with Tony Kanaan if you would like to. And by the way, Tony is racing this event with, who is it? I'm forgetting the content creators. Matt Malone, Quirk, and someone else, who I apologize for forgetting the name of, but it is still 6 o'clock in the morning for me, so I apologize. But they're racing from Tony Kanaan's headquarters in Indianapolis right now.
Oh, nice. I do love a little bit of 2K. I remember, was it 2020? Sorry, it might have been 21. He did the 24 Hours of Spa. It must have been 2020 then.
Right.
24 Hours of Spa on iRacing, and he did it like with a lot of people that I knew and all that kind of stuff. And so I was kind of on the cool with that. I think Fernando was in that car, Rubens was in that car, TK, and then a few others. And I remember they were driving the car in the early, it's like 7 o'clock in the morning. Obviously, he'd gone through the night like and stuff. And TK's just there, he's having a chat. And I was like, oh, you sound a bit out of breath, mate. He's like, yeah, I'm going up Alpe d'Huez. Oh, having a chat on Discord, are you? What's going up? Yeah, fair enough. He does love it.
A lovely guy, lovely ambassador for sim racing as well, and so do go and check out their own stream. Dan Suzuki's the other. So Dan Suzuki's flown all the way from Europe to the US for this. That's not bad. That's pretty cool. Now I might have to go check it out as well. We're taking a look at a replay of what happened to BS competition, and that's a zebra that's had everything clipped.
Who did they get sent by, I think, is the bigger question. We're about to find out that answer. There's no way you made that mistake by yourself.
I thought we squashed this during the Golden Toast Grand Prix.
Oh, no. That's why you don't get too close to the traffic that you're passing.
And so there are two PGZ LMP2 cars. It's the 114... I can only imagine what's going on in Pablo's Discord right now.
Yeah, and I'm sure there'll be conversations between. Just basically drove straight into him. I mean, I know that people will say there was air between them, a slight gap, but it's like, I mean, even still, you've got to leave more than that.
I mean, this is the better angle, right? Effectively following the banking. You can see how close the Coanda car was initially, by the way. That was actually maybe closer than the moment with BS competition. But like you say, it's the risk avoidance, right? Not wanting to put yourself in those situations.
Look, there's definitely netcode there. Yeah, we can all see it. That's fine. But at the end of the day, you've just got to give more room than that. There's no need to pull it down to a millimetre or two between you. You've got to give more room than that. But it is what it is. And for BS competition, that'll be basically their day. That'll be them done basically on the rear. You saw how the rear of the Ferrari was pulled straight off. The Ferraris, so it's designed to do that. It's kind of built as three pieces. The front, the middle, and the rear. And it counter to how normal where it's like you replace the rear bumper and you can place the rear wing. It's like, no, that whole rear wing, rear bumper assembly, the lights, all that kind of stuff, that is one whole piece, which is why it comes off as one big piece. It's great that it actually does it in iRacing as well.
Yes, that's a bit controversial to some, right? The fact that in some ways it's built like a prototype to facilitate replacement of parts.
More expensive.
In racing, it's more expensive, but ultimately, winning is expensive. And there's a cost associated with it. We're on board with the sole surviving BS competition entry then in this top split of the VCO Grand Slam, the BMW M Team BS Plus competition car. Reason why it's significant, I feel, to talk about this as well. Mentioned Dominic Hoffman, of course, is in the Drago Racing Acura that runs up in 6th position. His former stablemate, in fact, former teammate. You couldn't often find Dominic Hoffman racing without Danny Lorenzo. Danny Lorenzo's now a zebra. It feels a little bit weird.
Yeah, I'm bitterly disappointed they're not together. I've always said it before. There's like loads of like drivers that we look at through the world of sim racing. You kind of like, oh yeah, it's nice when those lot all stay together. Yeah, obviously speaking of BS competition, obviously there was Naox along with his duo that jumped over from G2. Obviously, Arthur Camera
G2
jumping over with him. Yeah, exactly. They all jumped over with him, and that was great, along with Greg Shaw as well. But sometimes when you get into that scenario, sometimes it's good to have a fresh start, just you yourself, jump into a new team. But it's disappointing.
It is disappointing. Yeah, it would have been cool to try and see, a few more of them stay together. We talked about that with Kova at the end of 2022 when they disbanded, those drivers wanting to try and stay together. And unfortunately, we have Antiohola. We talked about him in the SimRC LMP2 car. Valtteri Alander's in the BS competition lineup, I think today for Daytona in that LMDH class. So the way that things have worked. LMP2 pit stops, just waiting for Matteo Frigero once again to make a trip down to the lane. Tommy Oscar is alongside Andrea Bristow with the Inet Motorsports car directly behind Alexander Davidson. Don't think that anyone outside of Tommy Oscar has actually seen a driver change up towards the front of the P2 class just yet, Lewis, but suddenly that gap has been shrunk and the 23 sees the rearview mirrors filled with 3 of those Dallara P2 cars.
Yeah, like I say, it's not a major shock that no one else has switched drivers, really, other than this car right here. That's fine. Yeah, exactly. We expect them to do at least a couple of hours to start the race. I don't think anyone's going to try and pull the Govan Keeney
10 hours.
stint. 10 hours and 15 minutes behind the wheel, which is just not on. But the thing I think the more important bit of that was that it was 10 hours and 50 minutes behind the wheel at the front of the field.
Yes.
Right? That was the more impressive bit. Jumped out, Pablo jumped in, did a couple of laps whilst scared, and then Govan jumped back in, and then we're not going to talk about that. Either way, into the pit lane, of course, with the 16 allows Davidson to take over the race lead, and like I say, pressure's building behind him. We might see a switch.
Indeed, we have. Leo Russell, who's been on track for already 7 full laps on the stint, is going to tuck behind the Mag Performance entry as now the gap up to your race leader grows to 2.5 seconds. It's not a large gap by any means, and Alexander Davidson, who's he sharing that car with? There's, of course, 2 WSR Esports butt kicker entries. Nathan Moore is at the wheel of the other car right now, the 123, so he's taken over from Daniel Ferguson, the 2023 Radical Esports Cup UK champion. Davidson sharing with Lucas Lindqvist, Lucas Prada, and Robin Glerum. And of course, I don't think we've talked about the origin story for the team just yet, but Lewis, these are plenty of the drivers that left Pure Sims Esports at the end of last year.
Yeah, see, I don't fully know like everything as to what happened. Like, did they leave? Like we all know that Pure Sims they're no longer a thing. Fair enough. But because it's so much of the team, was it more just like the whole team just went right, moving? But basically, in effect, from the outside, it kind of looks like a rebrand. Basically, to a slightly less colourful and whatever. That's fine. I miss the bright yellow. I'm not going to lie. But yeah, is it like in a sense a rebrand and a reshaping of the team, or is it literally they've all just kind of gone left and they've all gone, oh, actually, by the way, there's this other team. Do you want to go and join that?
I think it's more of the latter than the former.
Interesting.
There's 2 sides to every story, aren't there?
Yeah. Well, it's just because like every series that I've commentated on where there's been a Pure Sims car,
yes,
it has become WSR. Like they've not like Pure Sims have left and then a new entry's come in that happens to be WSR. It's everywhere it is WSR. What does WSR mean?
World Sim Racing.
All I can think of. Oh, see, every time I'm just like. It's why I was mostly caught out by it, because obviously it was Ash Sutton's team and it was WSR. I was like, West Surrey Racing? Are they taking part in this? I mean, I know it's got associations because of British touring cars. I was very confused with that. But yeah, I knew it wasn't that.
They're only allowed to get drivers from West Surrey. Can you imagine?
Yeah, exactly.
The banter that team would have?
Exactly. I think Cam's in West Surrey, so you never know. But no, as we look at Drago Racing, Drago Racing, okay, who's the highest I-rated driver? Is it still Vasquez?
In all of iRacing?
In all of iRacing?
I think it's Gustavo Ariel now, isn't it? I thought it might be.
Because I know Aaron Vasquez was at the start of the week.
I mean,
But
again, the
maybe
fact
Gustavo
that we
Ariel's
have more than
retaken
30
over.
drivers over 10,000 I rating is that's ridiculous. It's not fair. We need to reset I rating and have everyone start from the same level playing field again, just so we can say we're as good as Josh Rogers.
No, I think what really needs to happen is more people need to join iRacing. This is not a big shout out or anything like that, but it's more people need to join so that there's more, because obviously iRating is a zero-sum formula. So
the more drivers that come in, the more I rating available.
Around, which is why people like me who are mid-tier can get to 3.2k whilst just cruising around. So keep going. Just keep signing up. I want some of that iRacing. I want you to join and donate all of your 1,250 I rating to me, please.
And is this a good time for us to make the plug that I think iRacing.com new memberships are probably still 40% off, so you can jump on and get 2024 underway by joining us for all the fun. Next special event, Endurance, by the way, will be the iRacing Bathurst 12 hours, isn't it?
Yeah, which I'd like to do. I've not done for ages. I have not done that for a hot
Lewis in
minute.
a GT3 car sounds dangerous, says WSR Esports
How
Butt Kicker has
dare
gone
you.
around.
How dare you?
I mean,
Again, sorry.
Am I wrong?
No, well, now I'm going to bring up the stat. Now you've brought that up, and I'm going to bring up the stat. I can't remember, I think it was 21. Might have been 22, but I think it was more likely 2021. As we'll see what happened to the WSR car just going around the outside, just got turned. Probably just opening up the steering wheel, trying to open up the corner, but the car's still on the outside there, the Williams Esports Academy car. We'll take another look at this one, diving it down the inside. Does the Academy car go straight for the apex? No, not really. They just kind of come together. That's kind of just a bit of a racing instant between the pair of them, I guess. As I was going to say, though, 12 hours of Bathurst, me and Dan Kell, we got through the entire race with 0 incidents. I'll have you know. And of all of the, I think it was 2,901 teams entered across all of the time, all the splits, all the time zones and everything like that. I think it was 2,901 teams. Only 2 teams got through the race with 0 incident points. It was me and Dan Kell, and it was a couple of drivers you might have heard of, Enzo Benito and Max Verstappen. So you pump the brakes.
Yes.
Me in a GT3 sounds dangerous.
But how did your Spa 24 go?
Don't talk about it.
No, how did your Spa 24 go?
Everyone spun at the same corner. I just spun a little bit too hard and binned it, all right?
Just making sure we're laying all our cards on the table. Nathan Moore
I had
after
the
that.
least instant points.
Again, you're going back to the incident points, but you had the incident. Luke Reiber's trying to get past Nathan Moore, whose tires will surely be screaming after the half little lazy spin. That's the battle for 11th and 12th positions at the very back of the LMP2 class effectively right now. Only a handful of drivers running behind them as they head up to 2 more GTD machines through the kink. It will be the outside line that they filter through, and that's going to be the move prevented from taking place this time by. Are seeing GTP pit stops underway once again, hidden behind the grandstands. Johan Harth is up on the jacks once again.
Into the lane. Is he jumping out of the car or is he staying in? I believe he's staying in. Just to confirm, by the way, it is Gustavo Ariel who is the highest I-rated driver. Did get that one confirmed. Dane was the one that passed on the information. He is on 11,100 as Gustavo Ariel. Aaron Vasquez is on 11,063. I wonder if they'll stay above 11k. Because obviously remember Beneca was the first driver to get above
10K.
Yeah, he got into the 11K, was the first driver to ever do it, and wasn't there for too long. Now sits at 10,892 and is not in this race.
Yes, but he's doing it for us because 10K Beneca sounds a lot better than 11K
Way
Beneca.
better. Way better. I wonder if he is one of the... I'm trying to look now. He might be one of the only, if not the only driver that's above 10K that's not in this race.
Oh, no, not true.
Really?
Because Ritomo Miyata, who of course competes with BS competition, but also, where is he not competing in the world of motorsport this year? He's got a global calendar of events, but yeah, he is also above 10,000 I rating. He might be the only one.
Damon Woods is not in this race either, as far as I'm aware.
No, he's not.
Might be. Yeah.
No, he is. Damon Woods is.
Oh, really?
He is, and in fact, he's currently in the car right now for the Falcon Sim Racing team.
Let's salute him. Good day. Sorry, Cam Eben.
Ooh, yes. Now Cam is a bit of an MX5 specialist, and
exactly.
Well, people might take that the wrong way. People might think that Cam only races MX5s on iRacing. That's where he's got all his I rating. That's kind of true, yes. But Cam Eben also was part of the Spec MX5 shootout earlier, or rather, at the end of last year. He races in the real world. He won a scholarship from Mazda Motorsport. So, MX5 specialist. I mean, there are worse things to be called.
Yeah, exactly. I think there might be like 3 or 4, but what that means is that we've basically got about 30 drivers above 10k in this race.
I think it's 32, yeah.
33 on the platform is what I have. We've got 33 drivers above 10k, which is insane. Remember when it was just 1?
Right.
And that was a long time. It was just 1. I think it was 25, not even that long ago.
And it's why Benica got the nickname as well. Let's not forget, right? Now no one's getting a nickname. Gustavo Ariel's not getting a nickname for hitting 11k at this point. He'll need to hit 12k before we get excited about that. His Redline teammates, though, I think are in trouble right now because they have lost the back of Cody Deeth, of Alessandro Pico in the train that runs 3rd and 4th positions right now, out of drafting range, and bump drafting their way forward as well. Are those just up the road?
Yeah, like I say, refocusing on the race. Don't worry, we'll drop the podcast mode because it'll be back. Don't worry, through the night.
Oh, you believe it?
Refocusing on how things are going right now because we've still got plenty to deal with in this race. We ride on board with Damon Woods, a couple of those red lines ahead. Again, the big concern in the GTD category is just how fast Alejandro Sanchez and Luke McEwen are going right now. Knowing that they pitted with, about 55 minutes into the race, and they had a shorter stop. The expectation they might be in the pit lane within the next sort of 10 or so minutes. If they've taken that little fuel comparison.
Ooh, yeah, I didn't even think about that. Lewis doing the math and hopefully,
I wouldn't go that far.
Hopefully getting it right.
Wild stab in the dark, mate. Wild stab in the dark.
Wild stab in the dark, indeed. GTB pit stops. Dominic Kaufman in the Drago Racing Acura has gone an additional lap, but everyone else is in. Ate Kauppinen, 49.2 seconds stop, seeming as though all drivers are going to try and do at least a triple stint, if not a quad. Collins out in second. Josh Ladd will then be directly behind. Not sure exactly what the margin is going to be between Sir Collins and Ate Kauppinen, but it is still only within 5 or 6 seconds now with about 90 minutes complete.
The more we say this, the more people are actually going to think that he has been knighted.
I mean, for services to the world of sim racing, for controlling Bryn Collins, I think Charlie may deserve it.
That is true. Bryn is hard work. So we'll have to wait and see. Bryn's not in this race, is he?
Oh, I don't think so. Is he?
No.
He's not in that LMP2 lineup, so no.
No, he's. I don't think he's in any of the top split stuff. I don't believe he wasn't on the schedule, like for when the commander put out the poster.
Right.
He wasn't on there. I don't believe.
So implies that he's busy raiding the McChicken somewhere in the Porsche Coanda facility in Gronau. There's the look.
Did he eat a lot of Mackies?
He apparently enjoys the McChicken, yes.
Okay.
Have you not heard that story?
No, I don't know if I want to.
It's not particularly bad, to be honest. It's just it's one of those things that we'll save for RaceSpot After Dark, and we'll pretend that should be shrouded in secrecy just to keep people excited. No other reason other than that. Josh Rogers, by the way, drops behind Marcus. What was his name yesterday? Marcus Hamilton.
Marcus Hamilton.
Hamilton, sorry, I was not getting the pronunciation correct.
2 O's, E on the end. Great name.
Of course, we saw plenty of those these drivers using second accounts yesterday on Friday Night Primetime, hence where those funny names are coming from. But Rogers going to get back alongside, and this is where the Acura being, a little bit more high downforce, visually you can see it. Even with no draft, Rogers is blowing on by.
Yeah, but it might not be done by the time they get into T1 because this is when the advantage goes the way of the Acura straight around the outside of that first corner, as we can see now riding on board with the BS competition car trying to get past the Alters. Still, it seems as though they're going side by side into the International Horseshoe. The inside line should work out in favour of the VRS Coanda here, but now it splits the two Coandas and becomes a Movano sandwich with Coanda bread. Very tasty.
Yeah, and there's the bread in that sandwich right now. Still looking at very calm drivers as they unload for their now third stint of this race. Are we going to see a quad stint? Or are we going to see the triple stint? What do you think, Lewis?
Quad.
You think a quad?
because the stints are so short in this comparative. I guess they're not that short, really, are they? Okay, no, triple. We'll go with triple.
We'll go triple? Okay, we'll see. Roger's going to have another look, this time past the LMP2 machine. That's the cultured team with Ivan Perez in those Spanish adorned colors. Rogers gets one car between him and Hamilton, and now maybe that's going to cost Hamilton as the run off of the Le Mans chicane is going to see Dane Warren spool the hybrid up. Eduardo Leo right behind as well in that Altus machine as we look backwards from the Movano car.
Yeah, exactly, as we'll now potentially see the switch position once again as we head back out towards the start-finish once more. Let's see if both, obviously the VRS-1 is going to give the slip to his teammate, so yeah, the two are going to work together there as we can see the plane landing in the distance at about 7,000 miles an hour, but right now a couple of switches in category and still the battle continues.
And so at this rate, it's going to take a move like that. Warren doesn't hang around. He's got to try and stick in the draft of his teammate. Hamilton gets the message, tucks into line, and behind is Eduardo Leo. Danny Lorenzo run behind two. They're only 20 seconds or so away from your leader, still very much in touching distance if things play out in a certain direction. Going back to the point that we were talking about earlier when it comes to drivers from Urano making their way to new teams. Vlad Kimichev, that's news to me. He's linked up with Race Clutch.
Yeah, I mean, not a bad one to jump over. Of course, Race Clutch have been dealing with a fair amount in the recent couple of weeks, but here keeping eyes very much focused on the race ahead. Again, gave a little bit of a shout out to Jürgen behind the scenes, of course, who had a good chat with this morning, just trying to keep up with things, juggling an awful lot at the moment with the cars they've got in this, across the various bits, as do most teams. Speaking of that, by the way, I did see Alexei Nesov posted in chat that Vasquez is 11k and is in second split. I was like, oh yeah, because of course, just because you got 11k iRacing does not guarantee you to be in top split. That would be a bit of a wake up and a shock to the system for those in second split to be like, oh.
I mean, I think it's more a wake up call for your teammates, isn't it? That hello, if one driver's got 11k and he's being brought down to second split, it means the other drivers don't have the iRating to warrant being up here. It is also, I think, somewhat impacted, right, by the fact of how the splits of classes have worked out. Because in the real world, 21 GTPs, that would make sense. But then maybe 17 LMP2s and only 12 GTDs, that maybe doesn't stagger the way that you'd traditionally think, Lewis. You'd maybe expect it to be the other way around, more GTDs than LMP2s.
Yeah, I think most people would have probably expected that coming into. I would have expected to see at least 15, maybe 20 GTDs. I was expecting this many LMP2s. And like you said, the reason why we bring that up is that if you were expecting to make top split by expecting it to be 20 GTDs and then, with the ones that we've got, you might look at it and be like, oh yeah, well, obviously, we'll be like 16th of the GTDs. Oh, there's only 12. Right. Fair enough. And obviously Vasquez is in one of those GTDs, which I know Ewan O'Leary did say he was like, it's a bit odd that he's in a GTD, he thought, but then obviously, to be fair, that GTD is a stacked field. When I was going through it, I'd got through, I think it was like 6 or 7 of the GTDs when I was like making my little entry list. I had 9 drivers above 10k in just the 6 cars that I'd been through.
I mean, just in the GTD class right now, we've got 11 running, and there are, again, 6 drivers with more than 10,000 iRating out there and in the field. There's no question, by the way, as we watch second, third, and fourth. That's a slip from Charlie Collins. Johan Harth gets through. Josh Ladd will take advantage as well, and Collins maybe will save a bit of fuel for the time being. I did see a question about, Max Verstappen. I think for the most part, Lewis, we've avoided talking too much about Redline and Verstappen in general, but if we check in with the Redline contingent in GTD, it's Vecchio in front of Thompson, and still around 1.2 seconds behind the train for third position.
Was there a question about this, or was it literally just like, is Max in the split?
No, the question was, are we just watching Team Redline because Verstappen's here?
Oh, well.
Which I don't think we watched Verstappen that much today.
No. I don't think we have because
he's not in the car.
Yeah.
So we're waiting for him to get in the car.
It's a bit hard to watch someone when they're not behind the wheel. We'll be looking at an awful lot today. Like I said, the pressure's on Redline now to work together and try and close their way back up. Not only, you can see it on there, not only to the duo of the Apex Racing team that are running first and second, but even to the back of the Williams Esports Ben Q car, which is, again, as far as I'm aware, is the only car on the grid that has all drivers above 10k. but also to catch up to that group with the Grid and Go and the Williams Esports car, and then the Apex Racing team that are running first and second. They're putting in a wild stint right now.
Yeah, they are pulling away. Now, the shot I'm really hoping to see is the back bumper of the race leader. Doesn't look like it's showing any impact from the bump drafting, so that implies that they are basically as calm as you'd like right now. There's not really much that they're too concerned about. Maybe get a bit concerned if you're involved in some of these fights. Marcus Hamilton is being swarmed in this LMDH category already. Dane Warren 2.5 seconds clear. LMP2 car checking them up in front, but as Eduardo Leo searches the long way around, Danny Lorenzo, Sam Coitet running behind into the horseshoe. 3 wide, they'll go.
That's a brave one to the inside for the Altus Esports driver, trying to work their way past. Again, bit of lap traffic up ahead. They're going to go either way of them as they work their way through. It's all very sketchy indeed. Altus to the outside of the Movano Corsa car as they work their way through the dogleg. That is, again, it's so brave when you're going all the way around. Like I say, each side of some of these LMP2s. And for the LMP2, let's be honest, that was not exactly a comfortable experience for the Mag Performance LMP2 there.
They did basically as best as they could, though, to stay out of trouble, and that's the car that runs second in the LMP2 category, 4 seconds off of your leader. That would have probably cost them a little bit of time, but recognizing discretion, the better part of valor. So it's 5 for 9th position. 5 very strong teams as well. A couple of the BMW running entries. Danny Lorenzo will look underneath Marcus Hamilton and slide his way on forward as he works up into the top 10. Sam Coitet, let's not forget, had the spin out of the International Horseshoe on the opening lap. He's trying to recover his way back on forward. It's going to be a long day in the 21, though.
Yeah, exactly. Unfortunately, it's going to be a long day for quite a few, especially those that had those early drama. I mean, it's a long day for everyone, but for those that have already had early drama, this is, again, it is a frustrating race. But, you know, like you say, for Sam Coitet, who was backwards on the first lap, you're still in proceedings, so you're still in the race, you're still able to chuck yourself into it. So, you know, I don't think anyone should be too worried if they've had a poor start right now, as long as they're in the mix still, you know, as long as they're not a million miles away.
Here's a look from the pit lane as Alex Dunn gets in to replace
my man
Luke McEwen, and Luca Kitas getting into the 198. Just had to make sure I figured out who was in what car.
Yeah, I had a little chat with Alex Dunn, of course, driver from the GP3 Championship, runner-up in the GP3 Championship this year. Had a great few chats with him over the year. Recently joining the camp. I did see a bit of a moment in the background, by the way. Sam Coitet's just had a bit of an off. I think dipped 2 wheels in the grass in the braking zone before we head back out into the oval, and I think it might cost him a spot actually.
He's behind Vlad Kimichev now, that is for sure, but fortunately it's more time and pride than anything else that's been impacted for him. Into the chicane, you're now leading GTD contingent of Biko and Deeth, still separated by 1.2 seconds from those behind. We can go ahead and take a look at the moment that Lewis was referring to. I mean, first Coitet's up the inside of his sister cars in the GTD class, and then it's through the left-hander that things go on wrong.
Yeah, just trying to get around the outside here, maybe just trying to give a little bit too much room onto the brakes of the WSR car, and just overdrove it a little bit. Fair enough, those things happen. Like I say, it's a bit of a wake-up call more so than anything else. No major worries there, as we can see. So the Apex Racing team are into the pit lane, and then the pain and anger of both me and Arjuna sees the race lead being the 1 and the 001.
Oh, goodness, I hadn't even noticed. You just had to bring my attention to it, didn't you?
Yep, that is horrendous.
And you're leaving the commentary booth in 20 minutes to leave me in my anger, stewing here.
You're right. I'm racing my way out of it.
So the way this is going to work, just to keep people informed who are going to hopefully try and join us for as much of the 24-hour coverage as possible, is you're going to be treated to, well, unfortunately, me and Lewis for most of the race, right?
Yeah, I'm on 11 hours of it. Sorry to everyone. Thankfully, though, I'm off after this for 2 hours, and then I'm back on for 3 hours, and then you won't hear me until 4:40 in the morning.
Oh, God. Can you imagine waking up at 4:40 in the morning?
I know.
And then hearing Lewis.
He does that. Sorry, I think.
Oh, you're going to talking about waking up at 4:40 to commentate? No, don't go there, mate.
No one wants to wake up that early for a broadcast. Come on. And then we got Porsche off. We're not going to wait.
Oh man, yeah.
You got a weekend just to me, mate.
Oh, I've got one more after that as well. I don't know if you know.
Yeah, but it's not with me. So.
No, it's with Peter. It's a lot better.
That is a lot better. You got Peter for a couple of hours off.
I know that. Why do you think I'm so excited for 15 minutes from now when I can say goodbye to you?
Oh, yeah. He's far more. He's got a lot more that he can talk about, and he's better at golf than I am.
Is he actually though?
Of course he is.
What's his handicap? We got to figure this out.
Oh, I would. We're going to take a wild guess. I would say
12.
His handicap.
12 isn't a bad handicap.
No, it's not. I'm going to go 10. I think we're in the same kind of.
We're same kind of
area
ballpark where he's verging on the single digits.
Yeah, it's not 20 or so.
Yeah. So AKA he's better than both of us.
For sure.
I mean, technically,
For sure.
my unofficial handicap would be 36 because I haven't submitted a scorecard in legitimately 12 years on my handicap. So, just a reminder, you are giving me strokes when we play.
No, we're not. 9. There we go. His handicap is 9.
It's 9. Oh my!
It's 9. He is a single-digit boy.
He's one of those single-digit guys, right?
No one. We're broadcasting. There's so many people here, Arjuna, and absolutely no one cares about what we're talking about.
He's a single-digit golfer. That means oh my Gideon.
Yeah.
Right. The RaceSpot Golf Scramble is now getting more and more competitive by the day. Although I think after this, the three of us are going to have to dive into a virtual golf game and solve it for now, just because my handicap there is slightly higher, lower.
What do you mean after this?
After this, after we're done.
What do you mean after this?
When you're commentating, me and Peter are done.
Yeah, when during.
I can't multitask that much, my friend. I wish that I had the ability to do so, but I'm already, unfortunately, tapped out as, oh
dear.
That, I've got to say, there are saves, and then there are saves.
Yeah, but that's bad news for them after they're building that incredible lead in the GTD category. What even, is it just, it's solo, cold tyres. Oof. Who's behind the wheel of that now?
That's Alex Dunn.
Oh yeah, of course it's Alex Dunn.
Your boy.
Whoops. Yeah, just overdriving it a little bit. Cold tyres. Too much of the first curve. A little too much, or it's kind of one of those ones where you go for that second curve. It's either too much or it's too little, right? Because if you clobber that curb harder, you might get slowed down. Fair enough. But if you clobber that curb harder, you don't have a moment like that. Whereas if you don't clobber it at all, you don't have a moment like that. So when you clobber it just that right amount, that's when you get the moment.
And the guarantee now here is I think that Luca Kita, Alex Dunn are going to have to sync back up because they'll lose a second or so in syncing up, and then they'll get back to that bump drafting game. The margin between them and the field behind before they came down to pit lane was what, 20 seconds or so?
I don't know if it got. Well, yeah, it had got to about 20 seconds.
It was 20 seconds.
I was going to say last time I saw it was about 15. That was a few laps before they pitted, and they were going faster than everyone else. So yeah, probably it was about the 20-second mark. I think you've got to take the pain, cost a second, and get back to bump drafting. Because remember, the rest of the field will be faster than relatively at the moment because they've got lower fuel amounts, and this is not a high tideway circuit.
Yeah, last lap for,
whoa.
As that's close. This is the aerial look that sometimes scares us, even though the drivers are maybe a bit more aware of what's going on as through the Le Mans chicane they go. Last lap for Luca Kita, Alex Dunn, the fastest of them, 44.267. Race leader did a 44.7. So,
that's pretty good.
I mean, traffic plays its part, so it's hard to do an apples to apples comparison, but maybe it's not as bad as maybe we first initially feared. But you are right in saying that you'd expect these drivers at the front to definitely be a little faster. What's Biko going to do this time? He's half a second quicker.
Yeah, exactly. And I think now I have seen that Luke has basically dropped back towards Alex Dunn. So a bit of drama here in the GTD category. You can see the gap there, 9th and 10th, the gap between those being just 0.3 of a second. So they've brought that one down, they're bringing themselves back closer together. Meanwhile, 1.5 seconds separates first through 6th as the Simify car, I believe, comes down into pit lane.
Indeed it has, and so that's Tristan Iglesias, who I just want to give a bit of a shout out, qualified in a Porsche very impressively in the MC Sports Global Championship, often the highest qualifying of the rest of the Porsches. A contingent that included Porsche Esports Super Cup champion Jordan Caruso. Not always getting the race luck. I remember Sebring, they got turned in through turn 1 before they could even show us what they could do from second, but definitely look one to keep an eye on the deeper we go into this race, as Alex Dunn now gets in front of Luca Kita, who did actually have a slightly longer pit stop as well. Maybe he has to save just that little bit more fuel in comparison. it's early doors to be talking fuel strategy, but I realize that the engineers behind the scenes, Lewis, will be frantically working away on the numbers.
No, but it may also be about speed. It may be that they feel Alex Dunn is slightly faster, despite that mistake. By slightly faster, I'm talking like maybe a tenth faster. And in that case, you're better off having the slower car behind bump drafting, because they'll be able to keep up in the slipstream, and have your fast driver, even if it is by a tenth or two ahead, basically pulling them along. So that's maybe why they've stuck Alex Dunn back out. That will have been known for a while. That's not just a knee-jerk, like, oh, whenever you get to each other, let's see what happens. It's, no, switch back around. So they'll start bump drafting again, and we'll keep our eye on the gap as to see where they end up. And, of course, keep our eye on this fantastic battle, because to the inside now, the Delta Syntec G&G car makes its way through.
Nice little slide for the race lead, and now Cody D gets past his former teammates to lead this race in his new colours. Instantly, though, back underneath comes Biko, race winner in the Porsche Esports Super Cup. That will take the purple machine to the front. There's no doubt about the colour of that car, that is for sure, as it works its way on forward. How have we... What colour are these red line cars? They're not black anymore. They're not quite blue. They're in between.
No. Yeah, so this is the thing, is that I actually really like it. Because it is... I think they've toned it down a little bit, because it was basically dark blue before. They've toned it down a little bit where it is more black again, rather than it being this dark blue. But it's not fully just black. There's a little bit of blue in there. I quite like it. I think it's like it looks quite nice. I do quite like it with the blue though. I was seeing it again yesterday in the DTM Esports, the shootout, where obviously we had loads of drivers. I remember there was that the red light car that was on the real car, the 296, and that was blue and red. And then there was a lot of people driving around in that. I was looking at it being like, that does look good. It does look good.
Now Max Verstappen has actually gone out and tested in a couple of different GT3 cars. We saw the Ferrari wrapped in that livery as well. It definitely didn't look black in the real world, did it?
No, it was, like I say, it's more blue.
Yeah.
Which again, I think it looks good. I think it looks good with the blue. I think getting colours like that, like blue and red and blue and green, for example, to work together is very impressive. To see them move down the inside now, Cody Death will absolutely take over the race lead there. So a solid effort. The 001 passes the 1. 1 will lead. As a look to the inside with the 1, getting past the
1.
001.
No, it's just the 1 now. It's the 1 battling the 1. It's Delta Syntec by Grid and Go versus Williams Esports BenQ. Look at Johnny Vecchio, by the way, behind them, just wiggling back and forth. I don't think this is necessarily ideal, but I don't think they've started costing each other time with this fighting just yet. Problem for Cody Death is all of this fighting. Now he's alongside with the first of the red line Mercedes. The Mahler BMW has absolutely nowhere to go initially. Doesn't force the issue. Vecchio forces himself back into line.
Yeah, I think Vecchio was signalling there, being like, boys, get yourself back in line, because whilst we're all battling each other, messing around here, we're just giving the Apex Racing team a whole host of advantage. I think they are losing time in the battling between them. I mean, look, it's 47 seconds. I think they might have lost a couple of seconds over the last couple of laps, to be honest.
You can see those last lap times on the board, so the Apex Racing team cars were identical as the 92 slips in just behind that number 90, the number 1 race leading machine. But I think it's going to be the question of all these side-by-side moments, Lewis. How much time does that cost them? Because now they're out of the draft as well and not bump drafting each other.
Yeah, exactly. This will be the lap to really work out as to whether they're losing or gaining time, because they were going side-by-side for a significant portion. Into the pit lane comes... Oh, never mind, we're never going to find out. All of them into the pit lane, with the exception of the number 2, which remains out on the race circuit. So all of them come in. To give you a lap time of what the number 2 did, that was a 44.637.
Oh, okay, so maybe it's still a little bit quicker than what the Apex Racing team cars had done the last lap, but I don't think it's the type of lap that's necessarily going to scare anyone. So Cody Death hits the awkward angle into the lane as he finds his way up onto the jacks, and now we just have to count down and wait to see where, well, those 2 Mercedes filter on out, done back in front of Luca Kita.
Yeah, I mean, look, we know realistically from here the Apex Racing team, they're going to retake over the race lead, right, in the GTD category, because they had such a large advantage anyway. But where it was 20 seconds, it's about how big is that gap. That is the important bit. Have this group closed down. Have they? I think the other important thing from there was that, as whilst, yeah, sure, they were doing the same lap times basically as the Apex Race team, maybe slightly faster, they were on significantly lower fuel, and when it's a circuit that doesn't take too much out of your tyres, I think the bit that would have been the major irritation there, and you were kind of seeing it a little bit from Vecchio, was, what are we doing? We shouldn't be battling like this, because we should be going much quicker than they are and closing back down on that 20-odd second gap.
Yeah, I think the gap's going to end up being close to around 12-ish seconds now that they are off and away from the lane. Sven Haase takes over from Cody Death and is into what would be the lead of this battle pack. Biko and Steinbratton behind. So Biko stays in the car. Vecchio out, Steinbratton in, and so hypothetically Max Verstappen's not going to be into the car for another 2 hours or so.
No, surely not. Like I say, you want to do 2-hour stints here. You don't really want to be doing much short on that. I think Josh Thompson will work his way in from the race lead in the GTD category this time. Certainly does so. You'll see him dropping down the order as he brings his car onto the lane. And so once again, the race lead will pass its way back out towards the Stormforce ART car. Like I say, we'll really get a judgment as to how large the gap is.
You know what I've just realised, Lewis?
What?
Part of the reason why maybe Redline can afford to go back to a bit more of a black and red livery is now that Urano unfortunately are no longer around.
Oh, good shout.
There's one less black and red car on the grid.
But we still have Movano.
But, okay, now if you go and look at Movano's livery, it's not the CrowdStrike car that they had run in the IMSA Esports Global Championship, which was a little bit more distinctive, right? So this is a little bit more grey, red, and whatnot. You want to know what's red and black, though, right?
What?
You know where I'm going with this.
Well, actually, I don't. I'm very curious. Oh, yeah. Yeah, but no, okay.
But, yes, I know where you're going with this already.
Okay. The reason why I think the Movano is a crime against humanity when it comes to their livery, when it comes to how close it is to the red line, is look at it from the front. It's the red stripe that goes over the top of it. And every time I see that, I'm like, oh, it's the red. No, wait. At least with the race clutch, it's black on the front, it's red on the back. And you can be like, I can spot that. But those two, the Movano and the red line, they're too close.
Well,
too close.
The red line livery as well, to be clear, it's the only livery that should have a red line down the centre because it's in the name. Team Red Line.
Exactly. And I'm sorry, Movano, we love you. But please change your livery. Please don't put a red line on a black. Oh, but it's charcoal grey. I don't care. It's basically black.
What did Bryce call it earlier? Orco papaya or whatever it was?
Yeah, whatever. Yeah.
Orco papaya sounds very different. I have no idea what type of a colour that might be. Gustavo Ariel, by the way, is taken over from Josh Thompson and slid into this grouping with Steinbratton, Biko, Haase, and then Laubish behind. So Nicholas Laubish joined forces with Door Esports, another one of those Urano Esports drivers finding a new home.
Yeah, indeed. Like I said, there's it's been a lot of chopping and changing. Thankfully, this year has not been quite as crazy as last year, which was not fair for anyone. It was so hard to follow. This year's been slightly less crazy, although it was around this time of year last year that it did kick off and it kept going for 2 months. So I'll hold my breath, hoping that we've already done most of the exploding when it comes to people's contracts.
All I'm going to say, as I think LMP2s are down on pit lane, and there's smoke as well.
Quite a lot of smoke.
Yeah, that seems like a blown engine, potentially. We'll have to go and try and get an update there as Robin Glarum takes over in the net race leading WSR Esports butt kicker LMP2 machine, as they indeed are kicking some butt at this point in time. What was I saying before? I got very, very distracted.
I have no idea. I'm trying to find out which one was smoking. You were talking about butt kicking.
Before that as well.
No idea.
Before the smoke, because that was also what distracted me.
No, absolutely no idea. To be fair, I don't listen to you at the best time, so I wouldn't really blame myself for that anyway. Oh my!
And that's the 98, isn't that? That's Johan Harth.
That's, again, we'll need to take another look at that. That was naughty, right into the rear. And like I said, trying to catch down on the Marla car. We're on board with the 98. Straight into the rear. The problem with that is when you look at it, where else is that car going to go? Where else is that Williams Academy car going to go? You know what I mean?
that couldn't have been the smoke, surely, because that takes the tow back to pit lane. So was there something else that happened?
I believe the smoke might have been the WSR Esports Buck car 123. I think it seemed like it was a white car, although I'm just wanting to go back and double check. But I believe it was indeed. It was Nathan Moore.
Okay, let's see the replay here, because I think people need to visualize it before you describe it, Lewis.
Yeah. There's a bit of damage on the car on the rear left, but just spinning up the rear wheels.
Remember that some series around the world allow you to spin the wheels when you're up on the jacks. Certain endurance series do not. Fortunately, no race control to worry about in that case for the second of the WSR Esports butt kicker entries. So it's now 11 seconds at the front that Ate Kauppinen leads from potentially a damaged Johan Harth after that little bit of drama. The front end looks okay, though, in his Porsche 963.
That's what I was going to say. The car seems fine. The car seems absolutely fine, if I'm perfectly honest. Taking a look at it there, not even dented, really. I'm trying to look on the because it was on the right hand side. That was kind of, you can see it's a little scuffed.
Is it scuffed or is that just the?
Is it the dirt?
That looks like just the build up. Yeah, I've got to say, I mean, it's about time for us to kick you out of the commentary booth, Lewis. Yeah. 2 frenetic hours, 2 hours for you to relax before you're back in.
Yeah, I'm going to go to the range and try and get my handicap down to 9, apparently. But you can be joined by someone who actually does have a handicap of 9, and you can talk to him about whether the front end of that car is orange or brown. Or copper.
Or copper, yes, depending on the quality of your eyesight, it would seem. Say goodbye to Lewis McLeod after the first 2 hours of this 24 hours of Daytona, powered by VCO, officially come to an end. And as we say goodbye to one commentator, well, someone a bit more knowledgeable will come into the fold. Peter Mackay joins us now. Peter, delighted to have you along. You're getting ready to head over, of course, to Daytona in a couple of days' time for the Rolex 24 next weekend.
Well, thank you very much for the welcome, Arjuna, and I won't have that. I'm definitely not more knowledgeable than Lewis McLeod. Maybe in terms of golf, possibly.
I mean, it's a low bar, Peter, just to be clear.
He's rapidly improving. He's catching me up faster than I'm pulling away.
You've hit the wall at 9, though, right? Like when
I was 4 once, so I'm going the wrong direction.
Peter, clearly when we have, you know how we do the commentators race, the battle of the broadcasters, now we need to do this with golf, and you better be on our team, please.
Oh yeah, we'll win that for sure. Easily.
You've been watching on, I'm sure, over the last 2 hours. Pit stop strategies unfolding. Most of the cars still out there and running, although GTD starting to be hit by attrition at this point. What surprised you so far, Peter, in the couple of opening hours so far?
Yeah, it's interesting so far to see that a little bit of a mix of manufacturers up there at the front in GTP. We saw the Acuras be pretty strong last night in the IMSA Esports RaceSpot Prime Time race, and although we do have an Acura out front, the Porsches have brought some strong speed. Of course, we didn't see Apex Racing Team and VRS Quan the race last night, so they've clearly come with some very strong pace. And what did surprise me, I have to say, is how Johan Harth got away with that one. That was a big hit to that Williams Ferrari, which of course came off second best. I'm absolutely astounded that he's got away with no damage there, or seemingly no damage.
Racing God smile on you. You don't question it, I think is the way to think about it. Sometimes, though, it leaves you a little bit hesitant. I don't think Johan necessarily did anything wrong in that situation, right? He was just trying to run his line. It was just a slight miscalculation, slight misjudgment, and as look to the inside from Charlie Collins on Josh Ladd in through turn 1 as they unload off the banking, swap around the Porsche for Coanda, gets up into 3rd spot, and Josh Ladd down now to 4th position. We talked about this earlier as well, Peter. Downforce, something that people at Daytona would traditionally assume that you want to strip away. That Acura actually running relatively high levels of downforce.
That's interesting. Yeah, the Acura is a curious addition in the GTP category, because when they came on the scene last year, the Porsche is running a dual program with the World Endurance Championship and therefore Le Mans. Likewise for the Cadillac, whereas the Acura has been to this stage an America-only program, and that definitely has an effect on how you design the car and how you set it up. Yes, Daytona is important, but there's a lot of other big races throughout the year. Sebring, Watkins Glen, and Petit Le Mans are the big events that people want to win as well. Whereas in the World Endurance Championship, it all centres around Le Mans. So that definitely has affected the design of that Acura, and it's definitely a car that's purpose-built for American racing.
And it's a car as well that tasted success at Daytona, albeit, with some controversy as well. But controversy aside, it's proved itself as one of the most successful cars in that last year of competition, as also one of the most free revving engines as well. You can see that on board with Josh Ladd. He's actually at the very top of the gear range as it stands, not just running with the higher levels of downforce, but in some cases, some of these teams going for the shorter gear stack, which, yes, costs them some ultimate top-end speed, but gives them just that little bit more in acceleration off of the corners and maybe through traffic and out of pit lane as well. It's those compromises that you always have to focus on. Since the GTD pit stops have unfolded, Peter, the bump drafting continues. Apex Racing, after Alex Dunn's mistake, back at it with Luca Kita behind, and now 15 seconds clear of those that are trying to chase them down. So 5 seconds in about 10 minutes has been built up by the drafting.
It's quite an amazing tactic what Apex Racing team have been able to deliver, both last year in the Daytona 24-hour, but clearly this year as well. And it takes such accuracy and such trust. I'm sure they have to practice it extensively to make sure that it goes well, because you are taking a bit of a risk. If one driver misses the braking point, brakes a touch early, and all of a sudden you've got an incident on your hands, and both your leading cars are in trouble. We did see one slight slip last year when it was Peter Berneman clipped the back of his teammate at the International Horseshoe, but that was it in 24 hours. I mean, it's remarkable concentration when you think about it. Amazing mental strength from that squad, and they're definitely being rewarded. When you look at the gaps in the other classes, only 4 seconds the gap at the front in LMP2, okay, about 11 in GTP, but yeah, it's definitely a very effective tactic that no one else has been able to match so far.
Not just yet, at least, as Charlie Collins, Sir Charles, continues the charge forward.
Where does that come from? What's that all about?
So, okay, just to be clear, Sir is an invention of Lewis and myself. No idea where that came from. We got told to call him Charles Collins by his teammates. So, yes, Sir Charles. It fits him, doesn't it?
Charles, or Prince Charles, or King Charles.
King Charles, yeah, that's what I was wondering.
Not saying he looks like a spaniel or anything, but
you've got Sir Charlie Collins. We haven't given a title quite yet to Bryn Collins. He hasn't earned it. He hasn't won the MC Sports Global Championship just yet, so we'll give the titles eventually. But it's interesting just to note that Collins is back in front, and maybe there is a bit of top-end deficit for Johan Harth. We'll just keep an eye on that. You can follow along with timing, by the way, timing71.org, alongside our data provided by ATVO, as that's the inner LMP2 car that locked the rear tires up, and I've got to say, a red line machine very, very lucky not to get hit.
Oh dear. Well, let's take another look at it then, with the LMP2 car right in the heat of the action, goes for a move up the inside of turn 7 and just locks the brakes up. No ABS system, of course, in those LMP2s, and that was frankly miraculous. Didn't take anyone else with him.
I heard
there's a bump there. There's a horrible bump there on the braking zone. Very easy to get it wrong.
I heard a little crunch, but I think they got away with that. And that bump as well, Peter, it's one of those bumps where, because you're transitioning the weight, when you're in traffic situations like that, if you just get slightly caught out, it could be something like that where chain reaction unfolds.
It is, yeah. Where you think, well, I've got to squeeze by here, I can't afford to wait, and yeah, you just go for the braking that little bit later, and you squeeze the pedal down that little bit harder, and you can just pinch a little lock up, and round you go. But I think that could have been a bit worse, both for that LMP2 car, but also for the surrounding GT cars in that little incident. Seems that Johan Harth is being able to run a reasonable pace here at the moment, but I think he's going to need some draft buddies. If they can, I'm sure they'll get that damage repaired at every stop. When the tyres go on, you can do a tiny bit of repair at each stop, and it should get better rather than worse across the race, provided they don't have any more incidents, of course. But for now, I think he's going to need a little bit of a draft.
And hopefully no commentators curse there. They can stay out of trouble. The second Coanda machine, so Charlie Collins is in that number 92, of course, and if I remember correctly from social media, sharing that car with Mitchell de Jong and Oscar Pye. The number 8, Josh Rogers, Zach Campbell, and Elvis Rankin. The great thing about being in the world of sim racing, of course, is that sometimes we get the perspective of cameras from all of them. Now, unfortunately, Josh Rogers used to be sharing his camera with us. He's taken it away from our viewing perspective. Instead, we can see the two drivers that aren't actually driving right now. Peter and Elvis Rankin looking a little bit nervous. I think Zach Campbell's getting ready to jump into the car right now and getting focused.
Zach looks very ready for action at this moment in time with the triple screen setup, which most of the top drivers will run with. It gives them a really good peripheral vision. So let's see what Zach has been with the VRS Coanda team for a couple of years now, really risen up to the very top level of virtual motorsport, and from Atlanta, Georgia.
And more specifically from Lawrenceville, Georgia, which has a cachet of prototype drivers apparently, because not just Zach Campbell but Dion Fiallo out of Lawrenceville, Georgia. So it's interesting where these little pockets of motorsports circles come from. Atlanta does have not just Road Atlanta, it's got Atlanta Motor Speedway, recently paved and rebanked, of course, for NASCAR oval racing, but the Atlanta Motorsports Park as well. Plenty of fantastic facilities there, but they're all in the shadow of the Great Track Road Atlanta. And I always say when we go there for the iRacing Petit Le Mans, Peter, little could Dr. Don Panos have envisaged what the event, both in the real and virtual world, has become in the 20 plus years since he went to Le Mans and decided he wanted to bring a little taste of that over to Braselton, Georgia.
Yeah, I think what Dr. Don Panos did for the sport of endurance racing still has a huge effect to this day, both with the birth of Petit Le Mans at Road Atlanta, but also American Le Mans Series. Whoa, spin for a Ferrari right in front of the two VRS Coanda, or one of the VRS Coanda Porsches and the Altus BMW there. Did very, very well to avoid that coming out of International Horseshoe. That's the 14 Ferrari Simify Esports.
It's the former Altus Esports driver.
Oh, there's contact.
Who may have got driven over there by Josh Rogers, and Dane Warren able to slip on through as Eduardo Leo jinked to the left. We'll take a look on board if we can with the perspective from Josh Rogers. That might give us a bit of a better idea as to whether there was contact. The answer seemingly yes.
Easy done. Easy done. It seemed like Josh Rogers was maybe expecting just a little bit higher corner speed from that GT Ferrari there. I almost see it just doing a little tap of the brake, just trying to tuck my nose in through there, and it just seemed to unsight Josh Rogers. But as the prototype passing, you have to give room. You have to avoid that, and you don't want to be taking the chances with contact, because we've seen some heavy contacts where you can get away with it, and then we see some ever so light touches which have huge effects on car performance. So you don't really want to run that gauntlet very much.
And if you get your cars stuck together, for example, like we saw between that Williams Esports Chill Blast Ferrari and one of the Apex Racing Mercedes in the early stages, you find yourself with really not much recourse in the short amount of time you have to avoid an incident. Haven't talked much about LMP2 through the day, because really outside of strategy it stayed relatively stagnant. You can see that VRS Coanda have gained 7 positions by virtue of the early pit call and the short pit stop they did in the first stint of the race. Tommy Osgaard finds himself about 7 seconds away or so, now 8 seconds from your leading number 23 WSR Esports machine, that World Sim Racing car, of course. Simify's number 33, Mark Perez, hunted down by Corentin Gunes. And this has been one of those interesting storylines, Peter, that I've been following, I feel like now, for going on almost 18 months. Corentin Gunes, Kieran Harrison, we know them as touring car aces, but increasingly they've been getting their downforce fixes in these LMP2 cars at Daytona.
And I think drivers of quality of Corentin Gunes and Kieran Harrison, they've maybe seen they've maybe had a look at what their future looks like in sim racing. As you rightly say, Arjuna, they're world class in touring cars. They've dominated that space for years. Sadly, there isn't necessarily a top level competition really for them to go and compete in a touring car. Yes, we've had little shows of it in IMSA, etc., where they've run competition at the top level, but in general, there isn't much to go and play in a touring car at the very top level. So I think they're maybe just adjusting their strategy a little bit, because in top level prototypes, plenty of top events to take part in here on the iRacing platform. So maybe just a slight change of strategy. And I think if they can perform, and take even a modicum of what they've achieved in touring cars and brought it to sports car racing, they'll climb to the top of the ranks very quickly.
And of course, they started up in the front couple of rows, so seemingly still in a relatively good spot, have the race pace to back up the qualifying effort as well. Pit stops back underway in the GTP class, and Johan Harth has brought his Porsche 963 into the lane. He's going to hand it on over to Peter Berryman, the former iRacing World Champion in the Dallara IR01 machine, and someone that is rapid no matter what machine you put him in, to be fair. And he'll be given the gauntlet with Maxime Briant, the second of the Apex Racing team cars and the sole two surviving entries still left out there and running on the leading lap, getting ready to head back out there. Once you get these driver changes now, we've had a triple stint for the lead driver. I always wonder, Peter, in the virtual world, what does that first driver go and do? Because in the real world, you have someone who, I'm sure a lot of the bigger teams, especially the factory teams, as soon as a driver gets out of the car, they have an assistant, if you will, that's then going to say, here's your food, here's your water, now go and sleep.
Yeah, the energy conservation is a huge thing, especially now in a week like Daytona, where you have the Roar Before the 24 testing the weekend before. So the drivers are on site for 10 days. Some of them will stay in hotels, some of them will stay in an RV at the track. And yeah, just conserving that energy all the way through until the checkered flag on Sunday is vitally important. And, eating, very important. But they'll have to do a debrief with their engineer. And then potentially go and get some physio treatment too, depending on the driver in question, because particularly in these prototypes, you really do get battered around, and quite big loads on the driver in certain parts of the circuit. So definitely the fact, you're right, the factory teams, they've got it good. They've got lots of resources at their fingertips, whereas the thing is, there's not really any plucky little privateers anymore. Yes, you've got private teams, but they're all serious operations nowadays.
And the thing I'm looking forward to seeing is, honestly, the thing that most excited me about GTPs when it was announced was the possibility of the private GTP cars. And not only are we getting the private teams, the non-factory backed efforts, but Ben Keating, everyone's hero, let's be honest, Ben Keating is a motorsports driver. He gets to go and enjoy one of those GTPs at the Daytona International Speedway this year, Peter.
Well, Ben, yeah, for those in the sim racing world who don't know who he is, he's a man the other side of 50. He races completely for fun. His full-time occupation, he's a very prolific car dealer in Texas, and is well known as one of the top amateur drivers in the world, or bronze graded as they're sometimes referred to. And a couple of it, normally he'll compete in a car where he is usually either in the GT category or occasionally in LMP2 as well, but this time he's going to be in the top category. In fact, he's going to be in LMP2 as well, but taking a run in the top category in GTP. But he has done it before. He ran in the Mustang sampling Cadillac DPI 2 years ago, and he was within a second of the factory drivers, which frankly is outstanding.
And again, like you say, he's double dipping again. He used to do it with LMP2 and GT3. This may be slightly easier in that they're both prototypes, but I have to imagine the two systems being very different. That's going to be an interesting challenge for sure, and looking forward to seeing how he goes. Off and away from pit lane, it's Agustin Canapino that jumps into the Williams eSport Playseat machine. And so first off, want to wish a happy belated birthday to Agustin Canapino, who celebrated another year around the sun yesterday. And a driver gearing up for a big campaign in the 2024 NTT IndyCar Series, but also a very competitive sim racer, not just part of the Junkos Hollinger Racing program, to be part of the furniture at Williams eSports as well, Peter.
I think that's so cool. I think that now, as time goes on, the importance of your ability in sim racing is going to be more and more of an asset as a professional outdoor racing driver, if you like. So if you can compete at the top level of virtual motorsport, that definitely puts you ahead of an equally paced driver who can't do that. And you look at the junior programs that a lot of the manufacturers put together, more and more often they're hiring drivers for these programs who have a very strong ability in the simulator. Lauren Heinrich being the ultimate example of that.
Oh yes, and Lauren Heinrich, I've got to say, not only is he going to really enjoy his outing in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship this year, he's going to be at Daytona as well for the Roar, for the 24. He gets to join a team with not just a great social media presence, but Peter, one of the best liveries, I think, in modern motorsport.
Oh, it's fantastic. Rexy the dinosaur, or with on the back, the car is a GT3R model, but on the back it says GT3 Roar, which I'm a big fan of that. The idea actually came from the team owner, PJ Hyatt, came from his kids. His kids love dinosaurs, so his son wanted Rexy, and then his daughter felt like she was missing out, so that was where Roxy the pink dinosaur came from, and they now have Spike the LMP2 as well, so they've got a full range of creatures in the AO Racing team, and Kelly Brule from K-Brew Communications does a fantastic job with not only raising the team's profile, but also bringing the sport more accessible to children when they're at the circuit. Because to be honest, that's the racing bug bit me when I was 5 years old, and here I am a little while later than that. So it's that's if you've got children in the paddock, you've got to sell to them. They're the customer, really.
And they're who you want to get excited, right? The future as well of the next generation of motorsport. We go 3 wide with the SimRC machine alongside of Dominic Hoffman, who's still in that Acura for Drago Racing. He's been in from the start, seemingly going to stay in for a little bit longer as well. But we're going to get, I think now, what is our first real taste of what the long-term future of this race is going to shape up to be. Reason I say that is, Peter, when you have Ate Kalpanen up front, you know how consistent he's going to be, right? He is a sim racer's sim racer. I'm not trying to sit here and say Agustin Canapino is slow. I hope that people don't take me that way. But Agustin Canapino splitting his attention, right, between preparing for a real-world campaign, jumping into the driver-in-the-loop simulator at Chevy to get ready in the IndyCar, versus getting ready for this event with a very different sort of a focus as well. He may not have the level of consistency as some of the sim racers, even if he's got the raw speed. The gap that used to be over 10 seconds between first and second, already down to 7.4.
Oscar Pied is certainly looking strong at the moment in that Porsche, and also watch out for Dominic Hoffman, car number 69. Dominic, his pace was absolutely metronomic at last year's event, driving for the Urano team in the GTP category, now driving with the Drago racing team, who of course they managed to get the driver's title in the Turn GP iRacing series, so they have had some success so far and running right at the sharp end of this first special event of the year.
So with another 20 minutes gone from another hour of the race, still waiting to see with this GTP pit stop cycle complete, where Zach Campbell, Ian Changuben find themselves. The number 8 is in 7th, the number 81 is in 8th position, and then with the red line number 21 behind them for the time being. Still the gap grows in the GTD category as the 2 Mercedes at the front push their way forward, clear of Biko and Haase in the Williams Esports BenQ and Delta Simtech by Grid and Go Cars. Peter, feel free, by the way, to take this to the teams at Daytona. When you go there and talk to them about strategy, just let them know bump drafting, they tried it in the iRacing Daytona 24, clearly works quite well.
Well, it would be a brave one to try that. I don't know if modern day bodywork would put up to it over a prolonged period of time. And actually, I think one of the only teams that could theoretically do it would be Corvette. I think they're one of the few teams that have got 2 GT cars in the race. So that would be quite a sight. 2 Corvettes bump drafting each other down the straightaway. So you can see there, Dominic Hoffman having to just hook it right around the outside of the 2 GTs, making the way through, and really nice stuff through traffic there, and gains a few valuable car lengths over the chasing pack.
You've just made me go and look at the entry list for the GTD class this year for the Rolex 24 to realize that there really aren't too many teams that have multiple entries across of GTD Pro and GTD. It will be Corvette, and maybe the only other team would be the Fords, right, who will have 2 GTD Pro entries.
Fords have 2 GTD Pro, that's correct, and then Heart of Racing have 1 in each class.
Ah, okay, so I missed that.
Yeah. and it was actually their GTD car, not their Pro car, that did the business last year. The GTD Pro car was in the fight as well. They could have actually done a double because their pace was just so strong, but unfortunately a technical issue took the GTD Pro car out. But yeah, in general, I'm looking forward to seeing the new Ford, see how it gets on. Hopefully it won't be too long before we see it in iRacing. Take note, guys.
That and the Corvette. I think both of those GTDs would be nice to have sooner rather than later, given that we have most of the GTDs available on iRacing that are competing. We don't have the Lexus, which is only in the hands of the Vasser Sullivan crew, but we also don't have the Acura, I guess. But the fact that we got the new Audi, Peter, at the end of last year, despite the fact that Audi Sport, for the most part, have pulled out of North America, that does go to show that iRacing's keeping the GTD class nice and active as well.
Yeah, it's nice to see the certainly the latest version of the Audi R8 LMS GT3, which of course still has a significant presence at I think the Nordschleife is probably where you see it really performing the most, and of course in SRO competition too. But in America, sadly, it is sad that we don't see Audi really with any presence in American sports car racing anymore at the top level in IMSA, given the incredible run of success that they had, not just with the R8 and the R10 prototypes, but the R8 GT3 when it came into Audi Sport put a lot of effort behind it and put a lot of backing into the teams that took the car on in the early days of the reunified IMSA in 2014 and on. But yeah, sadly that's long gone now. Hopefully it will change in future.
Didn't the R8 actually, the GT3, just to be clear, didn't actually win quite a few Daytona in classes with the asterisk next to it about some of the issues with fuel restrictions and BOP things?
Oh yeah, Magnus had a win with it. Flying Lizard did very well with it too. Alex Job Racing did very well with it. So yeah, no, there was a lot of teams that were very strong with particularly the first generation Audi R8. So it's needs to come back to America.
And this Evo version, I also think looks quite aggressive. I do like the way that it looks.
Yes, it does. It's but I've seen them up close a few times, and they're a very imposing car, and still a formidable weapon. And again, it all comes back to if any of these GT3 cars, they're all so well designed and so well built. If they're given a fighting chance with a balance of performance, there's no reason why any of them can win the race. That's ultimately what it comes down to, is getting that balanced performance setting right, making sure that you're in the fight. And last year at Daytona, it really was if you had a front-engine V8, you were in with a very good shout. If you either had an Aston Martin or an AMG, you were in dreamland last year in GTD at the Rolex 24.
And you just didn't want to be in one of those Porsches, unfortunately, with how things worked for them. No. They'll be hoping for a change of fortunes, to put it mildly, I think, this year. So GTD still Apex 1 and 2, the Stormforce liveried car, which, by the way, I still maintain one of the best liveries in all of sim racing. And then behind you have the new Apex Racing Team livery, which, Peter, I saw a comment in the chat where the new Apex Racing Team livery, someone was suggesting that they preferred the old one a little bit more.
Well, everyone has opinions, don't they? They're all welcome to them. I think it's good to see teams just refreshing their livery. There's nothing worse than a team that come out year after year with the same livery. Interestingly, a tiny little bit of damage to the rear right of that Apex Racing Team AMG GT3. So perhaps that's a symptom of the bump drafting.
Oh yeah.
The back of the Stormforce car looks okay.
It definitely wasn't like that when it was the other way around. The 198 was actually leading, so maybe there was actually a bit of contact that we potentially have missed with some of the traffic. I have to say, I usually make fun of the prototype classes. What's my phrase, my refrain? GTP stands for going to pass, LMP2 stands for let me pass, and GTD, well, stands for going to die. Yes, GTD's been 12 cars already, 2 have retired, unfortunately. But outside of that, it's been a relatively clean race in terms of traffic, which is exactly what we want to see.
It is. It really is what we want to see, because at that race that we called the IMSA Primetime race from last Friday, Arjuna, that we called at Watkins Glen, that is burned into my retinas. I don't think I've seen so many crashes in 45 minutes of racing. It was abysmal, actually. This is much more like it. I mean, at Daytona you do have a little bit more room. Of course, you've got a lot of opportunity on the banking sections to make lots of passes in one go. There are little pinch points, but in general, the track is wide enough. If someone has a massive lock up there into the international horseshoe, that'll certainly spike the tire temperature.
Suboptimal, as Lewis McLeod would have said. We look backwards. You mentioned Lauren Heinrich being a case in point for, crossovers between virtual and reality. Ian Chan-Guven is also one of those drivers that blurs the lines between virtual and reality as part of Coanda Esports. He's the one that's in the hot shoe right now for the number 81 with Luke Bennett, and then Pedro Sanchez Albert and Vlad Kimichev all directly behind. Now, Ian Chan-Guven spent 2023 competing in DTM alongside Lauren Heinrich in those Porsche 911 GT3Rs. The one thing that all the Coanda teams say about Ian Chan, he's one of the nicest people, most enthusiastic personalities, and adds a lot to the team. So great to see him joining us for the first race of the iRacing special event endurance schedule. Of course, Lauren Heinrich focusing his attentions on the iRacing Roar in the real world. To swap around for second, by the way, Peter, the Drago racing car of Dominic Hoffman's got past Oscar Pye.
He's been on the move, has Dominic Hoffman in that Drago Acura, and yeah, on the move, really, with his eyes set forward. Of course, Williams have a 9-second advantage at the moment. Agustin Canapino was a 10th of a second quicker than Hoffman last time by, but I think now with Hoffman with a little bit of clean air, I think he could really push on and begin to chase down that Williams Acura.
And is a little bit typical Dominic Hoffman. Doesn't qualify well, has to work his way forward. Started in 7th up to 2nd, and well, kind of the story that we had seen from him when it came to Urano Esports and last year. Acura free revving, of course. Now 10 seconds off the lead. We'll see if Oscar Pye is going to be able to follow us up the inside of, I believe that's the Simu5 Ferrari. Tristan Iglesias running by himself. Your second and third place runners just continue to navigate through. Sun's beginning to set. It's that point of the race where we start to look at the temperatures, keep an eye on them as we near about 4:20 p.m. virtual standard time, 27th of January. I have been looking at the forecast for real world Daytona next weekend, Peter. I think it's a good thing we're not going to need the super low temperature compound that Michelin might bring to Daytona typically.
It looks like it's going to be a very warm Daytona, like it was last year. I think the difference is that there's going to be quite a bit more precipitation across race week. Friday looks not too bad, but over the race there's scheduled for sporadic showers, which I think will make for a fascinating race. There'll be a lot of drivers having to maybe, make it work on the dry tyre in a little bit of damp conditions. Well, some might have to last it out on drying conditions in wet. So that's really what makes an exciting race, I think. Although, like you said, 2 years ago now, 2 years ago, it was absolutely freezing. It was around 1 degree and 0 degrees Celsius during the night, and Michelin were quite worried because they'd not really tested the tyres in that condition before. They needn't have, because the tyres came through with flying colours. But I remember speaking to Ryan DL prior to the race, and his LMP2 team had scrubbed 15 sets of tyres prior to the race because putting new ones on was suicidal. Wow.
I mean, that's basically more than half the allotment for the entire.
Oh yeah.
Not race, but the entire event. Like that is crazy, and it's one of those things where iRacing, we're on the road to rain, right? We're taking those baby steps closer. Not ready for this year's iRacing Daytona 24, but let's assume next year, Peter, we're in that situation where we have the rain, and let's go back to the topic of setups, right? Acura's got a little bit more downforce than maybe some of the other cars. Is that going to be a bit of a help in the rain when it's able to get itself, the power down? These are some of the things that I'm really looking forward to figuring out.
Could be a really important part for that. Acura, I think it's a really strong really, really strong package, and a lot of it comes to do with that engine. It just, I mean, it's derived straight up from an IndyCar program, 2.4 V6 twin turbocharged, and the way it just rises revs and drop revs is a proper single-seater engine, isn't it? And yet the team at HPD, or now HRC America, I think is now what they're officially called, they've been able to make the engine run reliably for 24 hours. I mean, that talk about a piece of engineering and how wide bandwidth that engine has is remarkable.
This is the thing that I think sometimes we forget when it comes to the level of engineering that happens in racing, right? Like, you go on YouTube and there's so many documentaries about space flight, all these fascinating things, and the physics of how they work, right? We are doing rocket science at the end of the day when it comes to racing, and so, like you say, the reliability aspect of it is so important as well. But what makes multi-class and endurance racing so special is the different approaches, Peter, right, to the same rule book that people can formulate and come up with. And I think that is where the GTP class is so exciting, right? And you mentioned the roots of that engine coming from IndyCar. I've heard a lot of people actually suggest that what they would want for IndyCar to do in the future is to take this concept from the IMSA Sports Car Championship, where bring your engine, bring your chassis. Maybe we have to standardize the chassis a little bit, but we have open engine regs a little bit more, and we try and balance it there. But that's something that maybe IndyCar could use to bring in an additional manufacturer, which, let's be honest, is quite needed right now.
It's a very good point, actually. I think that would be fascinating to see. You could still run on that standard Dallara chassis, and it really comes down to powertrain development, because I think you would have to add an element of hybrid or electrification into it for the manufacturers to put R&D budget into it. But yes, I think that's a fascinating option, because at the moment they're running to a fairly limited set of regs, whereas in the GTP class they can kind of bring the engine that they like, and a lot of the manufacturers have been able to use existing motors from other things. So the Acura we mentioned, but also the BMW, that engine is derived from the Class 1 DTM car. The Porsche engine has linked back to the 918 Spider and even the RS Spider, so it's got a long heritage back to it. The Cadillac, I believe, is much more of an all-new motor, but very similar capacity to what they had before.
That's an interesting one, because they've gone with the old school approach, right, in terms of make the engine as big as possible, as opposed to the modern shrink it, put as many turbos onto it as possible. And so, again, approaches. It's what makes motorsport so fascinating, although if you ask Formula One fans, they'll talk about options and go, well, how does that produce the type of racing that we see in Formula One? Well, that's where the BOP process has to come into things. It's not always easy by any means to sort that all out. LMP2s are back down onto pit lane. You can see that on the left side of your screen, and this is the one thing that frustrates me and Lewis, Peter, about endurance racing: changing tires and fuel at the same time.
You're not a fan?
No, I like strategy.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. I think there's definitely two ways to skin the cat. I do think it's a good idea to limit the set so that you can't throw on a new set at every single pit stop. I think you should have to have an element of double stinting, whether you get that done during the night, and there should be an element of, if you've taken your pain early in the race, you've got a benefit later on in the race. That's certainly how it works in the IMSA WeatherTech Championship with the GTP class. They don't have enough tyres at their disposal to throw them on at every single pit stop, so they have to be tactical how they use them, and I think that solves the issue. But yeah, if you've got unlimited tyre sets, it does take an element of strategy out.
Good point. If we had the limited tire sets, then you are 100% correct. Although I will say I feel more strongly about this rule than I do about the rule that differs on either side of the pond about whether you're allowed to spin the tires when you're up on the jacks or not. That seems like a rule for the sake of having a rule, personally. But here we go. Up onto the jacks go the Mercedes for the Apex Racing team. Alex Dunn, Luca Kita in. Means that Alessandro Bica retakes the lead with a concerning number of cars just sitting behind and saving fuel, Peter. I think no one will be happier than those sitting behind Bica right now.
apparently a good marker. You can't get much of a better marker than that. And if you can find a driver who's either on the same pace as you are, maybe even a little bit faster, is the dream scenario at a circuit like Daytona, where you can just sit behind them, draft, do lots of lifting and coasting, and over the course of 24 hours, and of course that's going to be, well, actually in the case of the GTDs, about, we predict they'll have 24 stops effectively. They're going to have more than just over more than 1 an hour, so in total. So, you know, if you could build up an advantage over the course of several stints, being able to keep that fuel number as low as possible, you are building up slowly a cumulative advantage. It's very much a slow burn, but it can be done.
Now, the one issue with that is, I think at Daytona in particular, the time you spend on the lane is quite significant, right? It's 30 seconds transit time before you count the time in the box, and so if it's an extra pit stop that the Apex Racing team are gambling on, then they are requiring themselves not just to build up the transit time in the lane, but also the amount of time they'll be stationary in the box itself. Now, when I watch the bump drafting on the banking, the one thing that I'm always slightly concerned about is what happens if you get into the wrong part of the rear bumper and you suddenly turn the car in front of you. It's why you typically want to be a little bit more flush to the middle of the bumper when you make that initial bit of contact. But that differs from GTD car to GTD car. Some machines are better at bump drafting than others. Peter, that's something that the Daytona 500 drivers have to think about as well.
They do. Yeah, the Ferrari is a little bit more of an unknown there, because of course this is the Ferrari 296 GT3's first iRacing Daytona 24-hour, whereas the Mercedes have been around for several years now on the platform, both in the previous form and the Evo form, which it is now. But yeah, it's great to see that that Ferrari 296 GT3 be brought into the iRacing platform. It's going to be well, a formidable opponent at any GT3 race for several years to come. There's a lot of people who have bought these cars, who have either got them already or are waiting on one, and they're going to be around to the very last day of their homologation. You look at the way it's just changed the game is amazing. For me, it's the milestone car in GT3, like the Ford GT was in GT11.
Because of the way it redefines how people are going to design cars in the class. Correct. Moving forward, right?
Correct. Yes. I know the 296. Oh, I highly doubt the 296 road car was built with that in mind. I'm sure they've taken up what is a very exotic road car as a base, and gone and worked in hand with Orica, who are one of the leading race car manufacturers in the world. But mightn't we see this more in future, where manufacturers will build a road-going supercar that has the dimensions and the criteria that could make it be configured and converted very well into a GT3 race car? Because this Ferrari, when you look at it up close, and as Lewis alluded to about an hour or so ago, it's like a big Duplo kit. You can just take massive parts off it, so you can have a puncture, rip the whole corner off, and then you just peel the back end off and put a new one on, and off you go.
Duplo,
or a price, mind you, but
right. Duplo is the best way to describe it, and the price is nothing to sneeze at. The rumblings are £1 million for the car and the spare parts kit before you get into your running costs. So yeah, it's an expensive bit of kit, and to that point as well, I think maybe not such a talking point with Ferrari, because they don't participate outside of the GT3 class, but that the alignment of the road-going car and the race-going car in terms of chassis is going to pay dividends not just for GT3s, but GT4s as well, Peter, where those cars are even more similar to the road-going counterparts. And you look at the Audi R8s, the Mercedes, the Porsche Cayman as an example. Those are where a lot of people are taking the step up, right? Where they've gone from the Mazda MX-5, they've gone to the TCRs, for example, and now they're like, all right, let's get into sports cars, GT4s. That's the first step for me to go.
I think with the GT4 it's all about making it the most driver friendly, because whatever it is, it's going to get quite heavily balanced back. You look at the cars that are successful in GT4, they tend to be the most the most kind of modest in terms of their road car base. And I think a lot of that's to do with the kind of driver comfort, driver friendliness, and that again that can apply to the road car too, because your typical customer for that kind of machine, they want driver comfort, they want driver help, driver aids, all these kinds of things, and that's where the base road car is very, very important for a GT4 machine.
And yeah, that's where I think, for example, some of those other manufacturers will be thinking about that even more. Now, Ford went to the effort of working with Multimatic to develop the chassis and the road going for GT all those years ago, and so that, I think, is another level of extreme that probably not too many other drivers, rather manufacturers, will end up going to. 4 GTP cars in 2023's IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship. Peter, how much are you enjoying, or looking forward to enjoying, one more, the Lamborghini, joining us for this year?
It's an incredible project, really, to see the Lamborghini coming to the top class of prototype racing, which is something to, as a full kind of works team, I don't think they've ever done before. They've been a big part of GT racing for a long time now, particularly in their latest era when they were purchased by Audi in the mid to late 90s, and they've had a presence in GT racing, more so particularly in the last 10 to 15 years. But this prototype, it's got a lot of backing behind it from Iron Lynx. Deborah Meyer and Claudio Scavone have put a lot of finance into it and developing a bespoke engine for the car, and of course they're the first team to use a Ligier chassis. You've got Orica for the Acura, you've got Dallara for the BMW and the Cadillac, and the Multimatic chassis for the Porsche, but first Ligier, so really interesting to see, and they've certainly filled it with some good drivers too.
Drivers as well, I think that's going to be the important thing to develop the car initially once you get it out there, because BOP plays its part, but BOP evolves over time, so you want to make the car better rather than hoping that BOP is going to come and help you in equalizing the playing field. Check back in with your race leader, by the way, because he's just gone and passed the GTD leaders. There's Agustin Canapino, 7.5 seconds in front of Dominic Hoffman, who's built up 4 seconds to the number 92 Viras Kawanda car with Oscar Pai behind the wheel. So Agustin Canapino by no means slow. Like we were saying earlier, he's definitely quick. He's quicker than Oscar Pai at this point in time. Only problem is he's not quicker than Dominic Hoffman.
Hoffman's by a long way the fastest driver on the circuit right now. He was 0.4 of a second quicker than Canapino and 0.5 of a second quicker than Pai behind him. So it's Hoffman who's really the man on the charge in that Drago Racing Acura. And there's just something about this GTP platform where Hoffman really is at his tantalizing best.
Who does he hand over the car to? I'm trying to go through and look at who he's going to be sharing. You've got Timo Rohde, who's made the jump over from Movano's Sim Racing. So he's also very, very quick. We saw him in the IMSA Esports Global Championship in the CrowdStrike Acura. And then iRacing World Champion in the Turn Racing Grand Prix Series. Premysław Lemonek's going to also be in that one. And I hope that he's been able to spare some of the budget, not just for McDonald's, but also to get some practice today. That's a bit of a social media joke, sorry.
Well, Przemysław is a brilliant driver, and drove a very clever championship in the Turn GP iRacing series. So yeah, he will a GTP car again, fairly high downforce, and I think his skills will match across very, very well. And I'm sure this car will feel quite slow compared to a Dallara IRO1 with 900 horsepower in it. They are mental machines to drive. If you're an iRacing user and not tried it, go and try it. It's an animal of a car.
How much have you enjoyed commentating on that series in the 2 seasons that we've had so far?
Thoroughly enjoyed it. Yes, the racing's been excellent. We had particularly a race actually we didn't expect to be the most tantalising, but it was the Detroit Belle Isle street circuit. We'd never been to a street circuit before in the championship, and you think, well, this is going to be really difficult for big wide cars and to get overtaking manoeuvres. Well, far from it. The problem was that the grip level was so low, or actually the benefit wasn't a problem. The grip level was so low that it made it almost impossible to put the power down. So you had drivers slipping and sliding around, and it made opportunities for overtaking, much like we saw actually in the Vegas F1 race, where the lack of grip really improved the racing and it made overtaking happen and actually made drivers make little errors, not big mistakes, but little errors, which were enough to open up the overtaking opportunities. It was really, really good, really impressive.
So what I'm hearing here is a tacit approval of Bernie Ecclestone's plan to put sprinklers everywhere just so there's a lack of grip.
Even just a bit of dust, just chuck some dust on the track, that'll do.
It's not a bad idea, and I've always wondered, Bernie Ecclestone said that, and Paul Ricard is a racetrack. It's also a testing facility, so it has the functionality to do that. I've always wondered what it would be like, Peter, if you had it so that it was raining in the opening corner, and then you had it dry so that you brought a bunch of moisture through the next couple of corners, then a couple of dry corners, then another corner with rain, same thing repeating. How would you pick what tyres you'd want to be on?
Well, you'd certainly, if you were going to try that, you'd want to do that at Paul Ricard, where you've got half of France to spin off. So yes, definitely that would be the place to try it. Definitely not Detroit anyway. You'd end up in the fence. Bit of traffic there for one of the GTPs as the Williams Ferrari pulls up to the high line and then just drops back down again with the 001 Delta Simtek. So we've got the 1 and the 001 here.
Yeah,
it's like
and we were
binary.
Yeah, we were joking about that. Do you agree with us, me and Lewis, that any number with a 0 is a wrong number? It shouldn't exist?
Correct.
Okay, good. Especially when it's like this, where you've got the 1 and the 001. That is a crime against numbers.
Well, we've had that in, I remember Daytona last year, the 023 Triarsi Competizione and the 23 Heart of Racing.
Well, there's been a major change in the race dynamic. Let's take a look at the replay. Let's figure out what's happened between Apex Racing Team teammate Luca Kita, looking worse for the wear as he rolls back down on towards, I think, the pit lane. Here's a look at the replay. Off for the bus stop chicane, the Lamore chicane, as the 198's in front. A bit of a stab on the throttle that sees it get sideways, and Alex Dunn can't check up in time. And that Mercedes loses not just the front, but the rear as well.
Game over. Game over for the Apex Racing Team car anyway, and this is the risk. This is what is involved, and yeah, running that close, yes, there's huge benefits. They've shown the benefit of what you can do with that close bump drafting, and it worked to great effect last year, but there is a big risk, and it takes pure concentration over 24 hours, and that's what happens when it goes wrong. Bang, game over.
It went wrong.
But now the Stormforce car is going to have to do it all on its own.
Yeah, it's gone wrong in a big way, and like you say, now because it's on its own, has no help in terms of fuel saving or bump drafting. Having said that, maybe now a new friend has to be made, because no, there's no teammate to work with, but as we take a look at the Falcon Sim Racing car of Nicholas Laubish, he finds himself now down and having made another pit stop. Team Redline's Ollie Steinbraten has also made a pit stop. I wonder if Apex and Alex Dunn now have to throw away the strategy they were doing before and find the rest of the drivers and try and get back with them.
Well, whether now they don't necessarily have that control in hand. They've now got to try and think of something else. I mean, they could look at bringing the 198 car into play, the other Apex Racing Team car, which is a couple of laps down, so it's kind of out the fight. So do you basically sacrifice that car, and that car becomes their front gunner for the rest of the race and becomes a sacrificial lamb?
Still have the issue, though, of that's probably going to need at least 20 minutes of repairs at a minimum, I would say.
Yeah, well, quite. So, yeah, it's... I think it's going to, at the bare minimum, 20 minutes of repair, and even then might not come out at full pace. It's well, that was always the risk. That it was a risk-reward strategy, and unfortunately hasn't paid off.
Well,
but they can still, they've still got a good amount of pace in hand, and they did build up a bit of an advantage, and they can use that advantage and just try and work from here.
We'll have to wait and see if Luca Kita does head back out. There's a lot of drivers in Corby at the Apex Racing Team facility today, both representing the Apex Racing Team and the Apex Racing Academy, so they will probably, you'd assume, head back out there. Not going to want to see the day close with not even 3 hours done in this race. Off of pit lane, Delta Simtek by Grid and Go. Sven Haase is going to be almost 1.5 seconds in front of Sota Muto, who takes over, the Japanese driver replacing Alessandro Bico, as the purple front-end machine. Now it's its first new driver of the race. Because of how the sequence has played out, Ole Steinbraten had come in 1 lap before the 001 and the 1. He now has 2.7 seconds to those behind. He had a slightly shorter pit stop of his own. Just waiting to see if Gustavo Ariel will do a very similar sort of a stop.
Well, at the front of the field, Dominic Hoffman again taking 0.3 of a second out of Augusto Canapino in at the lead, and 0.4 of a second out of the VRS Coanda Porsche of Oscar Pai. So I'd say Canapino is doing a top job here at the front of the field. Dominic Hoffman is in his own universe right now, but Canapino managing the gap well. Still sitting just over 7 seconds at this moment in time, but great stuff from the number 6 Williams Esport driver.
Yeah, and again, I want to go back to what I was saying when he first got in the car. I'm hoping no one took my comments as a criticism of his pace. It's more just a recognition of Dominic Hoffman, and those behind him are very much part of the furniture in this GTP car on iRacing, and Augustin's balancing his commitments with, of course, spinning up for another season with the Juncos Hollinger Racing Team, who have announced a partnership with McLaren in the IndyCar program, and so some orange specks now adorning the livery that was just announced. So Gustavo Ariel's off and away on the pit lane. You see him rolling and still at the limiter waiting to be released. His teammate Ole Steinbraten is now on his outside and going to get on through, but only by the narrowest of margins. So it's red line running 2 and 3. Apex Racing Team now leading, but only by 9 seconds. So the gaps come down from the last sequence of pit stops where it was 10 seconds. And now, of course, Alex Dunn is by himself.
And what can Alex Dunn do? This is now a different game. It's a 144.1 last time by for the Irishman, and that's still 0.4 of a second quicker than Ole Steinbraten was last lap. So. And looking strong compared to the other. It was still definitely the fastest GTD car on the last lap, so it can be done all out on his own. But Team Redline, they will be licking their chops now. They'll be thinking, right, we can start to lay the pressure on now, because they've got 2 cars, of course, they've got 2 bullets in the gun here. They've got Ole Steinbraten driving the number 4 car right now, and Gustavo Ariel in at the number 2.
And at this point of the race too, I think Ole Steinbraten has one more stint. He'll get out, and Max Verstappen will probably get on in, which at that point is probably going to mean the viewership's going to multiply by at least 2 or 3 times, you'd have to assume. And the fans will surely go slightly wild on the outside of those red line cars, because here comes a bit of a drag race. Race clutch red down low, Einstein Guven up high, and now Marcus Hamilton in the Acura are going to hit the top of the rev range, you'd assume, and maybe dip below the yellow line. He's going down to pit lane, leaves Guven to bring the might of the 963, its extra top end speed, off of the banking and the long way around through turn 1. Guven wants no part of that, sails his way back into line.
Really tight stuff there coming around turn 1. It seemed almost that Guven got a little bit too hot in on the brakes, and now he stuffs it down the inside at the International Horseshoe. Can he seal the move up on that race clutch car? It's going to be tight as they head towards the kink. Who's going to back out? Oh, the flasher there on the race clutch Acura, but Guven then moves through. Ayhan Guven, the real-life Porsche racer, up into 10th position. Update at the front, that gap is coming down. The Dominic Hoffman took half a second out of Canapino last time by, but this lap looking very strong. Canapino actually looking 0.4 quicker. He's actually purple in the mid-sector right now.
Yeah, I think we are seeing a bit of traffic here and there, but Canapino, as the fuel burns off as well, just getting quicker through the stint. We talked about Canapino's plans for 2024. Not sure what Guven's real racing plans for this year will hold, but the one thing we know for sure is he is confirmed as a Porsche factory driver for yet another year, so looking forward to seeing him probably out there in some GT3R racing once more. 7 seconds that margin though, like we've been talking about between Canapino and Dominic Hoffman, and now 7 seconds back to that third place machine from second to third. Oscar Pai is going to feel the pressure from Jaden Munoz in the second of the Williams Esports entries. The Fanatec entered car. Diogo Pinto not far behind as well. Coanda in danger of dropping off the podium.
Well, there's an opportunity here for Jaden Munoz in that number 5 Williams Esports Fanatec Acura to really put this Coanda machine under pressure and allow the team car, the car number 6, the leader, to a little bit of respite. Alternatively, could get some really valuable fuel saving done. And of course, as you mentioned, Arjuna, with the slightly shorter gear ratios on this Acura sitting behind that Porsche 963 that's got that ever so slightly better top speed, that might actually be quite favourable, so you can really get a good run on the acceleration out of the Le Mans chicane here. There you go, you see it straight away, using that slightly extra downforce to the advantage, and now just sit in behind that Porsche and get a great boost of lap time.
Diego Pinto trying to close, but as we have 3 manufacturers in the top 5 as it stands right now, 3 Acuras, excuse me, the sole Porsche and the sole BMW. It's a little bit higher for Jaden Munoz, former driver, of course, for HydroRace Geodesic Racing. He jinks back underneath, and, well, that's confidence. That's also, I think, high downforce, knowing that he can go deep under the brakes as opposed to the Porsche. It's Williams Esports 1 and 3 in the GTPs.
Wow, what a move that was. I thought, oh, he's just popped out the draft, he's on the outside, he's fuel saving, and then all of a sudden, bang, he's down the inside on the brakes. Brilliant move there from Diego Pinto. Excuse me, from Jaden Munoz. Wrong car. Really impressive move there. Just got it, like you said, use that downforce to advantage, because you can use it. It's under braking, but also in cornering too. So really, really nice stuff from the Williams Acura. The lap times last time by, slightly, I think, a traffic interrupted lap for Dominic Hoffman at 1:31.9. That's a little bit slower than what we've seen in the last little while. He dropped 3/10 to Jaden Munoz on that last lap, and also dropped 3/10 to Augusto Canapino in the lead. So Hoffman, having to all that hard work of those last 2 or 3 laps, he's going to have to make it all up again.
So, as Diego Pinto just closes slightly, let's go back to GTD, where I'm trying to keep an eye, not necessarily on Alex Dunn, because I think we're somewhat recognizing that he's by himself, a little bit out of help, and going to need a little bit of a miracle. Instead, to the 2 Team Redline cars, to the Williams Esports BenQ entry, along with the Delta Simtech. Now separated by up to 5 seconds. That's right around the difference they had in pit stop times. So Redline have decided 2 and a bit hours in, Peter, that slightly shorter pit stop, let's get the track position. I almost wonder if that was a reaction to seeing what happened to the Apex Racing Team Mercedes and thinking, we've got a chance now to take the net lead.
Well, look at the tactic that they're applying. They're thinking, okay, let's try that. Let's make this work for us, for Team Redline. And this is really what their speciality is just delivering under pressure in these special events, these endurance races. They have such a deep roster of drivers who have been there and done it before, and they just know how to get these endurance races done. And yes, they're using the AMG train to full effect.
Plenty of new drivers, of course, for the Redline camp. In the car right now, Gustavo Ariel, but Alexei Nefsov, Sam Koiter, just a handful of the drivers actually signing with the team. The partnership with the Oracle Red Bull Racing Sim Racing Group has, of course, seen the likes of Cooper Webster and, more importantly, Sebastian Job, who will be actually racing in one of those Redline GTP cars. Into pit lane comes the race leader, Agustin Canapino. I've got to say, what a impressive first stint that was from him, and now you'll get up on the jacks, get 4 fresh Michelin tires, a full set of fuel to boot as well, and be set back out to go once again as we start to get closer and closer, Peter, towards the sunset.
And it's a special time at Daytona as the Acura goes up onto the jacks. Meanwhile, the VRS Coanda 92 Porsche and the Team Redline BMW come in GTP as well for their service tyres and fuel for them. Just before coming into that last lap, Dominic Hoffman put together a much stronger lap 2 times in a row, took some time back out of Augusto Canapino. So Hoffman, really, I think at this stage, this is a great stuff for Drago. They really want to keep Dominic in as long as they really can, and use this period of the race to shut that gap down if they can. Then get Dominic out, get him rested. But he's definitely the superstar of this phase of the race for sure.
Peter, I've got to ask you, I'm heading over to Daytona for the first time this year. Really looking forward to it. What are, in your opinion, some of the must-do things? Now, I know that you're often there as a commentator, so it's hard for you. You've got to focus your attention on the booth. But I know there are a lot of people watching right now that will be going to Daytona for the first time this year. What should they do?
That's a very good question, because I went there in 2020 as a fan, and it made my mind up that I wanted to chase a career in motorsport and leave my existing career behind. And it really, the thing you have to do is, buy a regular ticket. You don't need to buy any particular extra ticket, because that regular ticket gets you access like you just wouldn't believe. Get into really up close to the garages, and during the race, during the night, when you see a car get brought in with damage or with a problem, and you see the mechanics just absolutely jump over the car and fix it and get it back out again, that's quite an emotional thing to watch. And just, a team that have now got no chance of winning, but they carry on anyway, that's quite a thing to see. Standing at the kink, watching the drivers come through there, and particularly in the night, you'll really hear who's pushing and who's fuel saving. You can hear that. It's one also is the heritage display, where they have a heritage. It's meant to be a parade, but Gunnar Jeanette last year was at full attack in the 1983 Daytona 24-hour winning car. So yeah, that happens in the morning of race day. Make sure and get up to go and see that, because I've seen. I won't spoil it, but I've seen the entry list yesterday of cars that are coming along. Some have won the race before, some have won Le Mans before they're taking part in it, and from all eras. So yeah, it's a wonderful event to see, and you will not get better access. Oh, and by the way, you can go on the grid. You can go on the grid. Yeah, that's one thing. Make sure you queue up early to get a good run at the grid. All the drivers are around their car. Go and get a photograph with them, kind of an autograph. I don't think there's really any event that beats it for fan engagement.
So as Przemysław Lemonek takes over from Dominic Hoffman, he's out on track and now only 7 seconds away. I think he'll push pretty hard. He didn't want to concede any ground to Mac Backham in the LMP2 VRS Kawanda machine as they went side by side through the infield. So pit stop sequence complete for the GTPs now. We'll keep an eye on this lead. Yes, the access that IMSA gives you is unprecedented, so take advantage of it. Only concern is if you're like me, Peter, and you're going to be at the race, but you're also commentating on the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series the morning before in Orlando and then driving to Daytona to try and catch the start of the race. I'm just hoping I make it in time. What should I do then? Let's say I miss the start. First couple of hours of the race, where should I go and sit? What's the most spectacular place to appreciate the actual racing outside of the practice itself?
Turn 1's pretty interesting because you see a lot of, again, what program teams are working to. You'll often get a couple of yellow flags early on, so you'll see safety car restarts, and that was actually where I wasn't in the booth until about the 4th hour of the race last year, and you really saw why Marushank had an edge over everyone else at every restart. And at the time we thought it was, well, we had no idea what it was that they got, but they clearly had an edge over everyone on restarts. We of course latterly found out that it was to do with tyre pressures and being out with the regulations for that. But at the time it was, you really, and it's a thing you sometimes doesn't pop up on TV as easily. So being there, I would say turn 1 in the first few hours is a really good way to get an impression of who's got the edge.
Turn 1 it is. That will be where I set up. It's where my friends kind of wanted to go anyway, if I'm being honest, for the start of the race. So I think that sounds like a good couple of hours to enjoy, especially pit stops as well. I'd be quite curious to see from the grandstands the perspective you get there. So Canapino has had a pretty good run of traffic in comparison. Lemonek maybe a little less lucky. The gap up to about 7.8 seconds. I made that joke slightly earlier about the budget for Drago Racing. I just want to clarify. Love myself some Drago Racing. The only problem was a week ago, Peter, we came to Daytona for the iRacing Roar. Some of the Drago Racing drivers were in the touring car category and in a blank white car. I made fun of them on social media for it, and I got told that Przemysław Lemonek had put the entire livery budget for that race into a McDonald's meal instead.
McDonald's is getting expensive now, certainly here in the UK. The prices have gone up quite a bit, side by side with the red line BMW right around the outside there. Diego Pinto over The Wanda machine, the number 92 of Oscar Pye. Very tight there coming down. But a good point here from David Lawrence, who said Acura now 1, 2, 3 in this top split. It sounds like the real race from last year. Very good. Good point. Well made.
I think, though, it's hard to take too many, it's hard to really take too many takeaways from last year's race, right? It was the first real race for many of those cars. Yes, they go and do all their testing at Sebring, like the Porsche 963 did, 36,000 miles or something of total testing. But a race is a different thing, and you find little gremlins. And so while Acuras were great last year, I have no doubt they will probably be great this year again. This time mostly in the hands, of course, of Wayne Taylor Racing and their partnership with Andretti Autosport, and no longer with Meyer Shank probably leading the charge. I don't know. I feel like this year, if you're BMW, Daytona maybe didn't go so well last year. You're a little bit more confident this year, probably, though.
They've definitely got work. They've got a score to settle, as do Porsche. Actually, Porsche, they did get some race wins, but really it's about those. A little bit like in tennis, it's winning those Grand Slams, and the Grand Slams really are Daytona, Sebring, Watkins Glen, and Road Atlanta,
and now Indianapolis.
Yeah, but it will take it will take a long time for that to get up there in terms of the way that it's seen. Watkins Glen 6 Hour has been going for 50 years. Daytona since the mid-60s. 1966 was the first Daytona 24-hour. Sebring since 1952. So there's Petit Le Mans, 25 years. So Petit Le Mans would be, it's taken that time to really get itself into that outright kind of Grand Slam status. But yeah, Acura were incredibly strong last year. But I mean, and to be honest, a lot of people say, "Oh, Meyer Shank." Yes, they flouted the rules and they received a punishment. Whether it was the right one is up for debate. But Wayne Taylor's team would have won it anyway. They were right in behind. They were by far the second best car. That being said, on a long run, when you had consistent restarts, the Acura was by far the best car. But when you had long runs, the Cadillac was the best car. When you had we had a 6-hour period of green flag running kind of coming into the morning, and the Cadillacs were in a really, really strong position. So if they were allowed to run stint after stint, the Cadillac was the strong car last year.
Yes, and you're 100% right, by the way, in pointing out that Wayne Taylor were right there to take advantage. And yeah, I don't know. I'm looking forward to this year. Again, addition of a Lamborghini, more testing, more development, and hopefully, in some cases, at least for the viewers, more understanding of what the rule set is actually going to bring as well, now that we've seen it out on track for 1 year. I can tell you, by the way, that out of the public circle, there is still a debate rolling on. Lewis McLeod refuses to acknowledge that this is an orange car, Peter.
Well, at the front, you mean?
Yes, at the front. He still maintains it's brown.
It's a fairly burnt orange. I'll concede that to Lewis.
But that's about it. I mean, there's brown on the Duracell.
It's more like a bronzy copper. Well, is it because of Duracell? In which case, that's like a kind of bronzy brown.
No, it's the Playseat car. So apparently Playseat is orange, but I didn't know that, to be honest, until I had seen the car.
See, in that light it looks orange, but then in other lights it looks. At the front it looks quite orange too. Well, Gulf is orange. So you've got influences here. So you've got Gulf would be definitely orange.
Right.
But if it was Duracell, you'd think that's more bronze. Oh. It's like that video or that picture that went around saying, is it a blue dress or a gold dress? Remember that one?
Exactly what I was saying as well. Peter, you read my mind. I don't know. I don't know what Lewis is seeing. I think he might need to check his eyes, because that is, I will concede, like you say, that it is maybe a bit darker of an orange, but it's orange. It's orange.
It's
orange.
Remy Waller says it's terracotta.
We had what was it? It was like brown orange is what someone had called it slightly earlier if you translated it to English, which is just orange.
Well, of course you can have lots of different colours, you know, when you look at like a Porsche colour chart, you've got oak green metallic, Highland green.
Oh, I mean, Porsche's got the colours,
British Racing green,
the
etc.,
naming for colours locked down. Porsche's got that figured out. So
I quite like the BMW ones where they name it after racetracks.
Oh, do they?
Yeah, so you've got like Melbourne red, Misano blue.
There's Le Mans something, isn't there?
Blue. There is, yeah. There's Isle of Man green. That's very cool. That's very nice on an M3, and so on and so forth. But of course, our favourite, if you don't submit your paints, you have either Ambitious Privateer white, Orthopedic Surgeon black, and Stockbroker blue.
Exactly. I couldn't have said it better myself. Fortunately, for the most part, teams I think got the liveries sorted out for this one. We have to save the teasing for either Sebring or Bathurst coming up very shortly. Where are we expecting drivers to come in now for pit stops? Probably not far away from LMP2s making their way into the lane. An LMP2 class where we haven't really talked too much about them, to be honest, which is I think maybe what is going to happen to them a little bit more moving forward, Peter, right? GTP's got so much focus. GTD continues to grow as well in its own little ways. And while LMP3 is getting pushed aside from the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship, it does seem as though trends in global motorsports are going to see the LMP2 stick around, but maybe not at such a high level.
Well, we've come to a conclusion of the debate, Arjuna, because as we know, our producer and boss is Hugo Luis, and Hugo's boss, his wife, says it's orange, so end of debate.
Best part is I don't even think that's actually Hugo's wife, technically. Yes, Dane! Dane's wife is the one.
Oh, it's Dane's wife. Oh, well Dane's not superior, so...
No, he's not.
Dane's wife is superior, of course, but Dane is not, so back to the drawing board.
This is the fun thing. We now have an office at RaceSpotTV. We feel very formal when we say that. But when we get a message from the office, we have to try and figure out who in the office is sending us the message, which is a very fun game, Peter. The way that I do it is the number of beeps that I have to try and read it. That's how I figure out who sent the message.
All I'm thinking of is the one race where Dane and I have been in, and at Sonoma, he was about 2.5 seconds a lap quicker than me, and he still couldn't get past because I managed to block like there was no tomorrow, and he eventually spun.
Hey,
trying to get past me.
Don't you forget, you used to race on RaceSpotTV.
I do.
In the performance playoff.
Yes, I got a podium, alongside 2 real-world drivers. In fact, I'm loving the fact that the HPD is back in action in officials now. It is brilliant.
Oh, it is back in officials, the good old LMP2 car, isn't it?
It was at the Nordschleife a couple of weeks ago. That was just a dream combo.
You're kidding me.
It was, it's as good as it sounds,
Oh, well, my sole season of competitive sim racing in SEO was in that old HPD. I have a soft spot for it. I have less of a soft spot, I will be completely honest in saying, for this Dallara LMP2 car, although it is quite cool to see them out in force as the race leading machine continues to rumble away at the front.
You did like it for a while when it came out?
Begrudgingly. You know, I was just happy to have a new prototype.
Although, for me, it was like, this is no HPD. What is this? This
right.
Isn't an HPD. I mean, it can net nothing. And the thing is, you speak to drivers who drove that car in period, they will tell you it did not get better. Really. I was speaking to Marino Franchitti a couple of weeks ago, and he's the only guy to drive the RS Spider LMP2 and the Acura LMP2, and I asked him, I said, how you've driven a lot of prototypes, etc. How do they compare? He said, honestly, it didn't get any better than those two. Well, he said the HPD, he says, had, in terms of peak downforce, nothing beat that HPD, or Acura as it was known in its early days.
So, I think that part of the reason why I have a soft spot for the HPD is because of how similar it is to the Porsche RS Spider, at least visually.
Yeah. No, they were built to the same regulations, although they went about it in a very different way. The RS Spider was very much a constant wind tunnel program at Dallara, whereas the Acura was really interesting. It was all done in CFD with Nick Worth Research in the UK. So that's why it looked ever so slightly more fussy. In terms of like the little winglets and strakes and things. That was kind of why, but that was also why it was so good at street circuits where you couldn't test beforehand. It was just an absolute beast. And that was actually what encouraged Porsche to take the leap and get their own simulator at VCO.
Wow. I mean, the history, right? It's crazy how things have all just played out. Because that simulator now at VCO has been retrofitted with the chassis, I think, I don't think it is the 963, but it's one of the prototype / open wheel. It might be one of the Formula E chassis that they use. But it's been converted effectively just for prototype use. The GT3 drivers, if they want to use the Porsche simulator, they actually now have to drive over to Manthey, which is where the GT3 simulator lives. It's not the same simulator as Porsche have, of course, slightly different equipment and stuff, but such is the level of accuracy that those simulators will end up going down to. Yeah, speaking of that Porsche RS Spider, by the way, if anyone has not heard it in person, you're running out of opportunities to do so. Next Rennsport reunion, buy your tickets and make sure you're there, right, Peter?
Exactly, and I think it might not be at the next Le Mans Classic, but because it's slightly too young, but at the one after that, it will make its debut at the Le Mans Classic. I know I spoke to a guy who owns 2 of them, and he's counting 2, and he's counting down the days to when he can let them rip back at Les Sarthe, where they were unbeaten there in the 2 years that they competed in the LMP2 class.
Does he want to share one of his Porsche RS
Spiders? Nick Glenn has written in saying this is brilliant. I love this. The Duracell color code is copper B87333. Color description moderate orange. So we're all right, I think.
So no matter what, we're good at calling it orange. Is what I'm reading there.
Yeah, or copper.
I
don't hear the word brown in there.
It's very orange in the sky. I don't think you could call that brown or copper, though, to be completely fair. Got 40 minutes until Peter and myself will say goodbye. Now, if I look at the time of day, 6 p.m.-ish virtual standard time, that's not going to be the sundown point, so there will still be a little bit of light paving the way from the sun itself, but once we get into those nighttime hours, let's be real, Peter, this is one of the few endurance races during the year which doesn't really change too significantly between the day and the night. Not to say there aren't, of course, differences.
It's to be honest, I actually prefer driving here at night because you get a slightly cooler track temperature and the tyre lasts. You get a bit better grip. It's great driving here at the night on iRacing because it's so well lit. But when you go to somewhere like Sebring or particularly the Nürburgring Nordschleife, then you really are in the dark there, and it comes down to your muscle memory really comes into it there in terms of picking your marks. The 2 Redline cars, well, they've definitely taken on the Apex strategy, and they are cutting the lead down. They're now only 7 seconds behind the Stormforce ART car in the lead of the race right now. David Lawrence, another absolute gold comment here, and I think this is comment of the day. Dear iRacing, a vintage Porsche prototype collection would be lovely. The RS Spider 962 and 917. Can we make it happen? Signed, devoted fan. Amen to that.
Amen to that. Now, the answer is, if you want to experience those cars, there's only one place you can do it. Unfortunately, it was in the past. It was Rennsport Reunion at the end of 2023. And now you've got to wait until, what will it be, another 5 years, 2028, before the next Rennsport Reunion happens? And
possibly. Yeah, possibly. Although you will see if you go to an HSR event,
you will see most of them. Yes.
You will definitely see 962s. You'll see a lot of 962s. 917. Wow, you're pushing it maybe.
It's also the number that you would see, because what was incredible was during Rennsport Reunion, just the number of 962s that were on track, Peter.
Oh, incredible.
They were like double digits, weren't there?
Oh, incredible. How many there are, and it just shows you how impressive a machine that was and how the longevity of it too. But to see 2 genuine Gulf 917s actually racing together that's only at Rennsport do you see that kind of activity. For me, it was all about the 935s. The more I read about the 935, the more I just think that is the coolest car, with the big dial beside the gear stick to just play about with the boost. And you hear like John Fitzpatrick talking about it, coming out the final chicane on the first lap of Le Mans in 1980, and thinking, right, enough. And he winds all the boost on, and then just clears past the car in front like it's standing still. I mean, that thing was a cruise missile of a car.
margin at the front of the GTP class as we've been enjoying our trip down history lane. And I've got to say, motorsports history is fascinating. We were talking during some of our special events last year about motorsports and automotive museums and some of the really interesting ones that you can visit around the world. The Indianapolis Motor Speedway Museum is getting a major rework, going to be reopened in 2025. So if you're going to the Indy 500 this year, don't go by the museum, don't waste your time, because they'll be closed for your visit, but next year, hopefully even bigger. And I've heard rumors, rumblings, that part of the renovation is actually to open up the bottom floor of the museum, where currently a lot of the secret renovation work happens. They're going to move a lot of that work over to a different building within the vicinity of IMS. People who play the golf course there will know all about it, but yeah, IMS Museum definitely high up there. Talking of golf as well, Peter, top of your bucket list, playing the IMS golf course while Indy cars are racing around. I've got to say, tick that off as soon as you can.
That's about the coolest mix. Yeah, the closest I've got to that was there's a very good golf course beside the Jerez circuit. Called Monte Castillo, and actually if you stay in the hotel there you can play as much golf as you want for free.
Really?
And it's, yeah. I mean, it's right next to the Jerez circuit, and I've gone there to play golf in the winter a few times, and you hear MotoGP teams testing and whoever else. So yeah, that's about as close as I've got to that, mixing my two passions of golf and motorsport.
Well, as we found out during the Fuji 8 Hours last year, there is about 17,000 different golf courses within a 5-minute radius of the circuit. You can see most of them on iRacing as well if you take a look at some aerial shots. And so, yeah, if you want to golf, but golf in a very specific way. If you want to do it in the Japanese custom, then Fuji, you can have your golf, you can have your racing as well, you can have a little bit of everything. LMP2 pit stops almost completely through the cycle now as Mac Backham leads Corentin Gunas and Jose Soria in the Culture team with those Spanish flagged colors adorning the livery. These drivers are only about going 13 seconds off of your race leader right now. To be 3 hours into this race, to have the top 5 in all 3 of our classes within 15 seconds of the leader, Peter, it goes to show the level of competition we have here in sim racing.
Oh, the depth is incredible. And I bet you if you switched in to look at the second split, you'd see something very similar. The level is absolutely amazing, and the more, like any sport, the more participation that you have, the peak gets higher. The more people taking part, the better the people at the top are. It's a very, very simple metric, and the LMP2 class is definitely going to bring us some of the best racing through the night and into tomorrow. Sim RC doing very, very well, right in there behind the VRS Coanda team, and there's been a bit of a monster stint from Corentin Gunas. He's put quite a few stints in there in that Dallara P217. And actually, at the front of the field, at the front of the field, the gap has actually increased slightly since Bronislaw Leminek got into the car. Canapino has really come on strong, and the gap is now up to 8.5 seconds. So it was down to about 6.5 when they exited the pits. So Canapino really answering back in that brown/orange/copper and blue Williams Acura.
It's the car that's the colour that you think it is at the end of the day. I think it's just mainly traffic. You can see Drago's Acura, the 69, was checked up behind, was that Inett's Motorsports? No, that's the Mag Performance car that runs second actually in class, the 120, as back onto the banking they come. And it's that time of the day as well, or I guess that time of the evening, where I'll just point out a fact that Lewis McLeod says that I say on every broadcast I do at Daytona, but Peter Mackay only found out about it for the first time at the end of last year. Did you know, ladies and gentlemen, that the lights here at the Daytona International Speedway, when we race here for the Daytona 24, are only turned to 20% of their maximum capacity?
And that is on iRacing, not in the real world.
No, that's both.
That's both.
That's what I've been
told.
Oh
my word. Well, I can tell you they're pretty bright. Wow, that's I didn't know that. 20%. I dread to
imagine what it's like for the Daytona 500.
Well, do you think it's because of course Cape Canaveral NASA base isn't that far from Daytona International Speedway? Do you think they would be just quite distracting, or even for the planes coming into Daytona Beach Airport, maybe? maybe there's this. They don't need to be surprised. What I can tell you is that the PA system, honestly, I'm sure you could hear it in Orlando. It's so clear. It's not just the volume; it's how clear it is. There can be cars on track, and you can be anywhere on the circuit, and you hear the commentary crystal clear.
So I'm looking forward to hearing your dulcet tones, no matter where I am on track. Basically, is what you're telling me.
Yes.
I've just confirmed. I've gone on to Google and done a bit of a search. The race does use 20%, and it's because, and I'll give a quote here. It's a good light level for TV production, but still keeps the ambiance that is important to the fans and the drivers for an endurance race. We have also learned that we need to turn off about 20 of the infield lights completely because drivers explain that some of the lights were hitting them directly in the eyes and making it unsafe.
Well, that's an interesting one. And also, I'd imagine if you're in an RV, you probably would quite like the lights to be switched down a little bit so you can have a bit of a snooze in the middle of the night.
But I feel like if you're doing camping for a 24-hour race, you have signed up to not get any sleep for 24 hours.
True. Yeah. That anything beyond that is a bonus.
Yeah.
Anything beyond 0, yes, is a bonus.
You mentioned, by the way, space, Cape Canaveral and all of those things. I'm pretty sure there's been a SpaceX launch right around one of the races, actually. I don't know if it was a 24, if it was like one of the Daytona NASCAR races where they come here, twice a year in February and then later in the summer. But God, that would be pretty exciting. You get your rocket fix in one form, of course, rocket science in motorsports and rocket science in aerospace as well. This is going very off topic. This is how you know it's an endurance broadcast. Didn't Adrian Newey say he got offered to design a spaceship and he said no, he prefers Formula One cars?
I don't know. That's a good one. I do know that they did the last two out of the last 3 Daytona 24 hours, we've had SpaceX launches that were meant to happen and didn't.
That's what it was. Yes.
Yeah. So I don't know if there's one scheduled for this time, but you would certainly notice it. Of course, the fireworks go off at usually around 10:30 at night at the circuit. I imagine you'd want to get on the radio to your driver just to warn them, to say, just to remind you there is going to be some fireworks going off in a second.
That is actually something that I've thought about, and I guess it's one of those things where the fireworks it's a spectacle, and it's one of those things that it's unique to the Daytona 24. There's not many other races of its ilk where you'd have those sort of distractions. I have been told that, Peter, a pretty good way to enjoy the fireworks is to go onto the Ferris wheel right around the time that the fireworks are going to go off.
That's a great idea. Yeah, because that's quite close to where the fireworks are. Closest I've ever got to fireworks was being in the Gary Stagg commentary tower at Knockhill, which is mapped in incredible detail on iRacing, and that is where the Knockhill fireworks display on the 4th or 5th of November that's where they're let off from, and it's quite something to be basically right next to some fireworks going off. I don't know actually how safe it is, but anyway, it's been fine the last couple of years.
Don't question it, and because otherwise that's when things will start to go wrong. For people wondering, of course, that's when Guy Fawkes Night in the UK, that's when they're throwing off all their fireworks. I'm sure people in America are going 4th and 5th of November. Why are people celebrating? Comment in the YouTube chat, Doyle Lawrence said that he was at the Coke Zero Sugar 400. Fantastic name for a race, by the way, and saw a SpaceX launch during the race, so I think that does kind of indicate that it's probably happened. And it's funny that SpaceX has been brought up, because I went and Googled Adrian Newey's spaceship, and he said that about 10 years ago, an American company rang him up and asked if he'd be interested in joining them. American company, 10 years ago? I know I'm doing a lot of speculation here, but it sounds like it might have been SpaceX. Adrian Newey could have gone and worked for Elon Musk. How cool could that have been?
I'm not quite sure how to comment on that. I'm glad we kept him. I'm glad we kept him in motorsport. That's what I shall say. I'm glad he stayed in the motor racing world.
I can only imagine how stressful a job it is building spacecraft. Building race cars is stressful enough, of course. 30 minutes to go until the top of the hour, until Peter and myself will wave goodbye and Lewis McLeod and Cam Roger will step in for the next handful of hours. And of course, with the sun continuing to set, Max Verstappen's presence expected in his red line at number 4 in probably around a handful of laps time or so. It's that time of the iRacing Daytona 24. We're about 4 hours in or so. Peter, drivers' teams settling into the rhythm and settling almost now into the night.
They are, and Agustin Canapino in the number 6 Williams Acura leading the way and opened up the gap beautifully. He's now up to 10 seconds. This really come alive in this second stint. Canapino matching the times that Dominic Hoffman was setting previously before Lemonex. So it's not necessarily that Lemonex dropped the pace. It's actually that Canapino has found a few tenths here in this Williams Acura, and it seems that the Acura is the car to have, with the top 3 in the race all in ARX 06s at the moment.
Don't forget, if you're just joining us for the first of these VCO Grand Slams, the iRacing 24 Hours of Daytona powered by VCO, the winners in the GTP and the GTD class do receive an invite into the 2024 IMSA Esports Global Championship. Now, 2 teams are locked in after winning the championships last year. So, of course, in the GTP class and the GTD class, the winners have established themselves as receiving invites, Viras Kawanda and Team Redline, respectively. We have 4 VCO Grand Slams, so no more than 8 additional invites to be automatically awarded. And Peter, I'm sure there's a team manager somewhere that's thinking, oh great, 8 invites. If I win all of those races, all of those classes, I get 8 teams. Unfortunately, it's not that simple. No team can get more than 2 invites through this process, and you do have to win. So there's a bit of jeopardy on the line.
I think it's a fantastic initiative. It's very much on merit. If you win, if you're anyone in this race can do it and can get that place. We might well see teams that may well have got an invite, but you never know. There could be some that break their way through. So I think it's a great opportunity, and just getting into this race is a huge achievement in itself. Just being able to put so many good performances together over and over and over again to build your iRating ranking up to a point where you even get into this race is an achievement in itself. So yeah, anyone who's in this field deserves that opportunity.
You joined us, of course, for the final round of that IMSA Esports Global Championship. Lewis McLeod and myself, also part of that commentary team. It was a lot of fun, that was for sure. And the first year we had touring cars alongside the GT3s. This time it was GTP alongside the GT3 cars. And so it was nice to be able to replicate effectively what we've watched in the real world, but this time to do it just in the virtual world. Luke McEwen, by the way, is taken back over in the 199 from Alex Dunn, so pit stop at the front of the GTD field. So Team Redline now back 1 and 2 in their Mercedes.
And running very strongly at the moment, these Team Redline Mercedes, using that kind of tandem approach, using that drafting approach, trying to increase speed, minimise fuel consumption. But as we've seen, if you lose concentration for one corner, it can be all over. Just ask the guys at the Apex Racing 198 squad. Now, are they back out circulating again? Yes, they are. That's interesting. So they are 10 laps down on the class leader, but they are back out. That says to me, Arjuna, that they are going to be used effectively for that. And well, there you go. They're straight away. 198 is there towing around the Stormforce car, the 199 car.
It does seem as though, by the way, that they've got most of that damage fixed. So the 198, are they now going to play the team game? This is what goes back to what we were saying, right? The Apex Racing team have almost 20-30 people at the Corby headquarters for this event. Not just drivers, but engineers, spotters, part of the academy as well, as they just continue to grow the program. They weren't just going to park up on the side of the road. They're still going to get a top 10, that's for sure. And the Apex Racing team in that 198 will hope that they can bring the 199 along to victory at some point. They've got one of those LMP2 cars, the 124 of Frederick Schwartz. That's going to try and get on through, but it's going to cause more chaos as the front bumper goes missing on the 198.
Yeah, that's... now, was it the front bumper of the Mercedes? Oh, it was. Oh, dear. Well, if it doesn't rain, it pours, because there wasn't really a great deal the Mercedes could do there. The LMP2, a PGZ car, a little bit of a late run. The door is open, mind you, and then, yeah, locks up. Yeah, just the PGZ car couldn't get it slowed down in time and turns himself across the nose of the Mercedes, takes the front bumper off the Mercedes. So again, they're going to have to bring that car in. I mean, at least their overall result is done. They're just going to have to bring that car in again and repair it.
And then get back to where they are and hope that they can continue to play the game. Oh, what a wonderful look from up above as the time just continues to tick away here in the 2024 iRacing Daytona 24 hours powered by VCO. There you see the lake and the infield section, the drivers continuing to roll their way around. And I've got to say that once we get into the night, this look from up above is going to be very, very different.
It is, and you'll get to see the come to life as the lights come on at Daytona International Speedway, a place where it's been really an epicenter of motorsport in the United States since 1959. They had the first Daytona Continental, as it was known then. It wasn't a 24-hour race straight away. In 1962, it was won by Dan Gurney in a Lotus 19, but the first 24-hour race was won by Ken Miles and Lloyd Ruby in a Ford GT back in 1966, which was, of course, quite an important part of the story in the film Le Mans 66, where they had to win at Daytona to get Ken Miles in the car for Le Mans.
And you know what I was just thinking? That at least that happened actually at Daytona, not at Auto Club.
Yeah, quite. Quite.
Ford versus Ferrari, fantastic movie, with the exception of that it was very difficult to sit there as a motorsports fan and pretend that Auto Club Speedway looks anything like Daytona. But everything else was fantastic.
Although Daytona looked very different in 1966,
yes,
it must be said. They
No.
couldn't have done it at Daytona now because it wouldn't look anything like the old Daytona.
Yeah, Daytona Rising, that big grandstand, of course, that we see in the backdrop with that main building as well. That was a relatively recent addition, so you're right there. But the blue walls at Auto Club, they're fixed into my memory, and so I couldn't escape reality, unfortunately.
No, they certainly did. I enjoyed that movie far more than I did I don't know if you've seen the new Ferrari movie.
I was just about to ask.
Oh God, it's.
What did you think of Adam Driver's accent?
All of the Italian accents were absolutely dreadful, I'm afraid to say. Penelope Cruz's performance was very good.
Okay, so there's at least one highlight.
The kind of anger and the energy and passion, really impressive. But most of the rest, I mean, if you're going to do it in Italian, they should have just done it in Italian with English subtitles, in my opinion.
Right.
Or get someone who can do an Italian accent, but even then, just speaking in English with a thick artificial Italian accent is never going to work, and that's just the start of it. It's a shame. Yeah, I wasn't a fan. I did enjoy Marino Franchitti's driving though. He got to do some driving in it, so I did, and that was good. But that was about it.
Now, isn't there also? Here we go, pit stops, and I think maybe it's the time to get a multiple-time Formula One world champion into the car. As Ollie Steinbratten's going to jink off to the left. We'll see who gets in, but. An important time of the race, that's for sure. Wasn't there another movie this year that came out about motorsports? Wasn't it Lancia versus Audi? I forget what it was called.
Yeah, I haven't seen it yet. I think it's just come out. So we'll see.
Well, there was also, of course, that Gran Turismo movie last year to just show the continuing blurring lines from virtual to reality. And now with Steinbratten out, as expected, it's Max Verstappen, not Jos Verstappen, Max Verstappen that gets into the car.
Yes, of course, we saw Jos Verstappen. We definitely saw Jos Verstappen racing last night in the RaceSpot primetime show. So yeah, Max Verstappen on board the Team Redline Mercedes. Max Verstappen gets on board a Mercedes. There's a clickbait for you.
Last year he was in a Ferrari, wasn't he? I think he was in the 488 last year.
He's doing the full set.
Well,
he'll be able to get in a Ford because, of course, Ford Red Bull powertrains.
Clearly what he needs is for Adrian Newey to make a GT3 car that he can go racing in.
quite. Yeah, well, of course, yeah. Red Bull are going to have certainly a Ford badged engine.
Yeah, and well, we half joke, but you know, given that Max has actually been going off and testing GT3 cars, as did Fernando Alonso. Max, I think, got to test not just the Ferrari, but an additional manufacturer as well.
Yeah, it was the Porsche and the BMW, I think he tested.
Oh, did he get Porsche and BMW too?
Yeah, it was like, it appeared from the pictures I saw, it was like a comparison test. Because, of course, his father, Jos, he'll be getting to an age now where his FIA grading could be very advantageous for a Le Mans drive.
It's a good point, actually. Although the FIA driver ranking system is its own little kettle of fish, I guess.
Well, we've got plenty of the race left to go.
We've got 20 hours and 17 minutes to go. Just enough time for us. What is Ben Keating's driver rating, actually?
Bronze. He will always be so with his age.
Is it now? Is it 55 plus? That's guaranteed to be bronze.
He's locked in. Yeah. But he's also, you've also got Max Angelelli as a bronze, David Donoghue as a bronze,
right?
Johnny O'Connell.
O'Connell's a bronze.
Johnny O'Connell is a bronze. Yeah. Jos Verstappen is a gold, but I don't think it'll be long before that goes down to silver.
What about Uncle Bill Oberlin? Where's his driver rating right now?
I think he's still gold, but it might change because he's not driving. Certainly not driving at Daytona in any class.
Okay, that's kind of what I was wondering because I hadn't heard him on the entry list anywhere.
No, it's a bit of. I don't actually know what the story is there, but why? But because you just, it's automatic normally to see Bill Oberlin in a BMW.
I think it's probably related to, we were talking about how many GTD cars teams had multiple of. There's only a couple. Turner are down to just one this year, aren't they?
Mm-hmm.
So maybe it's related to that.
Yeah, and Bill Oberlin is still a gold, so...
that doesn't help.
No.
He's still very quick for a gold. I said that wrong.
Yeah, but you're right. That's what the way that the rules are. You have to look for, you're looking really at your silver driver because the gold and platinum seat effectively is usually provided by the manufacturer provided pool driver, usually. So that could be the reason. I'm really not sure, but it's the ultimate outcome is really a pity that we won't see Bill Oberlin at Daytona this year, which is a real shame.
Well, we'll be thinking of him at least, and I'm for sure. We have not seen the last of Bill. He will be back in a BMW and probably winning sooner rather than later, even if it's over an SRO competition with those plans to be announced. So now just waiting for Gustavo Ariel to come down onto pit lane, the Brazilian that left what is now no longer known as Texaco Racing by TK. Tony Kanaan's esports team has a new sponsor to drive them through 2024. But for Gustavo Ariel to leave Tony Kanaan, a driver that he grew up idolizing, it was a bit of a statement that something big was coming. And a big move indeed. Over to Team Redline. And I think the sky's the limit for 2024 for him, Peter, as he looked to try and build on what was a great 2023. Got opportunities to jump into some real cars, show his ability there. Traveled around the world, competed on ESL R1 Rennsport, lived in Europe for a couple of months, but now back home in Brazil and focused on the task at hand.
Yeah, and that's what being a pro driver is all about, getting to travel, see new places, get new experiences under the belt, and I firmly believe it makes you a better performer being able to do that. Ariel into the pits now in the number 2 Team Redline car. He's been in the car for quite a while, so yeah, brings it up to the bottom pit box and get in some tires and fuel.
Doesn't seem as though a driver change, at least just yet. There we go. Ariel out, and Florian Lebigra, who the Frenchman left RAG in 2023, joined up with Redline as part of their attack on the GTD Championship and the IMSA Esports Global Championship. We'll see him back out on track, and this is where as well we're going to watch them off of pit lane, Peter, and it's going to be very important for them to try and sync up on the exit as quickly as they can to minimize the time that they lose. And while they're doing all of this, let's not forget, by the way, race leaders just come in behind them.
Yeah, Sven the overall race leader, Agustin Canapino, has come in now. Will we see a driver change here? We've seen 2 stints so far for Canapino. Off goes the red line car. Now there, they've got Florian Lebiger on board, the man from Bordeaux. And it looks like this is going to work out quite well.
So who's in front? I think Lebiger, the Frenchman, will have the outside. Verstappen doesn't go for it, and as easy as you'd like, status quo re-established after the pit stop cycle.
So Lebiger and Verstappen then make up the Team Red Line train. So does Canapino, does he stay on board? Looking like he is going to go in for a third stint. Of course, the GTP stints are ever so slightly shorter than the GTD, not by much, but they are a little bit. So we'll see who goes there. Przemysław Lemonek, good lap last time by for him, running some strong pace right now, as is Jaden Munoz, a 1:31.4 last time by for him, and indeed Canapino does stay on board the Williams eSport Playseat car.
And so here comes the Drago Racing machine. Look how committed they were on pit entry, using as short a distance as possible, something that was explicitly not permitted in the MC Sports Global Championship, but they can get away with here, and they will take every liberty and advantage they can. Jaden Munoz will follow in, of course, down to the box, and so with a gap at around 8-9 seconds before the pit stop window, Agustin Canapino back out there and is back up to speed as well. As we near the 4-hour mark officially being reached, Jaden Munoz hits the marks up on the jacks, and service underway for him. There's Canapino, by the way, working past LMP2 machines, and that's a 124 Team PGZ car with Frederick Schwartz behind the wheel there. Of the 50 machines that took to the green flag, we still have 43 of them out there and running. 1 retirement in the LMP2 class, 3 each in the GTP and in the GTD categories, but the track's still pretty busy when it comes to traffic.
That's good to see. Good to see that we've got a relatively low rate of attrition early on as we head into the night and everybody settles in for that long haul. You think about it, just coming 10 minutes away from the 4-hour mark, 20 to go. It really is stating the obvious, but these are such challenges of endurance, these 24-hour races, and having a strong driver lineup who can just get in the car, do their job, concentrate on their stint and deliver it as best as possible without mistakes. That's the key factor. Just one little error at this level is so costly. There's not really many Cinderella comeback stories, particularly because we don't have the safety car interventions in the iRacing Daytona 24. I think that's the biggest difference between the iRacing version and the real life version, where you can guarantee there will be safety car interventions throughout the race.
And that's what they say in the real world, right? Stay on the lead lap.
Yeah.
Into the final lap. Or even 1 lap down. If you're 1 lap down, you get a wave around with 1 hour to go, you're in contention.
Keep the car in good condition, I think, is the big thing for the real life race, and the looking after your brakes is the big thing. Making sure you've got brakes left for the fight, because the intensity of that final fight is like nothing else you really see in motorsports all year. It's just remarkable when it all comes down to it. And it could be half an hour or so towards the end. You'll get a safety car come out, and then it's just all down to it. And it's who's got the best tyres on and who's got the best brakes, and of course overall car speed as well.
So a bit of a question for you: when do we traditionally in the real world see those brake changes take place through the night?
Usually about to be honest, around halfway. You'll see that the brake change happen. If you can make it a bit later, great. But you'll tend to see teams they'll usually wait to try and catch a full course yellow to do it on. It's obviously hugely advantageous to do it when the field is under the control of the safety car rather than under green. But again, last year we saw a 6-hour run of green flag around the time where you want to be doing your brake change. So there is a little bit of luck involved as well. But in general, that's where you would see it.
And that's one of the things that maybe you don't have to necessarily think about on iRacing preserving the car, but we talk about brakes in particular. Go back to the 2019 24 Hours of Spa here on iRacing. Max Verstappen's brake pedal collapsed underneath him in the final lap of the race when Team Redline were leading by 2 laps. And so as a result, they had to, well, bring the car to a stop using the wall as an assistance. No, they didn't crash. They just gently came to a stop. And, well, Verstappen then towed the car back to pit lane, and another driver ended up finishing out the race. These are some of those things that you do have to think about, and hopefully we're not talking about internet disconnections at any point over the course of the running. So GTDs, now that pit stops are complete for Delta Simtech and the Williams Esports machines as they swap around down into turn 1, Sotomuto retakes the lead of this 2-car train. They're 12 seconds off the back of Team Redline. Peter, in the time that you and I have been sitting here and enjoying each other's company, I've got to say, that gap has gone from what, like 2 seconds to 11 seconds. It's crazy.
Yeah, Canapino is absolutely on it right now in that number 6 Williams Acura. It's like he's just got quicker and quicker. You know, he's a 1:31.1 last time by. That's that car's best lap of the race. And by my reckon, yes, the fastest lap of the race. So Canapino, you know, as fast as anyone here. And as of course, we're going into that kind of golden period where it's not fully dark yet, but the track temperature beginning to fall. Got good car underneath, fresh tyres. He's done that on pretty much a full load of fuel too. So Canapino, he was a second quicker than Lemonec last time by, and 0.3 quicker than Munoz in third.
And of course, as we focus on the battle between Delta Simtech and Delta Simtech Grid and Go-Kart and the Williams Esports BenQ entry in towards the chicane. They don't have traffic, but just watching the lines, no one really finding too many issues with the off-track incidents. Now, they've replaced the grass through the bus stop with a whole bunch of tarmac in the real world. It's made it a bit more boring. It's also, I think, meant that, Peter, in the real world this year moving forward, track limits through the bus stop going to be a very interesting talking point and something that we are very used to talking about in the virtual world.
I think it is going to be a factor, but I do believe that it's been done for the right reason from a safety point of view, because I think particularly when it's wet, if you get onto that grass, you're coming in there with huge speed, and if you get onto that grass, you can't really slow down enough, and the wall is quite close. And we've seen some pretty big hits there, and we've got away with them up to now. But I think changing it to having a bit more tarmac there is a good idea, because it allows a little bit more reduction of speed. If a car loses it, they get on the brakes. They got much more chance of slowing the car down to a more manageable speed. Yes, you will still have an incident, but the speed at which the car goes into the barrier is significantly reduced. So I think it's the right move, but yes, you're right. It is definitely going to be an area where it already was a discussion point for track limits, but it's going to get worse for sure.
And hopefully we still get some dramatic finishes out of there as well. Just think of some of the history that we've had. Before we get to the 4-hour mark, let's give you a quick rundown of how the classes sit, starting with your GTP class, where at the very front it is still the orange, not brown, orange front nose of Williams Esports Placey and Augustin Canapino that run now almost 13 seconds clear of Przemysław Lemonec in the chasing Drago racing car. Started down in 7th, has been slowly but quietly moving its way closer up towards the front. Williams currently, as they try and defend their win from 2023, have a double podium. Jaden Munoz in the second of their cars, the Fanatec black front-end entry, sits in third, while BMW M Team Redline, Diogo Pinto, a 2022 Porsche Esports Super Cup champion, currently sits in 4th position. Then you find the first of the Porsches, and it's 3 Porsches behind. Oscar Pye in the 92 for VRS Kowanda, the 98 for the Apex Racing team. Johan Hart and Peter Berryman have been switching back and forth in that entry. And then the number 8, Zach Campbell, Josh Rogers, and Elvis Rankin, slowly but steadily staying out of trouble, and I think hoping to see the morning with a bit more favor on their side. Rest of the top 10, it's Team Redline's second car that had a spin on the opening lap, BMW M Team BS Competition, I should say, and then Race Clutch and Peter Zuber. That's how they run in that GTP class. Still waiting for LMP2 to finish off their pit cycle. Last stragglers yet to come down to the lane. So before we give you the update there, quick check-in with GTD, where Apex Racing lead, albeit not 1 and 2, as the picture on your screen might indicate. The 198 missing the front end, also missing 8 laps to its counterpart that sits in behind. But the Stormforce Apex Racing machine, powered by Luke McEwen right now, does indeed lead by about 10 seconds over the red line pair. Florian Lebiger being pushed forward by multiple-time Formula 1 world champion Max Verstappen. Then the rest of those chasing down, Williams Esports BenQ, Delta Simtech by Grid and Go, and then Falcon, Simify, Virtual Coach, Grid and Go all still scored on the leading lap before we close the books on this GTD class. The LMP2 class, as I mentioned, is going through its pit stop cycle right now. We're still waiting for Race Clutch, the Apex Racing team, and Race Clutch still to come down pit lane. But WSR Esports Buttkicker have led from the drop of the green flag so far on strategy. The margin behind, though, to the MAG Performance car, the number 120 that has also made it stop, is only 3 seconds and closing 4 hours into this race. All three classes still could go in any direction. And so, with that said, Peter, I'm going to throw you on the spot. It's time to try and guess some winners. You don't have to guess all the classes, but I'll let you pick which class you want to pick.
I am going to go with Team Redline in GTD.
Okay, which Redline car?
I knew you were going to say that.
Yes.
I'm going to go for the number 2. And then in GTP, I tell you what, I think a great story. Drago are going to win there. I think that'll be great to see.
Wouldn't be shocked. Do you think that means that the Williams Esports team out front is going to slightly slow down, or do you just think it's because the speed that the 69 machine clearly has?
I think they're both showing very strong speed right now, and yeah, it's going to come down to execution. 12 seconds is a very small gap with 20 hours to go. Either of them could come to the fore, and of course, don't write off the number 5 Williams Esports car too. But yeah, I think Drago are gonna pull off. They're going to pull off the Cinderella story and book their ticket into the IMSA Esports Global Championship.
I noticed you went GTP and GTD. Do you not feel so confident about an LMP2 winner right now?
Impossible to call. Impossible.
You've got what, 5 cars all still within 10 seconds at the front of that class? So yeah, impossible, right?
Definitely.
Okay, I'll give you an over/under then. You and I will be back with about 4 hours to go on commentary. We've got 43 running. How many will still be running when we're back?
35.
You're quite optimistic today, aren't you?
Yes, I'm an optimistic person.
Glass half full. What's the glass going to be full of now that you step out of the commentary booth?
Well, I'm not going to say any specific brand, but
okay.
I think I may nip down to the local tavern and have a couple of refreshments before coming back for dinner.
I mean, I don't blame you. It's what I'm probably going to go and do as well as I get ready for my next stint on the commentary. It's time for us, though, to say goodbye. Peter Mackay, Arjuna Kankipati, 4 hours into the 2024 iRacing Daytona 24, powered by VCO. We'll hand it over to Lewis McLeod as well as Cam Roger.
Cheers, Arjuna, and cheers to Peter as well, as we will take you into the setting sun and into the night as well. Got 4 hours of me, got a couple of hours of Cameron Roger, and it should be a bit of a fun one. Of course, Ike Mericala bringing us the broadcast for the next 8 hours. Poor guy. Cam, this is going to be fun, though. It's been an interesting start to the race. 4 hours down and still plenty left to go.
Yes, plenty indeed. 20 hours, and yes, that's about, 1/6 of the race that we're through already. But of course, this is the main time where the teams now need to just finalise how they're going to go into the night. The sun is almost set, and soon the floodlights will be taking over the sunlight, and we'll be just looking at headlights for most of the night. And as we've been mentioning, it is of course one of the longest nights, if not the longest night in endurance racing, with us racing in January compared to most of these endurances being in June.
Yeah, exactly. Normally you won't see, most of these 24-hour races, you don't typically see the sun setting until, 7-8 hours into the race, 6 hours into the race, whereas here it's 4 hours into the race and we're basically already there. Did hear a little bit of questionable optimism from Peter Mackay. Arjuna asked the question of when they're back on, because Arjuna's back on in 10 hours time, but Peter's back on in 16 hours time for basically the penultimate stint of the race before we get to that final real portion. And Arjuna asked how many cars will still be in the race at that point. And Peter said 35. We've got 43 at the moment. He said 35. We started with 50. And Arjuna classified that as optimistic. I don't think that is optimistic. I think that's a little bit pessimistic, if I'm perfectly honest. I'd say 40.
It really depends how the night stints go. We always know if you go to sleep and you wake up in the morning, there's going to be a few cars gone. And most of the DNFs that we've seen were very early in the race, or they were caused by what's happening very early in the race when the cars are so close together. Once everyone spreads out a bit, as we know, there's no safety car or anything to bunch them back up. So it's really just coming down to driving mistakes. And with what we were mentioning earlier, the strength of field in this event today is unbelievably high. I think there's going to be very minimal mistakes. And therefore, I agree, we might even notch 40 by the time we get to sunrise. We'll have to wait and see.
I think we'll still have like quite a few. Like you say, you're absolutely right. We've had 7 retirements from this race. We've got 44 running. 4 of those were basically on lap 1, right? It was 3 of them, but basically 4 of them were on lap 1. Of those 6 retirements, sorry. The other 2 were both the Williams, and I don't want to be that guy, but they might have got removed from the race from the Apex Racing team. One of those was a bit rough, which is a bit of bad luck, which was going through T1, which is when the Williams Esports Chill Blast car, Daniel Pausdorff, was behind the wheel, got in an incident with Luke McEwen that sent him out into the barrier. It basically broke the car. They were still sort of in the race, but then I think they've now pulled the plug, which I don't really blame them for. And the other one was the Williams Esports Academy car, which did get absolutely detonated by Johan Art going on the exit of the Le Mans chicane. So, those are the only 2 additions to that pile. Outside of that, it's the cars that have retire on lap 1. That's why I think 35 is a bit pessimistic. So have that.
Oh, I agree.
The optimist.
Yeah, the only way you can really, because of the damage repairs and stuff that we have, you might as well carry on going, especially at this point in the race when there's so many hours left. You never really know what's going to happen. So I definitely think even if you have a little bit of a spin or a little bit of contact, you might as well repair it and go on. It's just a shame that when you did have a couple of big accidents, that it does get to the point where maybe some teams don't want to sit around for half an hour or so getting the repairs, which is kind of understandable in some ways. But yeah, I think what we're going to see, and especially from the racing that we've seen so far, everyone seems pretty on it in terms of, I haven't seen any outrageous, I haven't followed the whole 4 hours so far, but I haven't seen any completely ridiculous moves so far in traffic.
No, the traffic for the most part it's been fine. The most ridiculous thing was what Johan Art did. Sorry, he just basically drove to the back of the Williams Esports Academy car going through the exit of the chicane. It happens, and to be fair, like those happening once or twice, and I'm not that bothered by it. When it happens time and time again, I get a little bit frustrated. Just even as a viewer, you do get a little bit irritated, and I'm sure obviously the drivers would. That's been it. We've had some close moments in traffic, but close moments are fine. They're always going to happen, as we see the Apex Racing, the Team Redline duo leading in the GTD category, because of course, or in second rather in the GTD category. Because obviously Luke McEwen now behind the wheel of the 199. That is a big slide from the Mag Performance car that's currently running in second place in the LMP2s.
Yeah, I was saying we hadn't seen anything too ridiculous, and that was a bit more on the limit. Pushing just a little bit too hard in the braking zone, and you can actually just see through that sort of hairpin sequence. I know he had a big slide through the Western Horseshoe, but they really aren't. The LMP2s really aren't that much quicker than the GT3s, so you do have to be a little bit aggressive on those moves, but you have to be careful. Can't be taking people out. So we look a little bit further back, we get another duo. They've been working together for quite a while, trying to do a bit of bump drafting and chase down the Redline duo up ahead.
Yeah, I did see that 120. Obviously, at the moment, it's being driven by Gabriele Mini, which I'm very curious to see how his year is going to go. I know we're not that shocked these days when we see a car with a real racing driver in it. We're always like, oh, there's another one. Fair enough. Cool. Welcome to literally half the grid at this kind of level. A lot of them have been in racing, but obviously Mini will be racing in Formula 3 with Prema. Did High-Tech Pulse 8 last year and won a couple of races. But very curious to see how they're going to get along with that. As I think the 81 VRS Commander is in the pit lane as well in the GTP class, so a couple in there, as we'll see the one of the grid and go cars just pushing the Williams at the moment, the Williams Esports BenQ car. Again, this is how you got to play the cards at the moment. It's literally just bump drafting, trying to hope for the best, really.
Well, this is what Apex did last year. I remember I did a stint at a similar time to this last year, and then when you look at the end of the race, they're basically doing it as well the whole time through. It is possible, but I'm not going to lie, Lewis. If I was the second driver in any of these pairs that are doing these bump drafting, you're literally looking at the back of the car that is filling the whole screen. It's a little bit almost claustrophobic, and you can very easily miss a braking point. So you have to practice this, but also have the concentration to keep it going. And I'm not going to lie, I wouldn't want to do this for 20 plus hours, but then again, if it has to be done, it has to be done.
You've got to know when and how to bump draft. The whole thing of like bump drafting will gain you a lot of time, but bump drafting well will gain you an extra half a second on top of that, right? And that's the whole thing. That's why the Apex Racing team were pulling away so much earlier on in the race. Once they'd pitted early to give themselves a little bit of track position, and then they were bump drafting. They were pulling themselves clear, and they were playing a very solid game with it. But unfortunately, maybe took a little bit too much risk. Alex Dunn got into the rear of the 198 and caused a bit of an incident on the exit of the Le Mans chicane. Thankfully for them, the Stormforce ART car was able to maintain position. I know Arjuna's been through this fairly recently, but that car was able to hold position and stay on the road without losing too much except just time. And now they're getting some assistance from Alejandro Sanchez. There is those that we were talking about. Alejandro Sanchez ahead in this grouping with damage still on the front end.
Yes, they made some contact with an LMP2 not too long ago, and they obviously haven't fixed that, at least not coming in out of sequence to fix it. At least they probably will do at the next pit stop, but also just putting themselves in position to help the car, because obviously the one in the normal Apex livery, that is obviously laps down one had the issues, and it's the 199 in the Stormforce ART livery that is the race leader. So just a bit of teammate help there to pull them along, but certainly seems like the front bumper on that isn't losing them too much time because the 199 stay behind.
Well, yeah, and they're the whole thing with this is that they've basically got they'd set a 43.9 on the previous lap, which is about half a second faster than the Redline duo behind in second and third. To be fair, this kind of scenario is not actually that bad. Obviously, you've had a bullet removed, which from the gun, which is not ideal. But let's say, for example, Alejandro Sanchez with that damage right now, they can be like, right, for 5 minutes, let's 2 or 3 laps. Luke, you're going to be driving around by yourself. Try not to lose too much time. We're dumping that car back in the pit lane to get it repaired, so that then we can bring it out right in front of you again, perfectly repaired. So you basically got a battering ram. I'm not saying that's what's going to happen, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, I've seen some good videos on people attempting things like that. But you're right, because it's almost like a free weapon in your armor, because the car ahead can hopefully take up any sort of contact and almost save the 199 in behind. And is always being the car ahead that's a little bit more dangerous, as we saw them in this formation earlier, and it was the 199 that clipped and spun the sister car ahead. So it's definitely probably safer being that car in behind, which I think is why they're still trying to continue this. But that's a little bit awkward with the traffic. They might have to swap over, but no, they decide to keep in formation as you'd expect.
Yeah, I mean, these two, they're just playing their cards very, very well at the moment. We know how good they are when it comes to this this whole bump drafting game. We've seen it time and time again from the Apex Racing team, whether it's been here, whether it's been in the IMSA esports side of things, be it this season or the previous. They just know exactly what they're doing with bump drafting, especially around here, and that's why they're so good at it. There's a look at the Team Redline car in the GTP category. Of course, Team Redline well versed with their cars out on the grid. They've got plenty. It's Diogo Pinto behind the wheel. Finds themselves in 4th position in the GTP category. Little bit behind Jen Munoz at the moment in that Williams Esports Fantech car that we're looking at now. No questions as to what the colour is in the front of that car. It's absolutely fine. We're not getting into it, don't worry. But I think the issue for them is they're looking at it being like, we're 18 seconds behind the race leaders.
Yeah, absolutely. And Pinto has been closing down. The gap was a little bit bigger than this. He's now well within the draft range as you come around NASCAR 3 and 4. This might be one of the easier overtakes for Redline. They've got so much more speed there coming on to the start-finish straight. And it looks like that Redline car is going to be jumping up into 3rd position. I don't think the Williams car is going to be defending that too much down the inside, but they might do. No, Williams comes down. And, Pinto, I should say, comes down to the inside line. But Williams on the outside try to hold it. Munoz is trying to risk it for 3rd place.
Fantastic move straight back around the outside from Munoz. That was brilliant work, and Diogo Pinto is now going to try and send one into the international horseshoe to the outside. We'll have to bring it back in, but no way to make a move on that Acura just yet. They say losing more time to our race leader. The last lap time for this grouping for Munoz, it was a 32.8. For our race leader, it was a 31.3. 3. Now, yes, traffic will play its part in that, do not get me wrong, but 1.5 seconds Agustin Canapino is pulling clear. Between all that, you've got Shamek Lamanek, who's just set a 32.1. So basically what I'm saying is the Drago Racing car is pulling away from these two, and the Williams Esports car, playseat car, the one with the Canapino behind the wheel, is pulling away from Lamanek. It's not great.
Yeah, it's not. And I definitely think that's probably why Redline want to try and get through here, but coming through the Le Mans chicane this time around, no way near as close. So maybe it was just a little bit of a bad run, because they did get sort of stuck behind the two Apex cars. Of course, Luke McEwen at the wheel of the 199 last time around through that chicane, so maybe just lost that momentum. And it's a huge run, a couple of kilometers all the way back down to turn number 1. And yeah, this time around, Pinto not close enough to make the move. So hopefully there is still some speed in that Jada Munoz car if he wants to try and yeah, pull away. The issue is you meet some traffic like this, you just lose those couple of tenths of a second. It gets a little bit awkward, and then the red line car is coming in at full speed behind.
Yeah, indeed. As we'll see these filter through, I've got a question for you. And if you've checked Chat Cam, then fair enough. If you haven't, don't yet, because I know I did just see it pop up, and I did kind of know this, but do you want to know what the estimated strength of field is? In fact, have a guess what you think the estimated strength of field is of the GTD class specifically.
I would assume it's got to be like in the high 8s.
Now that's where you would assume, yeah, you would, wouldn't you? What if I said it was higher than that?
Then that's just ridiculous.
The estimated strength of field of GTD is 9.8.
0.8? Not even 0.1, 0.2? No, crikey.
It's because
that is mad.
Like, when I went through the entry list earlier on, I've not updated all the iRating on my little entry list. But when I was going through it earlier on, I got through 6 cars and I'd already come across 9 10k I-rated drivers. Yeah, it's tough out there.
It sure is. That is something. But that just shows you the level that we've got now, and it's great to see so much. I don't know how to put this in the nice way, because obviously the grids in the previous years were also good, but I think the grid this year is even more stacked with the likes of Coanda coming back into it. Redline have a bajillion cars as well. Apex have a bajillion cars. Like, there's so many of the top level drivers coming here to this event, and I mean, you can see why it's the best event of the year, but it's pretty crazy how it just keeps on drawing in those top drivers to come and race against each other.
Yeah, exactly. I know like I-rating inflation is a thing. Fair enough. As we see Sam Ward here on our screen for the Team PGZ car, one team that's got 3 cars out on the grid, just getting past the 299 Apex Racing Team car. When you have a grid like this, though, and I know again I-rating inflation, rather, and I get that it is a thing. There is more I-rating out there again with it being a zero-sum formula. Fair enough. More people taking part means there's more I-rating to be shared around. Exactly. It's fair enough, it is what it is. But when you have a grid like this, and the driver with the second highest I rating on road is taking part in the Daytona 24-hour, but isn't in top split, that's where you go, okay, this is interesting now, because so many drivers we've got 34 drivers now that have over 10k I rating, and most of which are taking part in this event.
How much do you have?
More than you.
That is certainly true.
At the moment, I'm 3.2.
Wow.
Not good enough for top split.
Yeah, even us combined wouldn't do so well. But Diogo Pinto has another look here around the outside. He managed to not make it stick last time, and also once again doesn't have enough to get past in towards turn 1. He gets a bit of a switchback though to try and get the run, and through turn 2 down towards the horseshoes. He's going to go to the right hand side. Yeah, can he slide it up the inside on the brakes? He's going to keep it tight, make it to the apex, but has he got the run? It's going to be very close when we get to the kink.
Yeah, they head their way up towards the dogleg. It's the inside line for Munoz. And again, once more, Diogo Pinto unable to get through, but this time trying to hang it out, going around the dogleg, leaves it with the inside line going into the West Horseshoe. This could be a big move for Redline. Been trying to get past this pesky Williams Acura for a long time. Bit of LMP2 traffic ahead. They're probably going to have to go either side of him. And once again, the Williams car is going to be able to hang on. This must be immensely frustrating for Redline, who are just seeing that gap grow and grow and grow at the front of the field.
Absolutely, but this might be the chance, although the Le Mans chicane is not where you want to be making the overtakes. They go completely side by side in towards the braking zone. Williams on the inside, though, have to back out to that one. Pinto finally makes the move on the brakes and gets up in towards third place, but Williams just going to come back down the start-finish straight. Let's see what that top speed difference is going to be coming out of NASCAR 4.
Yeah, the expectation is that the Acura shouldn't be as fast in a straight line. Normally it's a bit higher downforce, but from what we've been seeing there, it's clearly got the power to deal with the BMW. But you can see there, even with the slipstream, maybe with a slight bit of lifting as well. You know, you never really know. Daytona Mules is going to remain behind Diogo Pinto, but this time we might well see. Yeah, this is where we need to start taking a look at those lap times, keeping our eye on it again. As much as there was the overtake on it, fair enough. 32.187 on the previous lap time, plays a 31.490. Yet another 6 or 7 tenths taken out as Agustin Canapino races off into the distance, into the sunset, and really puts Williams into the pound seat. Like I say, it was a questionable run for them last year, but this year they're looking to put that one to bed. And do you know what? I'm quite happy to see it, because they're getting out there, they're motoring, and they are looking rapid around here.
Yeah, they certainly are, and also in the GTDs a bit earlier as well. Obviously, they had a couple of issues, which is unfortunate, but they were looking very fast, so they certainly came prepared, and they were ready. There were 1-2 in both the GTPs and GTDs in the opening few laps of the race, so they really, really do have the pace, and you can't take that away from them for sure. Of course, they have just been taken off the podium by Redline at this moment in the race, but things will swap around depending on when certain drives are in the car and how that is working out, and they're just losing some extra time from the Falcon Mercedes as well. So not the couple of laps that Williams would have wanted.
Yeah, I mean, the important bit there is that you've seen the gap where Diogo Pinto has been behind Ed Munoz for ages. Now has got through and has pulled a 2-second gap basically on that car behind, whilst also setting a 1 minute 31.4. You ever wanted to know how much time Diogo Pinto's lost? Well, all of these 6 or 7 tenths here and there that they've lost each lap to our race leader, yeah, that much time, which does mean that Jody Munoz has done a great job delaying the advances of Team Redline, because it's his teammate at the end of the day that's leading this race.
Yeah, that's a perfect situation. Why you'd want to have a couple of cards in each category as well, because even though I'm sure they would have wanted him to be up, bump drafting with the number 6, but at least take some seconds away from that Redline car. And yeah, that was only less than 2 tenths off the fastest lap of the race in that number 20 car. So really rapid, and now starting to show that the pace that they potentially do have. But unfortunately, they now need to get another 6 seconds just to the Drago car, then another 16 up towards Williams. So it's going to be a bit of a slog over the next couple of hours. But with that speed, being 4 tenths, half a second lap faster than Canapino, maybe that will turn around a bit quicker than we expect.
Taking a bit of a look a bit further down in the middle category, the LMP2s. Of course, we're seeing WSR Esports butt kicker here. You do have the Apex Racing Team and the 114 PGZ car at the moment that's ahead. A bit of grid and go getting in the way, just a touch of the 123, and just struggling to get through on that lap traffic, and dropping back just a little bit. It's about half a second now up towards the 299, the Apex Racing Team car, and they've got a bit of a gap up to Sam Ward, who's desperately trying to catch the Race Clutch white car. They aren't really closing in. The gap's kind of holding around that 4-second mark at the moment, up to the 16.
Yes, sometimes you just find yourself in this weird state where you just can't catch down a certain driver, even though you're trying your best through the traffic. It's just, it doesn't always come. Sometimes you have to get into a little bit of a different flow. Sometimes if you make a couple of mistakes or whatever, you can get out of the flow as such of the traffic, and it just makes your life that little bit more difficult. And of course, for these P2s as well, they need to look out for these GTPs coming past. That was quite easy on the straight, but through these hairpins, you never know what's going to happen. The Otis car there goes up the inside of the apex, and it just makes it that little bit more difficult, just loses a few tenths on the exit there.
I think Altus will be a little bit disappointed with how today's gone. They had a great day yesterday with Eduardo Leo in the IMSA iRacing Series race that we were broadcasting on RaceSpotTV on Friday night prime time. Ended up finishing in second position. it was honestly looking really, really impressive. Semenya Mathena trying to work their way through. That car is in 13th position. It is the last car on the lead lap in that GTP category, is Semenya Mathena. So that will be a bitter pill to swallow for a team which was coming in and maybe playing like the underdog card in a sense. But they were expecting to definitely compete for the victory. It doesn't mean they cannot compete for the victory. Let's be honest, the checker flag is 19 hours and 37 minutes away. But you just never really know. And you leave yourself on the back foot by being a minute down with only 4 hours and 20 minutes down.
Yeah, unfortunately, they were the second slowest GTP on that previous lap as well. So the pace... I mean, having said that, the pace is very rapid and is very consistent from the teams ahead. But yeah, just a couple of tenths here and there, you might think, oh, that's not too bad. But over the course of a couple of hours, that will add up quite a lot, as we're seeing this battle in the P2s. So the PGZ car and the Apex coming down in towards the first section of the track. But that is, it is. Getting very close for that position, which is 7th place in class, and of course WSR right in behind. So they were getting closer last time around. Of course, Apex had that bit of traffic that slowed them down, but now they're getting closer, and with a bit of clean air, they might be able to find their way through. But obviously, it depends on the risk that they want to take as well.
Yeah, I was never really the big risk taker when I was driving. In fact, actually, I say that. I was doing some streaming into iRacing series races, and someone said I would hope to never be around you, which I thought was
such an insult.
Such an insult. I was fuming afterwards. I'm not gonna lie.
Why is that? Is it you don't go for the moves, or you're too unpredictable? What do you mean?
I think I don't go for the moves, but apparently I take too much risk, even though that's utter rubbish. No, because I've not done it in such a long time, I think I'm an absolute wimp in traffic. I cannot commit the way that I used to going through traffic. I always used to be a little bit hesitant. But yeah, I just cannot send it like I used to.
Yeah, that word is what you can't be, hesitant. You're either going to do it or you're not. Even if you're going to do a move and you know that a GT is going to absolutely hate you, but if you just do it and you make it stick and you don't lock up, they're like, okay, I can respect that. You're trying to get on with your race. But if you still hesitate or you go down the inside, you lock up, you miss the apex, then that's when the traffic starts to hate you a little bit. But I think with how we have the cars now, I guess the GTPs are a little bit better, but the time gap between the classes isn't that big anymore compared to what we see. I mean, it's only about 10 seconds a lap between the P2s and the GTs, for instance. So you can't just absolutely steam past them. And as we've seen, especially in the hairpins, the P2s aren't really that much faster. So you can't sort of slide up the inside and then just power away from them. You kind of get there and you sit around them for that sort of half a second where it gets really awkward. So you do have to just be decisive and make the moves. I guess some people overcommit and then just try and close the gap down. That's obviously going to close by the time they get there.
Yes, I say it's interesting. It is interesting how some teams and such play the way. There is normally a bit of a methodology when it comes to you want your teammates to go through traffic the way that you go through traffic, because the idea of them blasting their way through traffic far more aggressively than you is kind of a bit like, ooh, I don't know if I want to be teammates with them.
Ego.
Yeah, I don't know. I've not raced. I've not been in a car with you whilst seeing you go through traffic. So I don't know if I should be concerned or not. A few drivers into the pit lane, by the way. I believe in the GTP, so a couple diving their way down. Nothing too major, but those towards the back end of the GTP field might all be biting. I think they might be out pit lane. They might.
Yeah, the only time that we've been in the car together was in Spa last year, wasn't it? Yes. So that was obviously single
Which has already
class.
been brought up on this broadcast. Yeah,
I would like to say, though, okay, as much as I'm not the fastest driver in the world, and there's a reason why I don't really drive anymore, but I'd like to say I was pretty good with the thinking, at least, behind what I was trying to do through the traffic, although sometimes maybe the skill was not quite there with the ambition. But it was certainly good fun, especially here. When you're battling with someone in class, you can sort of box someone in with the traffic on the straights. Like, say they're coming to pull out to overtake you. If you just go right next to a GT, they basically can't pull out, because if they pull out, they're going to hit the GT. So there's some little tricks that you can do there as well. But it's really in the hairpins around here where you need to be, I guess, the most careful, because you're spending so much time around. Is that the Apex car, I believe, coming into the pit lane for their next round of pit stops? Peter Berriman at the wheel of the 98.
Yeah, indeed. 98 down onto the lane. Curious to see how long the stop will be. Normally seen those in around the sort of like, well, I say in around the 40-odd second margin. We've seen a lot of very different timings in the lane. The Team Red Line car was stationary apparently for about 55 seconds. The BMW Team BS competition was 42. So lots of different fuel amounts being taken by various drivers and teams. I distinctly remember some that came in a bit earlier, especially in the D category. They were in for a very short period of time to take a very small amount of fuel and then just get straight back out onto the racetrack. There is a driver switch in that, by the way. Pete Berriman will jump out, and Kevin Ellis Jr. Will jump his way behind the wheel for, I believe, the first time today.
Yeah, I think you might be right on that one. And talking of fuel, that's interesting that some people are choosing so early in the race to under-fuel the car. But I guess it is for track position. But at the same time, you never know what's going to happen later on in the race. So you do really just want to try and get further and further and do shorter stints in the last couple of hours. But I guess, yeah, if you can avoid being stuck around someone or getting in these bump draft trains with people that you're not teammates with and stuff, maybe that is the one to do. But all the teams that have worked out what is going to be the best strategy for them. And especially as it's so easy, because you can underfuel not by too much, even just by 3 or 4 seconds, and that's enough to pull you away from the car.
Yeah, total time in pit lane there for the Apex Division was 1 minute and 2 seconds, which is how long they were stationary for, but we'll get that information to you as soon as possible. As we can see the Porsche Commander, the number 81 of Michael Romanidis, driving around 17th position on the road. Not been a great race for Romanidis, who is effectively the leader in that car.
Yeah, I guess sometimes the race doesn't...
Effectively, by the way.
Yeah, sometimes the race doesn't quite go how you wanted. Last lap pace is not too bad, a 32.3. So definitely some pace in that car, but it's very difficult to have a race without any issues at all, or any slight little problem. And with the amount of variation that comes in with all the cars going out on track, it's definitely one that is a little bit more difficult. But of course, the sister cars are all the way up there inside the top 6. So definitely not the one that car would have wanted.
Yeah, but this team were expecting to come in this race and challenge for a top spot. All of them were only looking to battle for the front. I mean, we've said before, we pulled out the stat on Mitchell de Jong and laps led around here. Unfortunately, this race does look like it might take might take a bit of a hit to the percentage of laps led for Mitchell de Jong, which again, I brought it up earlier. I'll bring it up once more. It was about 85%. Of the laps that Mitchell de Jong has done in the iRacing Daytona 24 Hour from 2015 onwards has been, it's 85% of the laps he's done has been in the lead of the race, which is crazy. And if you ignore 2022, then it's 96.
That is, I mean, that is good for him. Also, that's good for his teammates. Because that means that he's almost, every time he's got back into the car, they're still in the race lead. So that is crazy. But yeah, obviously back in the day, it has been a couple of years since we've really seen the domination from that. But a couple of years ago, it was just Coanda, and I guess Red Line as well, just winning every single one of these special events. But, things have changed around in the last couple of years. As we're seeing, a couple of the driver swaps come in. There's Charlie Collins out in the 92 machine, as that was the sister cars that we were talking about, and Elvis Rankin in the number 8. Yeah,
I say Elvis Rankin, big boy band, jumping in behind the wheel of that. He's had a couple of changes before he's moved over into that squad. We'll also say, speaking of cars in the pit lane, the race leader in the GTD category has been on pit lane. The Stormforce ART driver Luke McEwen been down onto the lane. Of course, we commentated on winning the British Formula 4 Esports Championship by a whopping 0 points. No points. It was a crazy season. As we can see, Kevin Ellis Jr. now coming out to form a delicious sandwich with some VRS Coanda bread.
Yes, because it's not a Coanda sandwich.
The ingredients.
Yes, it's an Apex sandwich. Yes, that is very true. Making sure we get that correct at the start of 2024. Going to better things this year, we hope. But of course, Rankin, of course, was part of Apex. It's always good when you see ex-teammates battling each other, although he's about a second behind it as it stands. But that is always a good thing. I love when drivers swap teams and they have to battle them. It's always a little bit of an awkward one, but at the end of the day, you're contracted for your new team, so you need to see what you're going to do. And is there going to be a battle down in towards turn number 1? Of course, Kevin Ellis Jr. just recently getting in that car, needs to get warmed up as he goes for this overtake.
Yeah, going to try and work past immediately, as we'll have our race leaders down onto the lane now in the GTP category. You've got Sam Coiter there leaving the pit lane. That is for position. The driver that we saw on the inside, that was the Team Red Line number 21 car that will be leaving pit lane in the background to try and rejoin this fight. Elvis Rankin getting that car fired up as best as he can. Bit of navigation of some lap traffic there. And like I say, it's going to be an intense fight here between Kevin Ellis Jr. and Charlie Collins. But of course, Elvis Rankin sat off the rear end looking for an opportunity to throw himself back into the fight. Only about 7 seconds behind them on the race circuit. Yes, I know they've not stopped comparatively with them, but you do have that Drago racing car. Shemek Lamanek behind the wheel might well be able to catch up to them and assert some dominance, though 7 seconds. That ain't closed down on this group.
Yeah, that's... No, that's a lot of time as well, to be honest, just on the track. And we are looking at them coming in, I would assume, this lap, with looking at the lap counts as well. As we see in the, so Williams just exiting the pit lane there from P3. So definitely pit stop time for these drivers. What are we, 4.5 hours into the race? So yeah, they're going to be... Actually, I'm not going to do the quick maths on that with how it's going to work out pistol-wise towards the end. But obviously, with it being way under an hour for the top class now, a load more pit stops over the course of the race and a load more things you can do on the strategy. But it looks like the top 2 will be pitting this lap.
You know to never, ever go near any maths in when it comes to racing. It's not worth it for us. It's just not worth it for us. It's always going to cause drama. You had the JME Sports car, by the way. That was the one that was on the pit exit line. Like you can see, Max Verstappen here trying to assist his teammate Florian Lebigra, who again joined the Team Redline squad. As you can see, even still has RHG branding. Obviously left RHG when the whole RHG side of things stepped back a bit from the iRacing side and joined Team Redline right towards the end of last year. It was for the Industry Sports Championship. Jumped over into the black and red, dark blue and red, however you want to put it. It changes as to how aggressive they were, but sometimes it is black and red. I don't like it as black and red. I think it is dark blue, like really dark blue. But I've said before, I really like it. I much prefer it as a dark blue and red rather than black and red. It just didn't look as striking. I don't know what it is. There's something. It just looks. It just looks much better.
There's too many black and red liveries out there. Which is a completely other topic. But yeah, it is blue. When you get a little bit closer like that, it definitely is the dark blue, which is good to see, as they are now 1 and 2 in the category for now, with the 2 leading the 4. And of course, Verstappen there just bomb drafting his teammate along the way, as they have been doing for a long time now. It's going to be a long night of looking at the rear bumper of each other, and hopefully they can stay together. It worked out for Apex last year in this very category. But certainly, some different strategies going around for some of the other teams, as of course the battles continue on a little bit further back as well.
Yeah, there you go. Max Verstappen can be a teammate. Who'd have thought it? Obviously, it's a very different kettle of fish in this count. Speaking of black and red liveries, by the way, here is the Movano Corsa GTP car. That is right behind a different black and red car of Race Clutch. So at least there's that. We were having a conversation earlier, though, is that the Race Clutch black and red I can handle. The black and red of the Movano Corsa, which is more of a charcoal grey and red, fair enough, because they've got a red line over the top of the car. Do you remember when we did the OBS World broadcast at Zandvoort? and there was also a Movano car in there. And genuinely, for a brief second, I thought, oh, Redline's in this race. No, they're not.
Yeah, I mean, that looks very similar. What helps is that they've got the different chassis of cars, obviously this being the Acura, but still, it's not the easiest. But also, Drago as well. They're black and red, aren't they? So,
it's pink. Drago's black and pink.
But it's all close enough. Yeah, if you were to look at it from afar, it would be a little bit more difficult, as there's Sebastian Job, who's got into that car for the number 20 machine. So Pinto has stepped out of that at the recent pit stop a couple laps ago.
Obviously, Sebi Job moving over to Team Redline as part of the whole Red Bull deal. Obviously, we know him as a Red Bull driver, and with that, he's worked from the G2 side of things. Has been a part of the acquisition over into Team Redline, which Redline have hoovered up quite a few drivers. I said before, when it comes to the acquisition of that whole side of things, for Redline, picking up basically the entirety of the Red Bull esports camp. And then when you account for a couple of drivers like Sam Coitert that they've picked up, drivers like that from Urano, from them departing Sim Racing, Redline has grown significantly over the last, let's call it, 2 months. And so some teams can handle that expansion very, very well. Some teams can't. And I think it's too early to know whether Redline will be able to cope. I think Redline will be able to cope fine, but it is a large transition for any team that can cause a couple of fractures within that squad. So I'm sure they're well aware of that, but still, it's an interesting note, isn't it?
It's a scary note, actually, because obviously Redline, one of the most decorated teams ever in history of sim racing and esports, and now they've just gained a whole load of top-level drivers. I think they're going to be looking at the top of every single competition this year, more so, of course, than they already were. So that's definitely a scary thought. But then I guess it is what happens when you get a couple of teams either fold or be acquired, etc., and you get this whole group of people together. There's so much knowledge, so much experience there that they can just be so clinical. When they come to these races, I definitely think it's going to be a very, very interesting year of how things are working out.
Max Verstappen's dive down onto pit lane. So from second place in the GTD category, we have a car into the lane. I'm sure it won't be too long before we see our race leader into the lane. There's a look at Sim RC. Obviously, this is quite a tight fight in the LMP2 category. Sim RC, Jürgen Frank, not too far down the road. The next car is not for position. That one is Karkinen in the TPGZ 124 car. The 1-4 position is Zander Reed, but ahead of Zander Reed is Jagodzinski, who is for position for Karkinen. So there's two battles kind of separated by cars. So the car directly ahead and behind, you're not battling, but you want to battle the one that's just past that. It's tricky.
You gotta love traffic and laps and how it works. If you're the second car in each of those battles, though, you've almost got to follow the first one through and try and work together. Trying to sort of bully your way up towards the front, I think, is going to make that just a little bit more difficult, especially with just how consistent we're seeing the pace from all of these from all these teams so far. It's definitely not the easiest situation to be in, but let's see how this draft is on the main straight with Coanda there seemingly gaining quite a lot through NASCAR 3 and out through 4. Seems like you get an absolutely massive pull up towards turn 1.
Yeah, just to fully explain it once more, that VRS Coanda car, so the car that's first in shot is the Apex 201 car. It's just going to pull over to one side and it's going to allow Zander Reed to pass. That's not for position. That's fine. However, that Apex 1 car finds itself a little bit further down in the category and is battling, as you can see there, 15th on the tower on the left-hand side, is battling with a Team PGZ car behind it. So that black and yellow car wants to pass the blue and white one. The purple, orange and white one wants to pull away from this whole pack, because that yellow car at the rear, that is full position for the Coanda car. Just to try again, it sounds confusing. It's really not, though. It's a lapped sandwich with some cars on the lead lap bread. Just really keep working on this. It's fine.
Yeah, it's amazing though to see actually how you can get into these situations, because sometimes you have some issues going laps down or whatever, and then you've literally got like 30 seconds in front, 30 seconds behind, but now we've actually got these battles as they try and work their way through now out onto this back straight down towards the Le Mans chicane. Of course, they've got a couple more LMP2, so this is the LMP2 part of the track, it seems, up towards the Le Mans chicane. And that was definitely a nice move there by the Commander car, of course, putting a couple of lapped cars in between what they want. But that's a big moment there from the 124 coming out the chicane.
Yeah, and you would normally say, right, now's the time to pull away. Obviously, those cars you passed that are laps down or whatever, they're going to be much, much slower than you are. Well, again, I know it's not a complete definition when it comes to pace, but if we talk iRating here, Zander Reed behind the wheel of the Commander, the VRS Commander, at the front of this group is 7.6k. Jagodzinski is 7.3k, Karkkonen is 7.8k, and Jürgen Frank, who we're on board with here at the rear of this train, is 8k, which means they're all pretty much the same level of drivers. There is a move actually for position as the PGZ car of Karkkonen will get down the inside of Jagodzinski and will drop the Apex 1 car down a single position to 16th. Meanwhile, Jürgen Frank is trying to get past the lap traffic, getting a little bit frustrated here as out wide the Apex 1 car is going to go, and Jürgen Frank is going to be able to get his way through.
Yeah, just a few centimetres wide onto those marbles, and just makes it that little bit more difficult to make the corner. So it's a funny sort of risk game, because Frank knows he wants to get past, but at the same time he does want to then get involved in their own battle, really. But then also at the same time does want to let Commander go away up ahead. So it's definitely a lot of things to take into account from a driving situation, as we are definitely very much underneath the darkness for the next few hours now. So it's pretty much just you and your headlights looking through as we're into the pit lane for Labigra.
Yeah, Florian Labigra into the pit lane. Team Redline will pull their way off. The important question is, where is Max Verstappen and all this? Of course, the teammate there is Verstappen now coming down into T1. With where Florian Labigra is, these two should come out fairly close to each other. I think Labigra is going to have a little bit of a gap. Bit of contact there as well from the rear end. That was the Altus Esports car of Alessandro Maras trying to work his way past. And you can... sorry, Simona Miraltheno, rather. I was just looking at the wrong bit on the timing that I've got here. Simona Miraltheno trying to work their way past. The gap is 1 second between the Team Redline drivers. So I suspect Florian Labigra... to be fair, I was going to say he might slow down, but whilst the tyres are pretty cool, won't necessarily have to. We'll just allow this gap to close up naturally, and then they'll rejoin the whole bump drafting type situation again.
Yeah, you really need to leave it sort of half lap or so to get the exact gap once they get back up into racing speed. But it definitely seems that, as you would expect, staying out a couple of laps longer, you have less fuel in the car while your teammate has a full tank, and you just go those extra couple of tenths quicker as you rejoin some battles a bit lower down in the LMP2 battle in towards the Western Horseshoe. Got the Apex car in behind, trying to make a move on PGZ, and not quite close enough, but almost pushing his opponent along.
Yeah, Louis Balicki in the Apex Racing Team 299. You've got Marlon Ducek in the Team PGZ 119. I said PGZ have 3 cars in the category. This is their second highest one. They do have one a couple of positions even further up than this. So they're showing some fairly strong form around Daytona, as we have seen from the contingent before. Again, I do remember Team PGZ had the longest stint for any one driver that I've ever seen in endurance racing, let alone here at Daytona. Aside from everyone doing like their own 24-hour race or 12-hour race, I mean like in a standard race of this, which was Govan Keeney, of course, when that was 2022, I think, and he did that 10.5 hours, still 10 hours and a quarter stint around here to start the race. Was battling for the racing lab, was in a Team PGZ car. Bit of cars coming through. That's Michael Romanidis in the Porsche, also in the VRS Coanda. Yeah, I mean, let's say they've got some strong pace, with the Apex Racing Team car joining them in this fight. It just shows that they are a very solid squad, and having 3 cars in the same category, all kind of working together and roughly on the same speed, must help.
Oh, definitely. The exchange of sort of information and preparation for the race and everything like that, it really makes a big difference. If you imagine if they had those same sort of 9, 10, 12 drivers all in each different category, it just splits up the knowledge base quite a bit. So I definitely agree that having multiple teammates working together really does help, and even to be up here in the top split. I mean, we were saying just how good the strength of field is. So to get yourself in there, that is very, very good. Just rather than not taking part and being down, obviously, in split number 2, and doing a good job as well. Not really hanging around the back too much.
I don't want to be that guy though, but LMP2 is the how do I say it?
Biggest category, easier to get in.
It's not even that. No, because I think GTP does actually have more cars. I think GTP has 21 cars. But no, it's the weaker category.
Oh yeah.
Again, I feel like that is harsh.
It's fair. It's fair.
Exactly.
Because all of the focus at the moment in so many other competitions is the GTP's GTD. So why would the top drivers come into P2 when it's not so much the focus anymore? It's definitely a big factor as we see in this battle with Apex and Coanda.
Yeah, and you were the one that hit the nail on the head between these two. Who is this? Well, we've got Elvis Rankin trying to get past Kevin Ellis Jr. Of course, the colours that Elvis Rankin was driving not 2 months ago, he was behind the wheel of the Apex Racing Team car. That purple and orange car would desperately love to get through, and Elvis Rankin will dive it down the inside, showing why he's moved over into the VRS Coanda team. Down the inside of going to the International Horseshoe, has to commit to the outside going up towards the dogleg. But equally so, Kevin Ellis Jr. is like, you were my teammate once, let me show you why you shouldn't ever have left.
That is certainly a difficult move though, around the outside into towards the Western Horseshoe. Just has to sort of back out of that one as the two came very close. And of course, with this sort of battle that's formed, just with the speed, Charlie Collins has gone up the road by 4 seconds. As well in the other VRS Coanda car, the 92 machine. So definitely Kevin Ellis Jr. not quite having the top pace that he possibly would have wanted since getting in that car a few laps ago.
And he wasn't particularly pleased by that move. You saw by the lights being flashed there from Kevin Ellis Jr. Towards the driver of Elvis Rankin. Now seeing, like you say, you're absolutely right, about 4.5 seconds now up towards Charles Collins. It's still good to lead towards. It's fine. The very, very English Charles Collins, who is, I think, catching up to the back of Sebastian Joe, by the way. Set a 31.6 on the previous lap time. This time sets a 31.5. Never mind, Sebastian Joe set exactly the same, a 31.5. Who is trying to close himself down on Arthur Lehouk, who was very impressive yesterday, by the way.
Yes, a nice three-way battle forming for third place. And also realistically, they're only 5 seconds off the Drago car with Lemnek not too far up the road. So we're surprisingly close as we nudge up towards 5 hours done in this race. And we have some very close battles out there. It's just really that the gap that obviously Agustin Canapino really strengthened and opened up. But now it's Ata Kupanen in the number 6 Williams leading the way. But in behind, these next sort of 5, 6, 7, 8 cars, they're really close together.
Yeah, don't worry, ladies and gents. In about 10 minutes' time, I will give you a bit of a rundown as to what the dealio is. As the cool kids would say, what's the drilly, cuz? I will explain it all. They say it. I will explain it to you in about 10 minutes' time. I'll give you a rundown of each of the categories and we'll see. Told you, it's pink. It's bright pink on that Drago Racing car. Look at that. You could not look at that and say red. That's not even a mistake. It's hot pink, if anything else.
Yeah, no, that is definitely pink, but that is as pink as the Williams
Don't say it.
Orange to brown.
No, it's not. It's absolutely not. Now's not the time to judge, anyway.
Yeah, under the floodlights, it definitely looks slightly different. But yeah, this is actually a good one as they go past the red line GTs. That gets a little bit closer than maybe they would have wanted. There's also in the background out the WSR car also pushing their way through as Labiga there gets sent wide in turn 1.
Yeah, we'll need to take a look at our race leader in the GTP category, just to see. I want to see what level of brown we're at in the evening, or is it orange?
It's orange.
It's more orange. It is more orange at night. I'll say that.
It must be something to do with the shader or something to do with that, because when the sunlight was out, that was definitely darker. I agree, but that is 100% orange.
At night time, there is no doubt that is orange. I was discussing this earlier. I think the problem that I had with it was that it doesn't pop like an orange. An orange should pop, and it just didn't really. That more looks. That's a proper orange. but I still maintain we have to go with like copper or whatever, because it's just at daytime it's just not orange.
I will shake a hand on copper.
Okay, we'll agree. We'll agree on copper. But
Well, certainly Fox either way, it's working out.
I was going with brorange earlier, but that wasn't catching on, unfortunately.
I can see why.
Oh, thanks. Back to the actual important things that's not us discussing about all of the rubbish colours. It's Williams Esports Fanatec, and the gap, I say it's going to be closing just a touch. Last lap time, Sebastian Joe, by the way, 131.3. That is very fast. Exactly the same for Arthur Lehoux. This time, though, a bit of bad traffic. It was 32s for the pair of them, and it was Charlie Collins who set a 31.8. So it's Collins in the VRS Commander closing in, and a bit more lap traffic awkwardness, including the race leader in that GTD category jumping out of the way as it was made 3 wide there. Very awkwardly so was McEwen. Basically had to jump out of the way.
Yeah, the WSR Esports butt kicker car, Pascal, sticks in the LMP2, and that was very, very tight. The 3 categories go side by side in towards the very important hairpins around this Daytona International road course. And just look how the traffic can affect things, as is not just in any of the categories really, it's all of them. They sort of lose time to each other as the Apex cars, they're still doing a good job up towards the front, just dragging each other along. But wow, it gets so tight all of a sudden. So you'll be on your own for ages around this track, then all of a sudden you just catch people in those awkward hairpins and you can lose yourself time. You really have to be on it, despite the fact that it's one of the more open 24-hour races that we have.
Yeah, absolutely. I believe they've got the Pritt stick out, by the way, and they've glued Alejandro Sanchez's front end back on, as you can see them working their way through the Le Mans chicane. And that Apex front back does definitely have a front end on it once more. So at least there is that, as we'll see the VRS Coanda once again. Elvis Rankin pulled now about a second on Kevin Ellis Jr. as he works his way past Balicki in the 299. The gap's 4 seconds to Charlie Collins. Set a 32.5 on the previous laps. That's not great, unfortunately, for Elvis Rankin, but I think most of that is the laps traffic. The gap, like I say, it's going to ebb and flow. Everyone always says it. I know it's we love the quote. In fact, I'm going to leave you to it. What is it? What is it?
I'm not saying it.
Go on, just say it.
I'm not saying it.
Just say it.
Something about the traffic giving and taking. But it's possibly an overused quote, but it is very true. But at the same time, I do think you also make your own luck with the traffic.
100%.
I don't think it is, just one of those things that it just gets given back to you. You still have to put your car in the right place, and you still have to treat the traffic with a little bit of respect for then it also to be given back to you sometimes, especially in the faster categories. And there's also this one thing that an old teammate of mine used to say, that the GTs especially, they have this like flow around the track, and in between the corners you can get past them obviously. So you have to get in this flow where you're always meeting them in between the corners. If you start diving down the inside and losing time, you fall back off that flow, and you sort of get stuck. Every time you meet them is always in a corner, but that's because you've done those dives and you've lost that half a second. So you sort of work your way back from that delta time, if you can imagine, going around the track. So yeah, I definitely think that the driving has a bigger impact on those things.
No, I think you're 100% correct. I think too many people will sit back and be like, oh well, traffic given, traffic taken away, blah blah blah, and then kind of like just accept that is the case, and wipe their hands with it and move on, without like actually training to be better in traffic and understanding how to use the racetrack. And obviously, this doesn't need to be told to most of this grid. They know what they're doing in traffic. That's why they're so ruthless in it. So the biggest thing to tell like those that are lower down in the categories, that maybe even newer to sim racing, is understand the limitations of your car, understand the limitations of other people's car, and when you go for moves in traffic, be committed. That's the same with overtaking, right? It's the half looks and the half commitment. If you're in that boat where you're kind of looking down the inside being like, oh, maybe I can make it down the inside of the international horseshoe, I'm not really too sure, but that's too late. That's
Absolutely.
Where you're going to get the crash.
In that 0.2 of a second, not even half a second, 0.2 of a second where you're thinking about it, then already you haven't broken or whatever or something like that, and then you make a crash. if you think about it and you do it, it makes sense. And actually, although actually you don't ride a bike, so it's a little bit more difficult. But I've recently got my bike license, and to anyone out there who also rides a bike, it's a similar thing of as you go around a corner, you don't look at the tree that's on your right-hand side. You look as far around the corner as you can, and the bike just makes it there because your brain works it out subconsciously. But if you look at the tree, you're going to hit the tree, right? Or the curb, or whatever it is. And it's kind of the same in the traffic. As you're coming up to the GT car, you already need to be looking at the space that you're going into, and then your brain just works out where you need to brake, where you need to position your car, how you're going to get there at a certain time for it to be safe. If you then let your brain consciously think about that or overthink it, you then don't have that sort of instinct reaction to just make it, and then of course you then make a mistake. And it's the exact same thing. But yeah, obviously those for you not riding a bike, a little bit more difficult to understand. But for those who do, it just makes sense. If you look at where you're going, the car goes there.
If you've skied, you've done it's the same thing.
Oh yeah, true.
Skiing is like the same thing. It's always taught with when you're learning. You know, obviously you learn how to stop and that kind of stuff, and then it's when you start like moving off, look where you want to go, and you will start turning in that direction. I'm a bit frustrated that doesn't happen in golf. When I'm like, oh, if I look where I want the golf ball to go and then I hit the golf ball, it goes in nowhere near that direction. Did you hear what Peter Mackay's handicap was? Did you hear?
I didn't, but I it's pretty low, I guess.
9.
Okay, my brother's off 9 as well, but
really?
He's also been playing for a very long time.
Yeah,
you and me, we're not quite that good.
No. There's a scramble. We're not even that good either. Actually, no, I think there's a scramble would be in that category.
About?
I think we'd be down there. Anyway, this is again, it's more conversation that no one cares about. Very sorry, but actually no, I'm the lead in this broadcast. I'm talking about what I want. Oh, there's a crash in the background. The Falcon car, as well as the Apex 1. That'll be the 201 that's coming straight back onto the road. That's Jagodzinski behind the wheel. Did the Falcon car? I am sure that car has slapped the barrier, unless they got unbelievably lucky.
I think they just went onto the grass, but I had a sip of water in my mouth at the time. That was a scary.
Covered.
That was a scary accident between the two. It's exactly a similar thing to what we saw the couple of GTD leaders a bit early on with Pastor and McEwen. Yeah, just side by side through the sort of chicane of turn 2 and just clipping the front and rear of each car. But fortunately here, you have a massive sort of field of grass on the infield, and I think they might have just about got away with that in terms of heavy damage.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll have Iki Mericala trying to rush a replay ready. I have taken a look back at it myself. No contact with the barrier. You're absolutely right. That is... And the contact between the pair of them, honestly, was not that high. It wasn't that strong. It wasn't that big of a bang. I think both cars will be fine. And to be fair, sometimes you need a bit of an incident like that as a wake-up call to be like, okay, mind back in the race. Because that you're lucky that you've not had an incident that's too large, but also, you're... I mean, you talk us through it. This is the replay's on top.
Yeah, so let's see. So he's gone quite wide. So the Apex 1 goes up the inside. He is on the curb. So I would say it's all on the LMP2 there, just chopping it a little bit tight. I mean, it is difficult through that part of the track, but just chopping it a little bit tight. The Falcon car is way on the outside of the track, and as you can see, the wall ends and it just opens up to this mass of grass that they can both spin in. And the issue is when you get a tiny bit of contact right on the front or back of the car, it's just enough pressure just to spin the car around because the cars are so on the limit with the balance. So yeah, I would say that is very, very fortunate, but just one to look out for the P2s going past GTs at that point of the track.
Well, whilst we're here then, we've already ticked down an hour of our little stint together. We've still got another one, don't you worry. We'll take a little bit of a look through each of the categories and just update you with the dealio again. If you're joining, you're saying, what's the drilly, cuz? What's going on? then that's a direct translation. Then I will explain it to you. Williams Esports Placey are leading the way in the brown. It's definitely still orange, but it's copper machine at the front of the field by about 23, 22 seconds over the Drago racing car. Augustin Canapino putting in an excellent stint at a Calpin and taking over the wheel. Now it is Shamek Lemonek in the Drago racing car in second position, with Williams Esports Fanatec in third, but not that far behind, and the gap is definitely closing in bit by bit as Arthur Lahuk is trying to close his way in. BMW M Team Redline, and then a couple of the VRS co-anders. The Apex Racing team running 7th in category with Team Redline, BMW M Team BS Competition, and Race Clutch Red rounding out the top 10. We'll move on into the LMP2s and explain what's happening down there, because WE Sports butt kicker have been in comfortable control, it must be said. Lucas Linkvist behind the wheel at the moment in the LMP2 that is leading the way, and they have been looking pretty strong, and more importantly they have pulled out a fair gap this stint. It's gone out for about 5 or 6 seconds out to 9 over the Mag Performance LMP2 driven by Alessandro Maras. The Calci team as well find themselves in third position in class and have been kind of remaining there basically all the way through the stint. VRS Coanda, great to see them back in, and at the moment they find themselves in fourth position in the road. Of course, it's Xander Reed behind the wheel of that one before we get to Sim RC. Race Clutch White, Team PGZ, the first of their cars, find themselves 7th in the class, with the second WSR Esports, Team PGZ, and the Apex Racing team rounding out the top 10. Don't worry, I can speak. It is my first language. There are obviously plenty of battles up and down that order, including outside of it like this one. But very quickly, we'll update you on the GTD standings as well, because of course it is the Apex Racing team, the Stormforce Apex Racing team car, that is leading the way in that one. They do have a little bit of assistance from their teammate, the Apex Racing team, as we'll see this move down the inside. Simify just going to work their way down and past the Team PGZ car just a bit further down in the LMP2s. Lovely move there at T1. But yes, indeed. Actually, if there's going to be any more coming down to the international horseshoe, the answer to that question is no. Yes, in the GTDs, Apex Racing team then leading. Like you say, getting that assistance from Alejandro Sanchez. 8 laps down, that's fine. Just a bit of bump drafting between them as they pull to... it's been held at 9-second gap back to the Team Redline duo, Florian Labigra and Max Verstappen. The Delta Simtech by Grid and Go find themselves in 4th in class, but on mine and our juniors naughty list for being in the 001, whilst they are ahead of the 1. Very confusing, but Williams Esports BenQ, the car with the highest I rating as an average on the entire field. All 3 drivers above 10k, but all of them find themselves in 5th place. The Falcon Sim Racing team, they've had a couple of moments, including that big one recently. Still find themselves down in 6th position, 30 seconds off the next car, 3 seconds ahead of the Simify Esports GTD car, where we get the Virtual Coach GG by Grid and Go. Then the Apex Racing team car, obviously that's the one that's going around, leading the Stormforce ART before we get to a trio of retirements. Williams Esports having 2 cars out, and BS Competition also out of proceedings. Cam, it's been an interesting race thus far, but things are starting to calm down. We have the odd bits of drama throwing themselves in here and there, but it's a lot more relaxed than it was on that first lap.
Oh, definitely. Everyone is being very well behaved. Of course, there's a couple of little awkward moments like we've just seen with the Apex 1 LMP2 and the Falcon GTD, but certainly overall, it's actually been a very, very strong race, and I think that's just testament to the level that we're seeing here today. And of course, especially in the GTD category, especially where we're seeing the sort of bump drafting going on. These guys aren't directly battling, so there shouldn't really be any incidents there. But we did see earlier on with Apex trying this and sending one of the cars into the barriers. Again, all 3 classes on screen diving their way down as we exit back onto the oval. That is getting very close there between them. As first of all, it will have to be Max Verstappen just coming back into the slipstream there. So yeah, overall, it's a very good track for the endurance racing, with how open it is, how wide it is, with the amount of straights there are to overtake. It's definitely there's definitely a reason why it is the biggest race of the year in terms of number of drivers that come out for this one.
Yeah, indeed. It's always, like I say, the highest I rating, the highest this, the biggest that, the biggest fields. You know, it's absolutely crazy how many people come along and do this, and it's where the partial surprise comes in that I've never done this race. In fact, I'm trying to think that obviously, like we did the 24 hours of Spa earlier on in the year, and that was the first time I'd done a 24-hour race in a long time. Like genuinely, it was the first time I'd done a 24-hour race since 2016. I think in my entire career in sim racing, I think I've only ever done like 3 or 4 24-hour races.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, I
can't stand them as a driver.
I mean, I've lost count now. I mean, I haven't done too many over the last couple of years as I moved more into commentating, but I mean, I must have done over 10 in my time, and I don't know, there's something so fun about it. I know it's difficult, and the lack of sleep, especially in the morning, is not necessarily fun, but I don't know. There's some challenge about it that just makes it so special to be a part of. Yeah, I don't know. It was just one of the funnest things for me, the funnest part of the season when you get to a 24-hour race.
Nah, I'm good, thanks. Like I say, as a driver, it's a brutal challenge. I've got a huge amount of respect for those that do it. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm set now where I'm okay. I'd be okay with doing 1 a year. I do not want to do more. Like I said, of the 4 that I've done, one of them was in a. Do you remember the Flat 6 mod?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it was in that. Second and third was in an LMP1, and then the fourth was in the BMW GT3 here on iRacing for the Spa 24-hour last year. Those are the ones that I've done. We've won one of them. I retired, sort of. I got landmined. Have I shown you that video?
I don't think so.
I'm sure I have.
Maybe I have actually.
I can't remember.
Thought you ran out of fuel.
No, that was Sebring. 12 hours. No, do you know John from? This is where it's like no one knows what I'm talking about. If you ever heard of something called GTR 24 Hour, John, I can't remember his second name, but I can't remember. But John from GTR 24 Hour. I was trying to lap an LMP3, and I decided to go over a curb, which was clearly a little bit too high, and it just ripped the front left off. I was in a car with Oscar Hardwick, Stephen Bailey, and Jimmy Broadbent, and I was the one that retired at 8 hours in. Fantastic news.
Talking of Jimmy, seeing he's streaming, they're racing for the team name is Doug Henson Racing.
Yeah, exactly. It was that team.
That is a blast from the past right there. Love that.
Oh, again, I used to be a driver for that squad.
Absolutely. Hey, that was years ago now.
That was years
Times
ago.
have changed
I've not
a
driven
lot.
for Doug Henson Racing since 2016, yeah. Which, when I was like, yeah, it's a couple of years back. I'm like, oh, it's 8 years ago. I was like, eight years ago. You what?
Wow.
Oh,
I mean,
my
I didn't start endurance racing till 17. 2017 was my first one. Crikey.
And there are people in the YouTube and Twitch chat that have just started their journey into endurance racing. Yes, me and Cam are jaded. We are old. But that's the joy of sim racing.
But in terms of sim racing, I guess we are.
I'm experienced. I put it that way. We've been in sim racing. Oh, I've been in sim racing for 10 years, just over 10 years. Obviously, there are plenty of people that have been in sim racing for a lot longer than I have. But I am now. I remember when I was in sim racing, and I remember thinking back to, oh my god, I wish I took part in this challenge, and this challenge, and blah 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 blah. And now I'm sat there like, oh my god, I've been here for so long.
Well, it's good fun though, because we have so much history now, especially as you're looking back at so many drivers, leading so many laps, winning so many races, and I think that obviously that's just going to get bigger and bigger, and then that starts adding more, I guess, almost relevance to it and more stature to some of these events, and I just wonder that's possibly why some of them are just getting bigger, especially these iRacing special events.
Yeah, exactly. What is your I rating, by the way?
Oh, like 1 point something.
Is it?
Because I don't really drive.
Yeah,
that's my problem. I've had iRacing since like 2014, 15, but I do a handful of races a year on it. I'm not so much a driver anymore.
Okay, I was trying to work out if we added us all up to become a driver, how many of us could we add together from the comms today to
all of us?
Yeah, like if we did add all of us together, where would we end up on the on the list of drivers in here? Because I'm pretty sure, like, yeah, it's not good. I mean, I'm I think Arjuna's probably the highest on commentary.
Yeah, Arjuna's obviously quite experienced as a driver.
Arjuna's
as well.
4.2. I'm
that it?
3.2.
I thought we'd have more.
Paul is 2.8. He posted earlier. I've got no idea what Peter is. No way is my son higher than I am. Obviously, Ewan.
But do you remember Ewan? Didn't he have to do races to get out of rookies so he could do Spa?
Yeah, exactly.
So he's probably like 1.2 or something.
I wonder what Will is. Obviously, for those, Will Vincent will be back on commentary here in RaceSpot in an hour and 48 minutes. Once I jump out of the commentary booth, he'll be jumping back in. Paul Smith will be in 48 minutes time. So we've got a few. I feel like Will might actually be. Actually, I've got no reference as to whether Will is any good behind the wheel. You know what I mean?
That's a good point. I've known him for
so
a long
long
time. Yeah, I've known him for a long time for all the RaceSpot broadcasts, but I don't know as a driver, yeah.
1.9k. He's 3.4 in Oval, to be fair, but 1.9 on Red. Right.
All we're proving here is that we are bad as drivers compared to these guys.
We're basically 1/5 of the drivers on the grid. Each of us. So you could probably stick like 4 or 5 of us together and bosh. This is when Peter Mackay is like 7k. It wouldn't shock me. Yeah, but that's what he meant earlier when he said 9. He wasn't talking about his handicap, he was talking about his iRate, and he's 9k. Oh dear. Anyway, back to the race at hand. Again, it is pretty chill, but pit lane action, I believe, has been going on just a touch. I believe one of the Apex... I might have just been dropping back. I've seen... well, because he's been in the pit lane fairly recently, becoming those juniors dropped back to 10th in class. It might be because of a recent run-in with the pit lane.
Yes, absolutely. As it's LMP2 pit stop time now, as they all work their way down towards the pit road. It is close. Well, it stayed pretty close up towards the top of this GTP battle with the 69, the 5 as well, all just a couple of seconds away from each other. And also the 20, not too far behind. So yeah, that is looking very good. That's obviously Drago, Williams and Redline in their battle for the final place on the podium. So even though towards these night stints as there's some RC coming out of the pit lane.
Yeah, exactly. So, like I say, we're entering that pit sequence. Did see the 2 VRS co-anded as well that we were talking about earlier, the 92 and the 8 both in pit lane as well, as SimRC do depart right out into the clutches. See what I did there? Because it's race clutch behind them. Fantastic news. That is for position. Robin Mars behind the wheel of the 24 there, trying to get his way past Jürgen Frank. I can feel your disappointment. It's fine.
They see these jokes. They always sound better in your head.
No, no, they sound bad in my head, and they sound bad when they come out of my mouth.
Okay. At least you acknowledge.
Yeah, I commit.
Although I always find race clutch. That's one of the more interesting names that has come out. But do you remember what they were called before? It was something championship. This was like 6 years ago. Do you remember that?
No idea.
Was it like Real Championship or something? I can't remember. But they were called that. I thought, that's a bit of a weird name. And then they changed. It was Race Clutch. I'm like, that's also an interesting name. But it's quite good because it's very unique and no one's going to copy it.
I do quite like the Race Clutch branding. I'm still disappointed that I've not been able to pick up a Race Clutch shirt and an Alpine shirt. I was promised one.
Jürgen hasn't sent you one? I mean,
no. It took him long enough for him to send me a Netrex shirt, to be honest. But I do have a Netrex shirt at least, so there is that.
Okay, that's pretty cool because
it is pretty cool. Absolutely, no one knows what Netrex is, but I have a shirt. And I'm very proud of it. It sits in the bottom drawer of with all of the other sim racing shirts.
Yeah, you've got a good collection now, haven't you?
I'm picking them up. I arrived in Sweden. A Mouse came up to me. Renee came up to me from Mouse and was like, "What size shirt are you? Because we need to give you a shirt." And I was like, "Oh yeah, I'm large. Yeah, great." And he was like, "Yeah, we saw you on a broadcast in a Williams esports shirt, and we need to put an end to that." And I was like, "Oh great, perfect! Like sign me up."
That's actually some good blackmail. You can just wear whatever you want now.
Exactly. I'm actually sat here in a G2 esports shirt. I'm not. I'm sorry,
you got a golf shirt on.
I do. I genuinely
I
have
saw
a golf
it on the
shirt.
webcam at the start. I was like, I've played golf with you in that.
Well, no, you've not played golf with me in this yet.
Have I not?
No.
Maybe you just read it on broadcast before. I've seen it before, at least.
No, I've not. No, it's because I had it in that Formula E video.
Oh, maybe that's it.
Yeah, exactly. No, it's just a very comfortable golf shirt. You will see it next month. It's fine. But either way, again, the focus is on the race. Drago Racing have been caught. We were saying about this gap potentially coming down bit by bit. And I do believe that we are going to see a battle here for position. Arthur Lehouk has set a pretty rapid lap time on the... he set a 30.9, followed by a 31.1. Laminek's just set a 31.9. So he's starting to feel that pressure as the Williams Esports Fanatec car is trying to desperately make this a 1-2 for the Fanatec team.
That would be quite something.
For the Fanatec team, for the Williams team, I know what I meant.
I knew what you meant. That would be quite something, to be fair, for Williams. They, well, especially in the last year, as we've known, they were so dominant in those special events last year, and they're coming out swinging again in 2024. So the fact if they could get back up into a 1-2 in a highly stacked GTP field is certainly saying something. And they also, of course, have other cars about in this race as well. So it's not just all about a couple of them. Of course, maybe not for the wins today with how it's gone for the other machines, but yeah, just an amazing performance from them so far. Only 5 and a bit hours done in the race, so plenty still to go. But that would be very, very special indeed, especially with all the other drivers that you see out there driving at the moment. So to beat them is... yes, very big. And it's only down to about 1.5 seconds as the Williams Esports Placing number 6 machine comes into the pit lane.
Yes, indeed. The Brorange Beast down into the pit lane to stop. Ate Kalpin, I believe, will stay behind the wheel of that car after recently taking over from Agustin Canapino. As you can also see, Drago Racing then taking up to the race lead. 2 of the Apex Racing Team cars to navigate for the Williams Esports Fanatec car, as I'm sure they will pick their way past nicely. Indeed does get past Alejandro Sanchez and Luke McEwen, and Arthur Lehouk 1.3 seconds back from your new race leader in the Drago Racing car. But again, the pressure's starting to build. Previous lap time there for Laminek was a 32.2, and for Lehouk it was a 31.5. That gap is coming down.
Yeah, it really is. And look at all this traffic up ahead of Drago as well. Oh, that's that is very tight. I thought that was going to be a crash for half a second there as they try and now work their way out onto the oval. And that's just a few more tenths. Last he has to go in between the traffic. That is just really what you don't want at certain points of the race, because if you've got a 10-second gap, you don't care if you lose a second. If you have a second gap, you really care if you lose a 10th. So that is very important. So the number 5 is really coming in strong. And I wonder, is this going to be a swap of positions in the next couple of laps? It certainly looks like it.
He's pushing hard at the moment is Arthur Lehouk, and I'm sure we'll see them down on pit lane. Fair enough. That's all well and good. But dealing the damage now as Laminek will come into the pit lane. Lehouk will not. Will, but just extremely committed and extremely late. And you know what? Uses that time to close up even more time on the Drago Racing car. So the pair of them into pit lane. Very curious to see what the gap will be on the exit of the pit lane. But yeah, that was a very impressive sequence there for Arthur Lehouk.
Yeah, absolutely sending it is the only thing that we can say over the last sort of 10-15 laps or so, and that was just proof there. He was so much later on the brakes coming in, barely got it slowed down in time, and to be honest, maybe do a cheeky underfuel here of a couple of seconds, get that position done, maybe worth it. I don't know. I'm not on the strategy team of Williams, but wow, as we're seeing a change of drivers, Team Marauder getting in that car for Drago. I wonder if Lehouk is going to stay in. Looks like he is.
Yeah, I do believe Arthur Lehouk is staying in. Ate Kalpinen's already gone through, just seeing there in the distance. Do you know how I saw it? I just saw the Brorange go past. I think this might be Timo Roorda's first laps of the day. Certainly has been. The first 100 or so laps in that Drago racing car were handled by Dominic Hoffman. Lamanek did the last few, and so Timo Roorda will jump behind the wheel and will now have to fend off Ardeluc. But you'll see in a second somebody who's coming through not that far behind. That's Charlie Collins. Sir Charles joining the fight.
And also Redline not too far behind with Sebi Job as well. So we've got, what's that, 4-car battle for this P2. This is awesome. Many hours down into a 24-hour race, and we still got very close battles. Multiple chassis at work, multiple teams, and they're all so consistent on pace. This is what we love to see. And hopefully they just close up even more, because that's all they've been doing over the last hour or so, is closing and bunching up. And now it's almost at the point where they're going to be battling.
Yeah, exactly. There's plenty of battles brewing out there, but like you said, this is the whole thing with 24-hour races, where you let things calm down, you let things breathe, and then suddenly it all just perks up. And this will happen throughout the race. If you are joining us for the first time in a 24-hour race, or you've joined us for a few and you're still not really too sure about it, and this happens in all of them. Basically, is that you'll go through a couple of hours, even in the middle of the race, with nothing happening, and then suddenly, in just one 20-minute period, everyone decides, oh, do you know what? Let's all just have some battles, and they'll all just get really close and they'll start fighting. It's great fun. It's what makes these races so enjoyable and so fun. This is one of the VRS co-handers. However, it is not any of the ones driving a Porsche in the GTP category. This is, of course, the number 12 that find themselves in the LMP2s. Tommy Usgaard on his return to VRS co-hander. I know a lot of people have asked as to whether this is a full-time thing or on loan. I believe it's full-time, but I don't fully know. I don't know whether what's happening with the contract or whatever, whether he signed only a 1-year contract with Road. I don't know the ins and outs, and to be honest, I'm not super bothered. I'm just really glad to see Tommy Usgaard in this race in some purple and orange.
Yeah, it's an amazing situation to see some of these teams of drivers coming back into it. I absolutely love it, and just showing you how strong the world of sim racing and esports is at this moment in time in various manners. So it's definitely great to see that the top teams are still giving all the effort into these iRacing special events. And as you and Arjuna mentioned before, there's a whole calendar worth of these special events over the year, and I'm sure we're going to be seeing all these teams and coming out to the events that suit their driving style. It's going to be a great year of racing as these guys close down once more. Just about in slipstream range is Charlie Collins on the back of the Williams, and then LaHoop on the back of Roorda as well, all battling for this second place. And you can't forget Sebi Job there in the 4th position as such of this battle, 5th place overall, just hanging on, trying to catch up.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, you were saying about the events, of course. To give a specific few a shout out, the VCO Grand Slam. We've spoken about this over the last few years. If you're curious as to which events it is this year, the Daytona 24-hour, obviously the one we're in, the Sebring 12-hour, the 6 hours of the Glen, and Petit Le Mans a bit later on in the year. And the important thing from this, again, you might have seen this on social media, you might not be aware of it anyway, is that the winners in both the GTP and the GTD classes, the winners in each of the races, will get an entry into the IMSA Esports Global Championship here on iRacing. So they're not just fighting for nothing. And by the way, that is a win in top split. You must be in top split to take that victory, okay? But it's where, like I say, if you're Drago Racing and maybe you fancy even an extra car into it, because it is normally invite only, however, this is your time to potentially get one in a race like this.
Exactly, and you, especially in a 24-hour race, when there's a potential for some so-called top teams to be taken out for various reasons that may actually be out of their control sometimes, it's a great one, a great opportunity for the other teams in these categories to try and get themselves a ticket already. And of course, that'll be quite a bit later on in the year. But if you already have a place confirmed, then that's great, because you've already got something else to look forward to, top level championship coming later in 2024. So the fact that there's actually like a prize as such for this race, which we don't always see. That is a great one, but I wonder who that is going to be at the end of the next 18 and a half hours. The number 6 is looking good at the moment, but I wonder if any of these drivers get past Drago, then maybe they'll be able to chase him down.
Yeah, exactly. Like I say, we've got some excellent battles going on. Race Touch White, though, coming into pit lane from LMP2 lead, passing it over back to the WSR Esports Buckley car that we've seen at the front of the field for so long in that LMP2 category. That this fight, though, is so gripping, so enthralling. Just curious to how things are going to play out. Is it going to become a Williams Esports 1-2 once more in this race? Will they be able to use any of that pace to close down on our race leader, Ate Kauppinen? Well, they've got to get past and they've got to go very fast because Kaupinen's done a 31.7 over the previous lap. This group also doing 31.7s. The problem, though, is that gap is 25 seconds, even at a tenth a lap, which sounds great. You'd have to do that every single lap for over 200. It takes so long to close down a 25-second gap. There's a couple of connections there coming in from Timo Ruder. But yeah, Artur Lehouk behind, just picking up those slipstreams. And like I say, well, especially with that connection, we want to be like, okay, I'd like to pass immediately.
Yes, it's not. It's really an off-putting thing when you're in behind a car. But to the inside, the number 5 machine is going to go down towards the braking zone. And after being there for so long, Drago drop out of second position. The number 5 goes back up there. And now, of course, Drago need to look in the mirrors because they've also got VRS Coanda coming in behind them as this three-way battle goes past the 2 red line GTDs.
Do you know what? That might have even been communicated for Drago Racing. They might have let Timo Ruder know. Right, you've got a bit of a connection issue. Don't fight that car when it comes through. Because the thing is, as much as you want to be like, oh, we'd love to hold the position or whatever, even fuel mileage, pick up the slipstream because you'll still get slipstream even if you are having those connection issues. But with those, the risk of you being taken out by them is far higher. And, sure, you've got this is not an ideal scenario, but don't make a bad situation worse by putting ego in front of reality. And so I think that's probably what they've done a bit there with the Drago Racing car, just to drop them behind, or rather to not fight that position too hard.
Yeah, that's a good point. Fair point, actually, especially with so many hours left in the race. It's potentially not worth risking that one place for your position in this race and causing further accidents in behind. And maybe, it's actually they lose so much time there through the Simulify LMP2. So around the outside is going to be for VRS Coanda, who take that 3rd place. And in one lap, Drago dropped from 2nd down to 4th. And hopefully they have the pace to keep up, because also Redline are very fast approaching in behind.
Charlie Collins has had some absolutely fantastic pace this race and really needs to show it now to try and close their way back onto the rear end of the Williams Esports Fantech car. Because let's be honest, as much as Artur Lehouk will be like, yeah, I'd love to win this race, blah, 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 they're probably not going to catch... They're not going to try and catch the Williams Esports Playseats car with the same level of veracity that VRS Coanda want to, right? It's not going to be as volatile pushing, because... Yeah, once you got to second position, you're like, oh, it's my teammate in first. Do you know what? I'd like to catch them. Oh, but yeah, we'll not take any risks. Whereas VRS Coanda will be sat there being like, we're throwing everything at this. We want to win. We want to, to send this car as far into the race as possible. And also, to be fair, they'd like to get up to a position where they can potentially lead, because Mitchell de Jong will probably be in the car fairly soon, and Mitchell would like to keep that percentage of laps led as high as possible. At the moment, he's going to be dropping that percentage quite a bit.
Yeah, I don't know if that is, top of the priorities for Charlie Collins right now, is to help out his teammates' record. I think it's just one of those things, as you say, when you're behind, there's actually, more incentive to keep pushing. And for some reason, when you get the overtake, almost like the tension and the pressure drops off. It's a very weird situation. So actually, I often in battles, I like being in that 2nd place, or I like being the chaser, because you actually have that extra bit of motivation. It's certainly an interesting one. And something I just saw in the background coming onto that back straight as well is also Elvis Rankin is not too far behind Sebastian Job as well. And also, Kevin Ellis Jr. is only another couple of seconds behind. So you could almost see them all on that back straight coming down towards the Le Mans chicane. So it really is a big battle up inside the top 7, from 2nd place down to 7th in this GTPs. It's really amazing how close they've stayed.
You're absolutely right. 5 seconds between Charlie Collins and Elvis Rankin. And then obviously you chuck Timo Ruda and Sebastian Job in there, 2.2 back to Kevin Owens Jr. It is all nice and tight. Kevin Owens Jr. maybe struggling a little bit for speed a little bit earlier on, finding his feet as he's jumping back into it, although wasn't exactly struggling too much. Elvis Rankin being 2 seconds behind. Has been setting some really solid pace. 31.5 over the previous lap time, 32.1 for Sebastian Job, and about the 31.5s, 31.4s for Charlie Collins and the Drago racing car as well, in between the Timo Ruda. So, they're all basically doing the same lap time, which I don't think is too much of a shock because of again the level here. But one bit of awkwardness of lap traffic, and this group's all basically back together, and that's the fantastically exciting part of this era of racing. And again, as much as we've already said it before quite a few times, how good is it having the GTPs with 4 cars, with 4 different manufacturers on the grid, and the return of VRS Coanda to their happy hunting ground in years past. It's great.
It's amazing. We were all saying at the beginning, well, even through 2022, just with the prospect of the GTPs coming in, we already knew this was going to be the next generation of sports car racing. And I think it's shown that it was worth the wait and the difficult years through, even the DPIs at the end as well weren't quite so diverse as what we have now, especially obviously LMP1s, and also the fact that then we've sort of merged the regulations so multiple manufacturers can do both WEC and IMSA. It's really a great moment, and I hope to see it just grow ever more. And we did hear the boys earlier mentioning obviously teams like Lamborghini, like Alpine coming into these regulations this year. It's going to be fantastic, and hopefully it can stay for long enough that we can sort of, because obviously one thing is the money, the cost of it, but if they sort of stay in for a while, maybe the development goes less, and then that initial cost is sort of spread out over multiple years.
Yeah, the most important thing with these regulations, same with everything in motorsport, it is about keeping the costs as down as possible, which is actually quite a lot of the point of regulations. Obviously, they are still very expensive to make, these cars. It's not as if they're slapping 10 mil down and being like, "Cool, make me a car." A bit more expensive than that. But to have these kinds of categories and stuff like that is great. What will make this successful is longevity. It's always the case with these kind of things, is that if this category's around and it only lasts 5 years, it's not going to be a success, because as soon as all the manufacturers, whatever, they start with it, if they were to start leaving in 5 years' time, and then you're starting to see the whole problems. The whole entire point and the setup with this whole regulation system that we've got, as far as everyone's looking, there are, as is with everything, there's a couple of things where you're looking at being like, oh, that seems like a bit of a problem. That doesn't seem like a great idea. With how they're doing, BOP and that with a category like this, it makes sense, but it seems like it's just impossible to balance. But the way it's open for customer racing and that kind of stuff, that whole idea with this style of racing, that's what's hopefully going to make this a complete success. Because I feel like we are not there yet, but we are entering the golden age of sports car racing. Like we're really heading into it.
Big words. As we're going to see some potential issues here for Apex. I did see one of the Apex cars was out on their own. So is there going to be a helping hand somewhere, maybe, with the Coanda car coming through up the inside of the dogleg, touching the back of the race leader in GTD?
Oh no!
And that has swapped things around massively.
Yeah, and so that will be Jimmy Antunes. We missed that one earlier on, but for the Stormforce ART car, it's literally just happened. They are going to be struggling their way back round, and disaster for the Apex Racing team. There was contact between their own cars that sent the 198 into the barrier, and the 199 being given a whole heap of pain as well. Now you can see there, they are still out on the track. You can see the lack of front end on that car. It wasn't so much of a problem for the 198 earlier on in the race, but wow.
That is such a big shame, and they've lost a pretty decent, but lost about a minute in the whole course of that, although they did actually just pit a couple laps ago. I'm not sure if that crash was just before or after the pit stop, but still, that is just absolute heartbreak. Let's see it once again for Charlie Collins. Fair, he does back out of that one, just then misjudges the overlap on the right-hand side. Obviously, it's a little bit of an awkward situation because he's slowed down. It's a little bit more unnatural, the speed that he was getting, but just a misjudgment there, tagging the rear right of the Stormforce ART car. And for a race leader, a class leader, that is the worst thing to happen.
Yep, I know Charlie Collins will know it, but we all know it as well. That was poor. Like Charlie, yeah, obviously, but that was a catastrophic mistake that's cost the team at least a bare minimum the potential of a race victory, but most likely, yeah, we won't see that Stormforce ART car battling for the win this afternoon, unless or this evening, or tomorrow afternoon, or however you want to put it. Over the next few hours, we won't see those battling for the win in this race, sadly. So it now becomes a red line 1-2. Now it ended up being a bit of a disaster for the Apex Racing team, and bearing in mind we are not even 6 hours down in the race. You never know how things are going to unfold, so don't count your chickens before they've hatched. Just do you know what do you know how we were having that conversation earlier about the lack of commitment and lack of conviction behind your movement through traffic? It's exactly what we saw in that onboard with Collins. You saw him look down the inside and be like, "Oh yeah, can I? Nah, yeah, nah, yeah," and then went for it and then straight to the back.
Yep, so that's a prime example, as you say. So what he should have done, obviously it's so easy to say in hindsight, but just as an example, obviously he should have lifted off a lot earlier to then and then naturally judge the gap of how it would have opened up on that right-hand side afterwards. But the issue is, because he dived and he was right up in behind, and then obviously GTP accelerates so much more, so then he gets back on the gas and hits the back of him. So it'd been a lot easier to slow down. But then again, you've got such a tight battle. You've got cars coming in behind you. You can understand why he's going to go for that. But at the end of the day, it's all about planning and being just assertive with your positions. And you have that half second of hesitation, and perfect prime example, you end up in a crash.
Yeah, that's like I say, big shame. But I'm sure there'll be some conversations between the groupings there, as we see. By the way, the leaders, I think, well, someone in the GTD into the pit lane. Johnny Vecchio has been into the pit lane. The number 4 car dropping down the order, as we'll see in the LMP2s. The Calcer team just trying to work their way past and work their way up the order. Just a bit of lap traffic. Oh, it's not even lap traffic, sorry. It's the 23 they're dealing with here. They're just... oh, no, it was lap traffic. I should have committed with my first thing. I'm getting really confused by my little bit here.
Yeah, it was actually... Yeah, it was Calcer making that move in the hairpin on the 120 machine, and then also getting past the 17 lap traffic. So 120 Mag Performance LMP down to 3rd position now. So that was a move for the red and yellow machine, and they've pulled away rather nicely, getting a car in between them. So that is exactly how you want an overtake to go, because there's no chance of that being swapped around either. And we go back to that car, Charlie Collins there, the 92 machine, with the number 5 in behind. But then also look at the cars chasing them down, and here is one of them, Team Redline's Sebastian Job. The number 20 has been chasing them down for the last hour or so, and he's almost there, just about in the draft.
It's been a long day, and that's my excuse, even though it really hasn't been only 6 hours down. Either way, you're absolutely right. Sebastian Job is joining his way. Things are starting to look good for the Team Redline camp in GTD. The number 2 has come into the pit lane. We'll discuss on that one in a few moments' time once we've seen this all unfold. Next one to tick off is Pascal Stix for Sebastian Job. Bit of lap traffic from the WSR Esports butt kicker car, and then have to get past the Team PGZ of Sam Ward. He's the next one on the road, but his eyes, they're not on anything about lap traffic. They are purely on the rear end, piercing the rear end of the number 5, the number 69, and hey, not too far down the road is that number 92 as well. This is becoming quite a fight for 2nd position in the GTP class. Race leader still miles down the road. It remains 25 seconds at a Kalpinen between himself and Charlie Collins, but the battle for 2nd is building up.
Oh, it really is, and that is what we love to see. Just Yeah, 20 minutes to go before we're a quarter of the way through the race as well. So these 24 races, in many ways, they do fly past as the hours get going and the drivers start going in for 2-3 hour stints. You really do see the times just absolutely tumble. And it's so funny how you can see a driver get in after maybe hours of being out the cockpit, or maybe when we get a few hours later in the race, and maybe a bit of sleep deprivation as well, and they can go and they can just start setting in purple laps after purple laps and setting some fastest lap times. As here is Job, as we're saying, coming across the line, doing some great pace and really starting to close down on these guys. And he's just, because they're so consistent up towards the front, he's literally been 10th by 10th, but he's slowly working, and he can seat second place despite being in 5th.
Yeah, like I say, when you're catching a 10th here and a 10th there, it does take a long time. It's kind of one of those ones that, like, yeah, sure, you're going faster, but it can take an entire stint or two to close up. And obviously, a stint or 2 rounds is about an hour and a half, hour and 40 minutes. It can take that long to close up. But it's where you just need to keep focused on what you're doing and just push as hard as you can. Easier said than done, though, especially around a circuit like this without making mistakes. There are some tricky corners around here, and especially with how you navigate traffic, because it comes so thick and fast and so consistently around this circuit. It'll be very easy to misnavigate traffic. It's not quite the same as like going racing around, obviously in real life, yeah, fair enough. But in sim racing, when you do the Nürburgring 24-hour, issues here for the WSR eSports car.
Yes, not the class leading one. It is the sister machine. Pascal sticks at the machine. I thought, they just get tagged there by Apex. I thought, fortunately, it's not the class leader, but that's still not a nice one, as the 98 there. 7th position, Kevin Ellis Jr. at the wheel, losing a bit of time over the course of the stint to the group ahead, but then also just spinning around WSR.
Yeah, Kevin Ellis Jr. obviously focused very much on catching the number 8 of Elvis Rankin. Trying to close that gap down, but a misjudgment there and sending off the WSR Esports butt-kick car. Maybe just assuming the car would be a little bit faster off that corner than he was. Did look a little bit slow, I will say. We're right on board with Kevin Ellis Jr. once again to see it, and you'll see that closing speed, particularly on the brakes, and then that acceleration off the corner. It's where these GTPs really do find their time. In fact, it was even really just mid-corner before even really getting onto the throttle, just tapped the rear end, sent them round. It's kind of one of those ones where you go, whoops. Sorry.
Yeah, he was barely touching the throttle again, but it's still just a little bit of a misjudgment. It's just that little bit too close, and unfortunately that hasn't worked. But actually we had some changes, because Rauder's got up into 3rd place, Lehouk's dropped down, and now Sebi Job is getting right behind him. So something must have happened there between the 69 and the 5 for there to be such a big drop, as Drago get back up into 3rd.
Yeah, I mean, it's not ideal. Some of these things, sometimes, like I say, maybe a bit of misnavigation in traffic or something like that. But either way, you're absolutely right. Sebi Job is now going to be trying to work his way past 16.5 minutes left to go before we reach the 1 quarter mark. Let's see what happens to Arthur Lehouk. It was the Falcon racing car. Ooh, that was a little bit scary. Falcon were trying to get out of the way, but what's the general rule of thumb? Stay on the racing line. And that's exactly what Kauppinen was expecting to have happen, to move for the Falcon car to move over to the left-hand side and open the inside. Yeah, it's one of those ones. If you're a lap down, don't be nice, because being nice is unpredictable, because everyone in sim racing is horrible, but also because it's not really clear what you're doing on the track sometimes.
Absolutely, it's the faster classes' responsibility to overtake you. So they are the ones who need to go off the racing line. So you need to stay on the racing line, and then the fast car will know where the space is going to be and open up, and then that's how you can get some nice clean overtakes. So yeah, staying to the right-hand side there is the worst thing, because every GTP knows you come through the dogleg and you stay hard right and dive it down the inside. That's what you do. You just get in a bit of a rhythm. So if you then go hard right and the GTD doesn't move back to the left, all of a sudden you can get into a crash very easily. And I have to say, Arthur saved that really, really well, because that could have been flying off. If you snag the brakes on the grass, spin around, then yes, game over.
Absolutely. You don't typically see that at this level, but like I say, it's one of those things where even at the highest level of sim racing, you still get those kind of mistakes. And that is where we're at with this race, especially considering the strength of the field. We know, obviously, with the loads of splits. I've been talking to loads of drivers that have. I've actually been speaking to a couple that have retired from this running of the Daytona 24-hour and have done the one that started about an hour, 2 hours ago. Of course, the one that started at about 4 p.m. or 4:40. All I'm saying, if you've been getting ready for a 24-hour race and you've retired from the one at 12 o'clock and there is one at 4, I get the want to do that, but then what you have to accept is then you're ending the race 4 hours later. You know what I mean?
Tough.
That's why because we had this whole deal when I was going to do the Sebring 12-hour a few years back, and me and my teammate were like, if we get taken out on lap 1, we're not one of the people that are going to be like, let's go and do the 4 p.m. split, because then we're going to be finished at 4:40 a.m. Absolutely not.
Disgusting. That's
To be fair, that's when we've got to wake up for our stint in the morning. To be fair.
Oh yeah, that's true. But there's just something. Do you remember those days as well? You know, what we talked about earlier when some other leagues and you do a 12-hour race starting at 4 p.m. It is the worst thing in the world.
I've never fully understood. If you're going to do a 12-hour race, I know obviously it works for some time zones, but for the most part, it doesn't. If wherever your series is based, whether it is European or Australian or whatever, wherever your time zone is based, it should be made so that the race end is no later than midnight.
You'd hope so. Especially on a 12-hour, because a 12-hour is kind of like the worst.
Yeah.
Because you don't really want to start at 10 a.m., but then it kind of makes sense so that you're not going well into the night. So that is quite an awkward distance.
That's why when we were doing the broadcast for our good mate Gizzy, Drago Racing! Is that Drago Racing that's been round? It is Timo Roorda, who has been round at T1. We'll come back to my story in a moment. A bit of an issue there in the first corner. Now, with where they were, that can absolutely be a solo mistake, especially with how the regen works. You can tend to lock the rears of these cars, but it might well have been assisted. I think that was almost certainly solo, considering there's no one around.
Yep, just getting a little bit of a wiggle very early in the corner. Manages to save it in terms of spinning into the barrier, but that was certainly quite unsettling. Maybe just taking a little bit too much speed, but we've seen some people absolutely sending it that part of the track, but just a slight misjudgment there, going a bit wide here as well. As you come back to live pictures past one of the PGZ LMP2s, now they have the Apex car. I think it's Kevin Ellis Jr. all over the back of them.
Yeah, indeed. They get past the Scurry Karkinen and now work their way past that lap traffic. Timo Roorda dropped back now to 6th position. And like I say, Kevin Ellis Jr. right on the rear end will look for a move maybe down into T1. And yeah, a bit of a sketch. I think it was just, honestly, I think it was just too quick into the corner. It's easily done, especially with T1. Maybe a little bit too fast. To be fair, maybe not even wide enough where you weren't braking in a straight in as straight a line as possible. Here we go, Sebastian Job.
Yes, finally caught up towards the back of the number 5 to the outside in turn number 1. This is first real opportunity is trying to get past, as of course they've also worked their way now up into fourth position after Drago moving out of the way. But also Drago now have lost a position themselves to Kevin Ellis Jr. and the 98 Apex. So it's all change up towards the front. We were expecting this for quite a while, but unfortunately it's a little bit of a mistake rather than a pass.
Bit of light flashing there as well, coming off of Timo Roorda to Kevin Ellis Jr. Bit of communication happening between the pair of them. But either way, it is the Apex Porsche now taking over that position of 6th. What I was saying, by the way, anyway, we'll go back to my little story time before we go. We've got 10 minutes before I let you go. When we were doing with our good mate Gizzy, Shane Van Gisbergen and Nick Foster, they were running a league called the Apex Hunters United Endurance Series, and we were doing that. Obviously, that was done in Kiwi time, which wasn't great for us, but fair enough, it is what it is. But that was always done because they had differing race lengths. Some were 4 hours, some were 6 hours, some were I think the last one was a 12-hour. It might be 10 hours. Sorry, it was 10 hours, wasn't it? And the rule for that season might have actually been 12. The rule for that season was that the race would always end at midnight, so that rather than having like a set start time for the race, it was always a set end time. So it would always end at 12. So if it's a 12-hour race, then you start 12 hours before what would be midnight down there. You do a 10-hour race, 10 hours before midnight. So that at least then you're always ending at midnight. Bit of a mistake there for third in class after the hook going out a little bit wide and opening up the opportunity nicely there for Team Redline and Sebastian Job to throw their hat into the ring onto the podium. 4 seconds behind Charlie Collins, though.
These little mistakes have robbed us of some battles. I was hoping to see Sebastian Job there trying to make the overtake, but that was easy peasy lemon squeezy for the number 20 to get up onto the podium. As Lahouk there, unfortunately, just making that bit of a mistake. And now Job gets past that traffic very tight there to come back onto the oval. And the number 5 is not out of this by any means. Let's see what the top speed is like between the Acura and, of course, the BMW. And, of course, slightly different ways of setting up the cars, slightly different powers and everything like that. And it looks like the Redline should just about have enough top speed there to hold on. And now they need to chase down Charlie Collins. The gap has opened up to about 5-6 seconds, so it's going to be a little bit of time to chase that one down. But there is some decent pace in this number 20 machine.
I'm trying to work out some bits and bobs. I mean, I'm just saying, by the way, just going to consult a little bit with the GTD category. Jimmy Antunes is behind the wheel of the 199. Obviously, the damage is still on the front end of that car. But you remember how we said earlier about how that Mercedes, when it loses the front end, it's not normally too bad. With some healthy assistance from Michael Janney, the gap between themselves and the two Team Redline cars, I think it's coming down. In the GTD car, no front end on the Stormforce ART Merc. Gap is coming down. They're closing back up to the race leaders.
Yeah, we did just had some info in our commentary chat as well. Apparently, the front bumper of the Merc isn't so necessary for performance, so it's clearly working out. It's obviously just a visual representation, which is certainly nice if you get the damage, but obviously still not nice that they had the contact in the first place, but at least they can carry on with some good pace.
I said they weren't going to win the race. They still may yet do. So the only problem for them is that the pit stop may be longer because of some required repairs, maybe sticking that front back onto their Merc. But once again, they'll rip out the Pritt stick and try and slap that one back on. We did notice that, to be fair, earlier with the Apex Racing Team, the 198, when it had lost its front, it was still able to keep up with its teammate and assist its teammate. But solid teamwork once again between the 199 and the 198. See them close their way back up. There is the battle for the race lead, and this is an actual battle now for the race lead. Jimmy Antunes trying to close his way back on Gianni Vecchio and Alexei Nesov, who find themselves first and second. Of course, Nesov jumping into the Team Redline camp, one of those drivers that we were talking about as moving from elsewhere in sim racing after the departure of Urano. Alexei Nesov, Gianni Vecchio, Jimmy Antunes 2 seconds back from this grouping. It's getting exciting in the GTD category. We're 1 quarter nearly down in the race. Still plenty of time left to go. Very interesting.
Yes, it certainly is, and it's awesome how these races evolve over the hours. You might be thinking at one point, oh, so and so is leading, so and so is in second place, but you give it another hour or so, and things will definitely change around. And certain different drivers get back in the car at different times. They have different speeds and all this, and there's so many variables that come into it, which is definitely why we like to come back. This is the battle for 5th place. That is the number 8 Coanda car with Elvis Rankin, Kevin Ellis Jr. in behind there. A little bit of a battle earlier, and maybe that is going to reignite as it's now for the top 5, and they're only a couple of seconds behind the car ahead, which is now the number 5, Williams Esports Fanatec.
Indeed. Right, you've got 6 minutes. We'll call it 5 before we let you go. What have you made of your first 2 hours? You're obviously doing quite a few more over the stint, but what have you made of it?
Absolutely love, as we've been mentioning, having the GTP field that we have today, not only with the fact we've got the 4 cars this year in the class, but also just the level, the amount of teams, as that is Apex coming into the pit lane, I think. That is certainly something to be had. And also for the GTDs, whilst it has been a little bit more stable in terms of the Apex cars bum drafting, the Redline cars bum drafting, I think there's still plenty to be told in that one. And I guess my last point would be, it's been a lot cleaner, which is definitely a good thing. The level and the driving standards have been pretty high, I would say, over the first 6 hours.
Yeah, exactly. It's, to be fair, when you've got one of the strongest builds you've ever seen in sim racing, yeah, it absolutely should be. Again, the odd silly mistake here and there. We've had a couple of mistakes now in traffic. Yeah, they're starting to rise up to the point where I'm maybe expecting the odd one or two more. The Apex Racing team in LMP2 bring their way down into pit lane, initiating the runs into pit lane in that category. Speaking of that, the 98 is also in pit lane in the GTPs. I mean, I think because of how the categories are and how effectively short the stints are these days in this in all of these categories, especially around here because of the fuel mileage, pit lane is probably the busiest pit lane I've ever seen. It's there's just cars in, cars out, cars in, cars out.
I like that though.
So do
especially, the GTDs, they go a bit less than an hour. And then obviously, P2's GTPs, 40, 45 minutes-ish, give or take. So, I definitely think it's a good thing that we get more pit stops nowadays. Whilst I do like the fact that you can have the longer stints, you can go, as a driver for a couple of hours or whatever. Also, as a prototype driver, doing a couple of hours or a couple of stints, and it'd be like an hour and a half, that is also quite nice as well. And there's more opportunities for you to try something on the strategy. So I'm definitely a big fan of the slightly shorter sort of 40, 45 minute stints.
Yeah, indeed. As you can see in LMP2, the entirety of the field, with the exception of Race Clutch, have stopped. So Race Clutch White and Race Clutch Black, who was a little bit further down there in 8th position, they last pitted on lap 200. And so they're on lap, 218, 219 at the moment. So they'll be into the pit lane fairly soon, but not immediately. They'll expect them to stay out for a little while longer than where they are. But they will be either way. It's still WSR Esports Buck that are the strong car in this category, and that leads, it's only gone out. They're looking so strong right now, and it's not the commentator's curse. It's just the truth.
I am surprised actually to see just a tiny bit of, not quite domination, but authority in a race that is so tight. Otherwise, it's very interesting to see how that one has formed, as we're seemingly getting the next round of pit stops in the GTPs. I think that's both Coanda cars coming in there as Redline and Williams stay out.
Yeah, indeed. Of course, we did see the 98 Apex Racing Team car come into the pit lane fairly recently. That was obviously Kevin Ellis Jr. behind the wheel. No switches as far as I can see. Kevin Ellis Jr. is remaining behind the wheel. Elvis Rankin is going to remain behind the wheel, I believe, of their car, certainly will. We do see, like I say, a couple of other bits. BMW M Team Beers competition, they're going to remain out on the track. Is that because they've already stopped? No, they've not. They've not stopped. So BMW M Team Beers competition, like I say, Williams, they're all remaining out on the racetrack, having not stopped.
Yes, so it's funny that we've got this interesting change of strategies that's coming on. There's the two Apex cars. So they the yellow one is the Stormforce ART. They were the ones obviously leading the way for a long time. They got tagged around by Charlie Collins in the 92 Coanda GTP, and they're now being pushed along by their sister car. It was the other way around for quite a long time, where the sister car was the one being pushed. Obviously, the sister car, the 198, is the one that was tagged around at this very corner by them in their bump drafting. So they've had the wars have these cars, but it certainly seems that they want to be pushing the car that hasn't got a front bumper, because it was the same the other way around before a few hours ago.
Yeah, exactly. We'll have to wait and see. Either way, Cam, we will be getting rid of you now because, we don't like you in the comms box, so it's tough. Good day, sir, and have a lovely one. We'll see you in a bit.
Yes, enjoy. See you later.
And with that, we'll bring in Paul Smith. And obviously, we will use this time to remind you as well, if you are watching on Twitch, then, don't do anything, stay where you are. If you are watching on YouTube, though, this will be the end of part 1. Part 2 should be live. Jump over there and join us. Stay with us. Keep the irritation going, which will be me and Paul for the next hour. Right, Paul?
Yeah, something like that, absolutely.
Exactly. Hello, welcome. How you doing, mate?
Yeah, been sitting back watching this after streaming my own stream this morning, and yeah, been enjoying the show so far, and plenty of action, plenty for us to talk about in this one, and it's good to see that in iRacing Daytona 24 Hours, which, by the way, I think I worked it out, 2017 was my debut in the commentary box for this event. For once, we actually have fights for top 3 positions, even at the quarter stage of the race. Normally, it's all spread out, and there's not a lot for us to talk about.
Yeah, exactly. There's plenty for us to talk about in this pool. I don't know if you've been. I know you're a busy man. Have you been able to keep up with any of the ongoings of the race thus far?
Well, yeah, I've been the last sort of 3 hours or so. I've been watching this whilst having something to eat, getting myself ready, but also thankfully we have our sheet to keep us up to date as well with any sort of incidents, and also the recaps that have been happening, produced by Will Vincent, who's going to be joining us in about an hour's time in the commentary box. So yeah, it's been helpful, real good piece of information gathering for me to step into the booth here and then not know anything.
Exactly. Well, to be fair, I've been on this broadcast for 4 of the first 6 hours, and I still don't know what's going on. No, I have had a couple of flick throughs. The Will Vincent, what he's been doing with the updates, they're very good. So if you need to know, they're always posted in the. Particularly, I've noticed them in the YouTube chat. Keeps posting in there as to when the new ones are out, the new updates are out. Obviously, to keep us in the mix, and you can flick back through and see all the previous ones and see exactly what's been happening throughout this race, because it has been quite a lot. I'm not sure I'm going to do a rundown just yet, because I'm still waiting for a couple to come into the pit lane. But the important bit, though, is that race lead in GTP is legit. It now becomes a Williams Esports 1-2, courtesy of the Fanatec car, getting past Sebastian Job. There's Arthur Lehouk retaking over second position, courtesy of awkwardness in traffic, and Sebastian Job dives his way into pit lane. That's one of the pit stops we were expecting. Of course, we're still waiting for the 2 Williams Esports to come in, but that gap for the race lead is legit. 30 seconds. It'll probably be close to 25 back to Charlie Collins or the VRS commander anyway. Enormous race lead for the Brorange Beast.
Oh, they've just been unstoppable, haven't they? I think it's this livery. I think just everybody that they're coming up to lap is just, it's nice and bright for everyone to see. You know, how many cars do we see in the world of motorsport which are a combination of red, black and white? It seems to be these go-to colours for motorsport. But yeah, just seeing that copper colour really popping out, and seeing that in your mirror certainly helps people be able to move out the way. It's a little bit like the old Ayrton Senna Dayglow yellow helmet effect. They see that in the mirror and it's out the way. Yep, you go through, mate.
Why do you think I always will see them onto pit lane? Why do you think I always, when I was doing touring car racing, I always made sure that I had a distinct amount of my driver colour on the front of the car, which was lime green. So it would always have a lime green bit with wing mirrors. It would have a bit on the splitter, something on the roof, so that when you look in your mirrors and it was me, you would see just a lot of lime green. And it's because I wanted to make sure that when I was behind you and I made a dive, you could get out of the way. But I was normally a good boy behind the wheel, so I didn't do that bad.
Driver change for your GTP leader. So Marina Sarika's jumping into the car now for a few stints. So job done for the time being for Ati Kauppinen. And into the car comes Moreno, the Italian. So will be full service for them on pit road. So interested to see how quickly Moreno gets up to pace up at the front, but at least he had that little bit of comfort gap.
Yeah, indeed. Moreno, Manuel, Sarika into the car. So very curious to see how they're going to do. Straight out of the car onto the racetrack, and we'll get an update on those gaps. You did see that Daniel Alves Lorenzo is into the pit lane in BMW M Team BS competition as well. There is your current race leader being Arthur Lehouk, who's been absolutely fantastic so far this week. I'm sure we'll be into the pit lane this time by nearly a bit of a misjudgment there whilst trying to get past Quentin Guinness in the Sim RC car. You can see the gap to Timo Rueda behind after that spin. I don't know if you caught that. A bit of a shame there for the Drago Racing team. Have been so good today. Just a bit of a spin at T1, dropping back to 6th in class. Just so easily done in these cars.
Yeah, with these hybrid cars, of course, getting the car slowed down to, especially into first gear, it's very easy to lock up the rear wheels as now they head into pit road to the Williams Esports Fanatec team. But yeah, just getting onto first gear, it can just, you've got to be careful with the timing of switching it down to first gear, or else you lock up those rears, and before you know it, you make yourself look silly doing a mistake all by yourself. And of course, what we saw with them, with the Drago Racing team, was that lap that they had that incident, then coming onto the banking after the infield, they were squirrely, they were all over the place, they were all over the marbles, and it just adds up and multiplies, does that one mistake.
Yeah, exactly. Especially in this year, we saw this a little bit earlier on, even with Gordy much earlier in the race. That wasn't trying to be a pun, but even in the opening couple of hours, had a bit of when we saw it on replay, had a big slide coming off of the West Horseshoe. And then by the time we got back out of the banking, the car was sliding around so much, it was uncatchable and went for a bit of a spin. Thankfully kept it out of the barrier, fair enough, and is still in the race. But it's been a bit of a frustrating start for much in that car. So you can see all the switches around. Williams Esports play seats in the lead now by 20 seconds as the Williams Esports Fanatec car will roll its way off of pit lane and will remain in 3rd position. I think might be caught fairly close, by the way, because Elvis Rankin's coming around, who's now in 4th in that VRS Commander. So we might have a couple of tight fights here as we look back at Sebastian Job, who's behind Elvis Rankin. You can see in that distance the black and blue of the Williams Esports Fanatec car.
It's that different strategy that's at play, though, between the teams here that's the interesting part of that, because, of course, I'm looking at the laps that teams came onto pit road, and Charlie Collins in the 92 VRS Commander Esports car, on their 6th lap on this stint, whereas you compare that to the Williams Esports Fanatec car, we've just seen it come out of pit road, that's behind. So, and the car behind of Elvis Rankin, again, is on lap 6 of their stint. So there's different strategies at play here in your GTP field, and it's how it all pans out into that last hour. This is another really intriguing thing for me in endurance racing, is you see these different strategies at play, but you don't actually see how it works out until the last 20 minutes or so.
Yeah, exactly. That's, like I said before, and I know I've discussed with our junior a lot. I'm a big, I love endurance racing with safety cars. I love them because it's always open. You never really know what's happening. But then I think with the special events, do I want safety cars in the special events and things like that? I mean, do you know what? I don't, because I like the idea that as soon as that green flag is waved on lap 1, 24 hours, go for it. The strategy you have and how you're going to play the game, it starts from lap 1, and I really like to see how that strategy unfolds, how things piece together. You know, you can't really adjust your strategy too much because you want to stick to the playbook. You can't just go, oh well, with 8 laps to go, or 8 hours to go, we're going to completely change our strategy. It doesn't work like that in this. Whilst there is that point of working backwards on strategy from around that point anyway, you kind of need to be a bit more in place from the very beginning. I love seeing those strategies unfold because, like you say, you can go from being kind of lingering in the background for 4 or 5 hours. Then as your strategy starts to move you forward bit by bit, a little bit in the pit stops here, a lap here, you're going a lap longer there, a lap here, a lap there. Suddenly you're right back into the mix.
I'm going to counter that, though.
Okay, here we go.
By saying that I actually like to see the flexibility in teams in being able to react to circumstances. So being able to react to a band of weather coming across of, we've only just pitted now, that rain's going to hit in about 10 minutes time. Do we just try and see it out and hope that it's just a light shower? Or do we think, right, when it hits the track, get in straight away, get some wet tyres on and change our strategy at that point? I like that mental flexibility of teams in being able to change their strategies and still be able to work for leaders. It's all getting a bit messy, and that is a half spin for the Williams Esports BenQ. Wasn't it? Oh no, it wasn't the Apex Racing team. Sorry,
Correct, indeed. It was Michael Janney who was trying to really assist his teammate there through the traffic, and maybe got a little bit too close to the rear of Jimmy Antunes, threw it in a little bit too hard, and now is miles off the rear end of the Stormforce ART car. So that was actually quite bad. 3 seconds back is Michael Janney from Jimmy Antunes, and Antunes needs the help. Again, there is no front end on that Merc.
Yeah, it was quite. It wasn't the biggest of hits that it had into the wall, but certainly did enough to remove the front bumper there. But it's been incredible to see the Antunes being able to catch up. It's all this confusion about lap traffic, and you and Cam mentioned it a little bit earlier on. Hold your line. I think if Michael Janney had just followed his teammate in front, and that LMP2 car would have gone by.
Yeah, exactly. But then, it's happened now, so you got to get on with it and deal with the pain. And like you say, I know Jimmy Antunes needs the assistance right now because Team Redline are bump drafting. They are working together. There is no damage on the front end. If you want to know what happened to the front end of the Stormforce ART car, there was contact between themselves and was it this one?
It was the 92.
No, it was the 92s. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, we're looking at Elvis Rankin at the moment. Yeah, it was Charlie Collins made contact going through the dog leg, or just on the exit of the dog leg of that kick going up towards the West Horseshoe that sent the Stormforce ART car into the barrier, and thankfully only took off the front end and did no real other damage.
Yeah, I will mention once again, because it is now legally mandatory for me to mention this. Charlie's younger brother, Bryn, still owes me a donut from last year, so I'm still waiting, Bryn.
What kind of donut are you into though?
Well, I mean, if you're asking me, just a ring donut with the sprinkles.
Really?
The hundreds and thousands, yeah. Nice bit of
Really?
sugar.
You're a simple man.
Yeah,
you don't want any of this.
Simple taste.
This honey glazed, honey whatever, I don't know. Whatever.
If you ever think of
a
donut from The Simpsons.
Yeah.
With the sprinkles. Yep, there we go.
Yeah, fair enough. I'm more of like I like if you're gonna do that, I quite like it to be chocolate, just even more like chocolate on the top. Rather, I don't really like a chocolate filling.
Yeah, I agree with you.
You know what I mean? I'm not really into filled donuts, with the exception of I can handle a jam.
Yes.
Exactly.
Raspberry jam.
Yeah, custard, no. Chocolate, no. But yeah, anyway, we're not talking. Anyway. You've spoken about Bryn Collins and then just brought up donuts, and suddenly, bam, we're on the food conversation. It's dangerous stuff, that is.
Well, I think he actually owes both me and Sadakis a donut. To be
really?
Fair. Yeah.
Why though? Okay.
It was last year at an event, and we were at Gronau at the VRS Commander Esports.
Yes, indeed.
And we were working on a broadcast for another series, and Bryn asked myself and Sadakis, "Oh, do you want some a donut? We're going to order donuts in." Yeah, I'll have a donut. Yeah, absolutely. Half an hour later, what's happened? We had to cancel the order, the work delivery. So we was like, "But you promised us donuts."
Go out and get them.
Yeah.
Go out and get them. Bryn wasn't racing in that, was he?
No,
he
wasn't.
Was.
Yes,
he was. Oh.
Yes.
This shows how much I remember about that event, doesn't it?
Yeah, you see, you were lucky you were back in the UK doing that event.
Yeah, that was a fair while ago. Will Vincent says, "I'll have a." He said he wanted a maple glazed Tim Horton. Well, there you go. So he's owed donuts as well. I'm owed a donut. I wasn't there, but why? Chuck me on the list. I'll take a donut. Bryn Collins, you owe us all donuts. We'll foot the bill to Charlie though.
Yeah, absolutely. For that contact. Yeah, because he made that contact. It's a punishment. Yeah.
Unacceptable. I think the joy of meeting Charlie in Sweden this year. He's a good lad. He's a good lad.
Yeah.
That move there wasn't great.
No.
Back into the LMP2s, where we're speaking of VRS Commander, we have Tommy Usgaard embroiled in quite a fight. The car behind Luke Reimer is not for position, but the one ahead is. That one is Alessandro Maras, and that is for the final step on the podium. A bit too early to be talking about that, but still. Would desperately like to find a pathway through. Great to see Tommy Usgaard once again back in the Commander livery, but that's out a little bit wide there.
I think he got a little bit spooked by the GTP car coming through, and that just decided, you know what, you've shown your nose, I'll give you the space. It's that infield. I was thinking about this whilst we were. I was watching and getting prepared for this stint of the commentary. That infield is relatively tight.
Yeah.
And there's no really easy place for you to properly lap somebody comfortably. The straights are just not quite long enough for you to power. That was a big slide through the Le Mans chicane there. Lucky to keep it out the wall, in fact.
Yeah, indeed. That was, again, just pushing a little bit too hard there, going through the Le Mans chicane. And I believe, by the way, on the exit of that Alessandro Maras has got a slowdown penalty by taking too much of that exit, and has cost him a position at 2, Tommy Usgaard. So there is the switch up into third place. The VRS Commander is going to go in that LMP2 category. I will say, of all of the Rovals on planet Earth, this is one that I mind the least. I don't like it. I don't mind Homestead. I think Homestead does all right for the space that it's got.
New Hampshire?
Oh, that's what. Yeah, New Hampshire's the one that goes outside.
Outside, yeah.
Yeah, no, thank you. I know someone who's been around there as well, IRL. But no, thank you. Obviously, Indy, no thank you. Pocono's got one as well. That's horrendous. I only know of that one because of Reese Gardner. I'm pretty sure he did one of his super serious track guides.
Yeah.
Southpaw Racer around there, and I remember looking at it being like, that's tragic.
I will say I'm not a fan of a Roval.
I hate Rovals generally.
I mean, even when we did used to have a Roval here in the UK, Rockingham, that wasn't any good at all. I absolutely hated watching racing there. Myself, I have a, when you can be sort of overwhelmed or underwhelmed. I'm just whelmed by this venue.
I'm perfectly balanced on the whelminess.
If doing laps around here, I absolutely hate it because
same.
I had to do every year the touring car series that I used to race in. This would be the venue for the finale.
No, thank
they
you.
only did that just so that they could get a drag race to the finish line.
Right.
That's the simple reason why they picked this venue for the finale. And I was always involved in a amateur championship battle, and I always lost the amateur championship battle because I'm whelmed by this track.
Yeah.
It just doesn't really. But then when you see races like this with the 24 hours around here, it actually makes a good race track.
Yeah.
To watch, maybe not to race in there.
No, I think it works better in endurance racing than it does in sprint. I think sprint racing, because you're so close all the time. It's always going to be a drag race to the line. It's kind of like great. This means you actually watch, like, say it's a 45-minute race, like even like last night. You're watching a 45-minute race of people just sitting in single file, waiting for the opportunity to go for the race. It's like, that's just that interesting.
I will say the only exception to that rule is, of course, the MX-5s.
Which is just crazy.
Because they're not just sat there waiting. They are actively making moves all the way through the race as well.
Yeah, it's a shock when it's 3 wide, and by that I mean it's a shock when it's only 3 wide. It's that stuff's crazy. Yeah, that's fair enough. That is a solid exception. I like that. I'm whelmed by this. I had a conversation before we went live for the season finale in the IMSA Esports Championship. A bit like last year with Greg Creamer. We were discussing Rovals, and I was saying how I don't like them. He kind of agreed. And I said the main reason I don't like a Roval is because I like a circuit to feel like it's going somewhere. Like
Yes.
I like it to be that. Just why I really like Balance. Why so many people like Nordschleifer. You know, why
Park.
I really do like Alton Park, and even like Brands Hatch. You know, when you go out
the Grand Prix layout.
not the Indy layout. The Indy layout's tragic, but the Grand Prix layout, when you go out into the forest and stuff like that, and then you come back in, you're going somewhere. You're on a journey every lap. Whereas here, or on a Roval, you're not going anywhere. You're not on a journey. It's flat. It's boring.
You can see every corner of the oval from the infield, where you're inevitably in a tight, twisty, narrow section of track. Yes.
Yeah. Exactly.
I'm not a fan of a Roval either. I mean, I will say that I remember the old Charlotte Roval that was here at iRacing.
Oh, yeah.
Because we used to race in the touring cars around that, and my goodness, that was
horrendous.
Oh boy. Well, I mean, we used to have a mix of people with most people would be running like -3, -4 wing in the old Kia. People remember racing that. And then you'd have somebody rock up at that Charlotte Roval and, oh yeah, I've got +1 wing.
Right.
Why? But it worked for him.
See, my only time racing that track, as we've got a bit of busyness here in the traffic, but nothing too scary and too major. My bit with that track was when I was rookie license. This was nearly 10 years ago. When I was rookie, because I've had my A license now for nearly 10 years. Just saying, I've been on over for too long. But yeah, when I first started, obviously once you got through the MX-5s, at this point it was like, what do you race next? And there was no, the Formula V, no Formula Ford or the Railway. There was none of that. It was literally just sort of like, right, what can you race? And it was either more MX-5 racing, but the advanced MX-5 series. I think this is when I was D-Class, actually. So it was either D-Class or you do the Production Car Challenge, which was MX-5s and the Slowstis.
Oh, so that was before they had the very clean racing Volkswagen Passat.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it was. Like I say, it was. So you, and I remember taking the Slowstis. Imagine that track. Imagine the Charlotte Roval. No chicane on the backstretch. With the Slowstis. I am not joking. Once you go out onto the oval, you are flat out, foot to the floor. It was something like a minute and a half. It's that slow. Just a minute and a half, just foot to the floor, just wait for it. But yeah, I was doing that to build up the safety rating. It took ages because I didn't realise that it was you needed to have quite a few corners in the track to gain. Yeah, it was bad. It was really bad.
You were asking earlier about our collective iRating to see whether.
Yes, I saw yours was 2.8.
No, it's worse than that.
Oh no!
It's actually 2.5 now. I had a race a few weeks ago. I thought, I've got a bit of time to myself. I'll actually do a race. And somebody didn't take too kindly to me overtaking them, and they absolutely sent me into space at Turn 5 at Road America, yeah.
Oh, good. Yeah, no, see, I did, as we'll see here, I think Kevin S. Jr. is thinking of trying to go past Timo Roda. This is, so we know, by the way, so you're fully aware, while we are in story time, we are paying attention to what's happening, don't worry. This is about for 6th position in the GTP class. The other week I did kind of the same thing. Formula 4 was at Red Atlanta, and I thought, great. I was 2.8k. Actually, do you know what? Same basically story. I was 2.8k going into it, and I did a few races, and I was 2.5 leaving the week. And then Formula 4s went to Scuba, where I gained it all back. Genuinely, it was like every race was 50 iRating game. I was like, perfect, this is brilliant.
I want to draw your attention to GTD because an important pit stop is happening right now. Stormforce ART are in. Jimmy and Tunis is staying in the car. Now, they'll be hoping to get some repairs done to that car at this stage. So, that is important for them.
And obviously for them, in the pit lane at the moment, directly behind them is Michael Janney and is ready to go. You can see there, and you can see that there was definitely communication between the pair of them. As soon as the 199 moves, the 198 follows it out of the pit lane again to give it assistance. The only thing The only reason why that 198 is still in this race is not even just like the endurance spirit or anything like that. It is because to win this race, you need to have assistance, really, especially if you're going toe-to-toe with Team Redline. And so they are remaining in this race purely to assist the Stormforce ART car. I will say, because of that livery, by the way, if you look at it from the front, you can't actually see how much damage there is because it's all the paintwork. I think it looks great.
You see, that effect on the paint, they obviously saw my Team Mad Hyundai Veloster, which had that paint peeling off effect on it. And we've had that paint since the Veloster came about. So, just saying, trendsetters.
I see. I mean, that is one thing that I always think of you as a trendsetter.
The man who's approaching 40 years old this year. Yes, a real trendsetter.
You're well known in the RaceSpot community as Mr. Trendsetter. Yeah, it's crazy. It's really weird. Anyway, moving on. Yes,
I'm down with the kids. Yes,
exactly. Did you understand what I said when I said what's the drilly cuz?
Oh, absolutely. I
exactly.
Every single word that you said because I am down and hip and with it. Cowabunga.
Exactly. And other words. Looking back, Kevin Ellis Jr., we will keep an eye. As soon as we see Team Redline into the pit lane, I think then we'll really take a very close look as to what's going to happen in that GTD category. We're not expecting them in for a little while, or I will say you'll see them come through you see them in the distance shot there. I think there was almost a bit of miscommunication there with the Apex Racing team in that GTD category as to whether they wanted to switch over positions, at least at track position, and allow the 198 to be ahead and dish out the slipstream to the Stormforce ART car. Alas, that has not been the case, and now Drago Racing will work their way past. Needs to get past cleanly because Kevin Ellis Jr., as we're focused on here, is sat right behind, ready to pounce at any opportunity.
Yeah, and you see that's experience there from Kevin Ellis Jr. Yes, there'll be communication between them as well because they are all teammates. But going into that hairpin, there's no point absolutely sending it into the hairpin. Just hold off that little bit and then get the duck under out of the hairpin because that car that Kevin Ellis Jr. is driving has got much better speed off of the corner than it has mid-corner in those hairpins because these prototypes, both the GTP and the LMP2s, they're generally not as good through those hairpins as the GTDs are, and so therefore you've got to be smart about lapping traffic through that section of the track. I do want to address as well that Tommy is out and it's return to the Mac. Mac Backham is into the Coanda number 12. It really annoys me when they put number 81 in the team.
I know.
It's number 12.
It's why, generally speaking, if you are putting teams into a race, just play it safe and don't put a number in your team name. Yeah, sure, you might get that number, but it's not worth the risk. Also, if you are going to be a team and you are going to join using numbers, make sure that the right car joins in the right number, because we have the VRS Commander 81, which has joined as the number 12, but we also have the VRS Commander 88, which has joined as the 81. Brilliant.
And of course, there's the VRS number 18, which is actually entered as number 92.
92, yeah. Thanks,
whereas you have Williams Esports, who have their teams named by their sponsors.
Much better way of doing it, because then if it joins under whatever number, no one cares, because you've at least named them. Even I'm not even offended by the idea of just colours like Race Clutch.
Yeah.
You know, red, white, black. Like I'd prefer that if you're going to do that you have highlights on the car that make this the red, the black one. But if you don't, I'm not that bothered because at least then you're differentiating it. But when you're joining as numbers, I'm like, this is very confusing. Thankfully, though, you don't have to deal with that on the broadcast. You're not watching. Thankfully, because it's all been dealt with behind the scenes by all the lovely people here at RaceSpot. They've worked very hard to make sure that it ain't crazy for you to watch. But we have to.
Yes, we only like to do a little mild Martin Haven rant about something that's vaguely on topic. So
at least we're not going to talk about the H word on broadcast.
Well, yes, that is very. Oh, that's a bit of a squeeze then from Team PG said. Yeah, the Apex team didn't appreciate that going into the international horseshoe there, but everybody sorted themselves out and kept themselves away from each other.
Yeah, it was a bit bold diving it in there, but again, like you say, just feeling confident. Kevin knows you. Woo, that was very scary. That would have woken him up. Simify going one way and then thinking, well, actually, no, do you know what? I will cut across and make you switch lanes. That was maybe a little bit late there for the Simify car, and not super clear.
Do you know what? Matt Backham has jumped into the car, lap one of his stint in terms of fast laps, set the best lap for the class.
Good man.
Just bang, straight in, get on with the job.
I do love Mac, although I am still partially disappointed.
I don't like Mac because he makes me look like I'm stood in a hole.
Yeah, he is a tall boy. I commentated next to him, and I'll tell you when I did, we had this great idea when we were in Sweden. We were like, we could drag some of these drivers that aren't into today's action or whatever. We could drag them onto the broadcast and have a great time. So we had Jamie Fluke, we had Mac back, and George commentated with Jamie. I commentated with Mac. Great time. I was stood next to Mac. Genuinely, I wish it never comes through on broadcast because he's so professional. For one, he was very scared of swearing on broadcast because he's like, I'm Dutch. I swear. You'll be fine. You'll be fine. I was stood next to him. I looked over. He was shaking a lot. I've never seen him so nervous. I was like, oh, don't worry, it's only a broadcast. Don't worry, mate. He was genuinely, he was quaking in his boots. Obviously, it was because he was stood next to such a figure.
Of sim racing.
Exactly.
Svelte man.
That's why.
Who is so good at golf that he doesn't even need to look at where the ball goes. He just knows where it's going.
To be fair, that is just to talk on golf one very particular moment. When you do hit a good shot and you know that it's going exactly where you want, such a baller move just to pick up the tee, not even look. You're just like, yeah, I know it's down there.
Do you do the golf club twirl as well?
No.
Twirl in the hands.
No, because I know what's going to happen. I'm going to flick it and I'm going to smack myself in the head. So it's not worth it. There's nothing worse than doing something which should be really cool and looking like an idiot doing it. That's terrible.
See, my problem with golf is golf. Every time I have tried, just...
That's my problem with sim racing.
It's the mechanics of it. That's the problem for me. Yeah.
It's tough. It is tough. Like I say, that's my problem with sim racing. That's why you just got to keep working at it. You just got to keep working. And then maybe one day, any one of us will be a 9 handicapper like Peter Mackay.
Peter did offer me to enable me to be his caddy for a round of golf once. So
it's quite. I will say, being a caddy is quite good fun, actually.
Yeah, I'd have
no pressure,
to be honest. Yeah,
it's like I will say. So speak obviously to drag this into sim racing or even motorsport terms. Being a caddy is a lot like being an engineer.
Yes.
And if you haven't ever been a race engineer for a team in sim racing, even doing it with like your mates and stuff, it is kind of nice sometimes to sit back and be like, this isn't my problem. Like, driving's not my problem. I'm now in control of the strategy. I'm now running them, and like dealing with it from that side. There is some level of satisfaction, especially when things go well, because that win means just as much to you as it does to the driver.
I will say that when I'm usually engineering for a team, and I'm the voice of calm.
Yeah, same.
And the driver will be getting upset with what's he doing and all this, that, and the other, and you're just like, let's move on, forget about it. We've got numbers to hit, and you do that. And then when I jump into the car, Jim, who helps out behind the scenes at RaceSpot occasionally, he's exactly the same with me. He's like, all right, shut up, Paul, just head down, get on with it.
Get on with it, yeah. I'm not as bad anymore, but I used to be very, 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 very vocal behind the wheel. I'm not as bad anymore. I think it's because I don't drive as much, and when I do drive, it's a lot more chill these days. But I was pretty vocal, and which was hilarious because when I was a race engineer, I was like, no, just stay calm. I even have like my race engineer voice. Let's stay calm. Yeah, pitting in follow. Basically, it's as if you're speaking to a child. Just to keep them calm, keep them going, keep them focused. But I say it's
do you want a blankie? Do you want a blankie?
Yeah.
Do you want to lie down? All right.
Until someone intentionally wrecks your driver, and then you're literally standing up being like, "How dare you!" And then this is why I'd love to see, if we ever did, we never could because of various reasons. But like the iRacing Daytona 24-hour, like this actual event, like with all these drivers, if we did this in person, did this in lab, right? I wonder if there would be any beef.
I've seen beef.
Oh, so have I.
At the Sim Racing Expo in 2019 on the
Nice.
GT500.
Who was it between? Dish.
It was literally the start of the race. All drivers had been instructed that you're to do, X speed at the start. You've got to keep it all bunched and that. And then one driver accused it was a bit of rivalry between a certain Mr. Josh Rogers and Max Benneker.
No.
And at Eau Rouge Radio, there was a bit of a kerfuffle, and Max was into the wall, and that was it out of the race. He was not a happy chappy, I can tell you.
No, Max Benneker was a bit angry. But before we continue on that, speaking of his former team Redline are into the pit lane in GTD, so we can keep an eye as to where they end up coming out comparatively to the Stormforce ART car. Anyway, yes, a beef alarm. I've seen a fair bit as well. But that sounds good. Was there any? Were they like in each other's face?
No, it was. Well, not that I saw anyway. There might have been afterwards, but you see, this is the thing with events like this. You can't get into the paddock and see them around the back of the paddock in each other's faces, and I think that's where I think the that separation between keyboard and screen, rather than being in front of somebody, changes people's attitudes. In
Some
races,
people's,
yeah. And as soon as they get in person, they're a lot more timid. Whereas I've reached that age now where if somebody did do something, I'd just tell them to the face. I don't care.
To be fair, I would tell someone to go away in a slightly less polite way. By the way, gap for the race lead or what the gap between the race leaders basically, Stormforce ART and the two Team Redline cars in GTD. It's about 8 seconds between Jimmy Antunes and then the Team Redline duo at the moment. Just so you are up to date. I remember I did an event in 2018 at the Nürburgring. It was the WTCR Esports Championship, and I was teammates with Jack Keatley, and I was in Division 2, which meant that I was racing on the big stage, but in between races of Division 1. So we all did like 3 races a day: the Division 1, Division 2, Division 1, Division 2, and so on. And whilst I was waiting to get ready to go, one of the a team called Ascaro, who was actually the main sponsor of the WTCR Championship at that point as well, they have an esports team. One of their drivers came up to me, and I didn't really know what happened in the race, but he looked me dead in the eye and he said, "The next time Jack does that, he dies." And I was like, whoa, okay. And that might be shared between this little grouping, as we've got a bit of a move here. SimRC working their way up the order.
Yeah, they're not making their way downtown. It's making their way up because Corentin Guinness, right on the tail of grid and go, which is Tommy Catila, and also it's Mag Performance as well, who we saw having that moment at the Le Mans chicane. Do you know what? That is the one corner in the changed name in that wasn't words.
They were.
The one corner name change that I've actually got behind, because it's in the shape of a bus stop, but I've quickly adjusted to Le Mans chicane, whereas that's not the best place to go around the outside.
Yeah, that was scary.
Work. But somewhere like the Parabolica, I mean, I literally got it wrong on an internationally broadcasted event at the start of the race. So
I got it intentionally wrong because I just couldn't be bothered. For me, it is still the Parabolica. Yeah, I know the Michaelia Alboreto curve. Yeah, fair enough, whatever. Like I say, I can handle the Le Mans chicane. Let's see what's happened though to Elvis Rankin. Just working their way past the Williams Esports Fanatec car, a bit too deep into T1, sending it all the way around the outside, and as we'll see them come through very close as they head through the chicane at basically at 2. Down into the international horseshoe, sends it down the inside. Of course, VRS Commander trying to work their way past. That's exactly what Elvis Rankin did, and that's where we joined the fight, as Rankin was able to pick up 3rd position. Very nice move there for Elvis Rankin to have done there on Arthur Lahouk, although I know Arthur is actually very quick as the race goes on. Speaking a little bit of the GTP category, have you noticed how the gap for the race leads come down quite a bit? It was 25 seconds before we went through the pit stops. It was 20 seconds after the pit stops. It's now 16.5 seconds. VRS Commander looking to try and get some laps led in this race. Would definitely like to win. And thankfully for them, Mitchell de Jong will be taking over fairly soon, and he's quite good round it.
And this is where, like I said, with that change of driver to Moreno Sarica, they would have hoped that he would be able to just get on with it and get to the pace straight away. I mean, Canapino before his in his stint was doing sort of mid 31s to low 31s and the 30 by the end of the stint. Moreno has been that sort of, again, mid to high 31s. Did about 10 laps or so, have a 33 as well. So obviously traffic has played a bit of a role in all of that as well. And that's just allowed that VRS Commander Esports car, Charlie Collins, to just slowly eke away at that race lead.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to be fascinating. I mean, I'm liking the dynamic here. It's looking like it is favourable towards the VRS Commander camp for now. That whether that actually maintains, we'll have to wait and see.
That also explains as well lighter car because he's coming into pit road first.
A little bit, but maybe there'll be. I said last time I went for the pit stop, they closed up 5 seconds. They're closing in bit by bit. Yes, it might add an extra pit stop on later on. We'll have to wait and see on that one. But we'll have to wait and see if there's going to be any closing up. And also, maybe as to whether this is the time where potentially we might see Mr. Daytona himself jumping behind the wheel. And it is going to be Mr. Daytona jumping in behind the wheel. The 92 will be taken over by 6-time Daytona 24-hour winner here on iRacing, Mr. Mitchell de Jong behind the wheel.
Oh, Mitchell. Do you know what? Mitchell is genuinely one of the nicest people in sim racing.
Oh, absolutely.
He is such a nice guy. Will always make time to speak to you, to say hello. His dad as well, his mother and dad, in fact, I've met both of them. And again, you can tell where he gets that politeness, where he gets that being able to be interactive and engaging with somebody. Family that I've met have all been very engaging, very nice, polite family, and I enjoy their company. And Mitchell, it's been about a year since I last saw Mitchell, and great to see him back behind the wheel of a prototype here at Daytona. And well, what can he do? And as if it wasn't bad enough for one top VRS Commander Esports driver to jump in, here comes Josh Rogers.
Yeah, indeed. And I will say with Mitchell de Jong, when it comes to race laps, not in top split racing here in the iRacing Daytona 24-hour, at least since 2015 when we started it, that Mitchell de Jong has done, he's led more laps than anyone else, and comfortably so. We'll get into that in a bit, because I love my stats on that one. But he is 73 laps away from passing 2,000 laps completed, race laps completed here at Daytona, which he will obviously pass during this race, and that'll be a big moment. I don't know if that is the most, but I'm pretty sure it might be.
Oh, he'll be up there, that's for sure. And you think the level that he's been racing at as well. It's not just the fact that he's done those laps, it's the level he's been
competing. Did you hear the stat
earlier?
Well.
Go on.
About his percentage of laps led.
I heard you talking about it and heard you saying that you wouldn't be happy at having that percentage go down, but I didn't actually hear the exact figure.
The percentage, obviously, including 2022, which is where he led not very many laps of his stint. Of the laps he's done 1,927 laps. Obviously, that's going to be 28 now. He's led 1,643 of those, which is a percentage of 85%. If you removed 2022 from it, where he only led 68 of 291. If you remove that from it, he's led 96% of the laps that he's raced around here.
Now,
how easy is that?
I mean, as much as that is about Mitchell, it also says a lot about the teammates that he's worked with as well. Yeah, because for an event like this, it is very much a team game, and the team that he's had around him time and again has just been able to help assist him to get to that figure. I mean, that is an incredible amount of laps led, I'll be honest. I didn't expect it to be that many.
It's a few.
That's sensational, but yeah, it's great to see Mitchell here, and yeah, I'll look forward to seeing this now, see whether he can charge down the Williams Esports Playseat team, who, to be fair, are doing their own very good job right now up at the front of the field.
They're doing an incredible job. They are doing an absolutely superb job, but maybe they're going to start feeling the pressure. Will Moreno, Sarika, and like I say, it's going to be building, and concerns might be brewing within the Williams Esports camp. They'll feel a little bit bitter about how things have started in this race, particularly with the GTD category, because they had two cars that have been running really strong. So they had three cars that have been running really strong that have been removed from it. Two of them definitely completely out of their control because they got taken out T1 with Lick McEwen, and then they had the other one taken out by Johan Hart. Obviously, Parker White joining the Williams Esports camp as a guest for this race. Obviously, was part of the Apex Racing team just last year. Was involved in a bit of an incident around here as well, a bit of bump drafting on the oval. We're not going to talk about that too much. Great to see. This is the only car on the grid where all of the participants are above 10k. By the way, I've brought that stat up so many times. I'm so sorry, but if you are joining us for the first time, there you go. There's your new little nugget of information.
It's almost like whenever I commentate a race at Circuit de l'Arsaf and bring out the fact about the fact that the Mulsanne Straight is the same distance as, well, it's the same distance as the entire GC International Raceway.
Oh, is it? That's a good stat. That is a good stat. I like that. I do like that stat.
It helps paint a picture of just the vastness of that venue.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's a very good stat.
It is quite. That is a great one. You are going a lot quicker on there. I think the fastest speed I've ever done on the Mulsanne, because we were in broken cars because of a mod. The first time I ever did it, I thought it was normal. The first time we ever did it, our top speed in our car was 395 kilometers an hour. She were quick, but to tell you how bad it was in the corners, we were still doing 3-minute 13s and 3-minute 14s, which, don't get me wrong, is still rapid, but when you're doing nearly 400k, yeah. Mod was a little bit broken. I'm pretty sure the LMP2s were doing something like 370. So
that makes me think of the old Group C days without the chicanes.
Yeah, right. Yeah, this was with chicanes and everything.
Yes.
You know, it was just that quick. Great fun though. Really good. It was a great first experience. A few more drivers in the GTPs coming into the pit lane, by the way. I think it's the BMW and Team BS competition cars in the pit lane. BMW Team Redline as well. Sebastian Job into the pit lane. There he is, up on the jacks and switching out for Silly Lully.
All right, Chris Lullam, what can you do, fella? That's the question now. To see how they're going in their race, as Peter Zuber for Race Clutch Red as well onto pit road to have their pit stop. So we're right in that pit stop cycle now of the rest of GTP after the Vera Esquandra Esports team had their earlier stop, their off-cycle pit.
Indeed. I will say, by the way, because I know our junior's probably sat there thinking, oh, he's leaving in a few minutes. Will Lewis make a prediction as to who's going to win the race? Because I still remember the first year that I did this, I predicted all three categories and got them all correct. And thus, I will never do it again before I leave. Because you can't beat that. It was just, I remember, because in the first 6 hours, I think I did the last 6 hours. I might not have even done the last 6 hours, definitely did the first 6. And I just remember leaving it, and I was like, bam, 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 I think these are going to win. And I explained my reasoning behind all of it. And then I came back in the morning, and I was like, oh yeah, they're all leading. And they've all won. Brilliant. I was right. Pure luck. Commentator's curse is rubbish. I'm not doing it again. Because to be fair, especially with this, try and predict who's going to win in this. Like, seriously. It's absolutely crazy. All the categories keep changing constantly.
I think the only thing that's been sort of relatively constant has been that Team Redline lead in the 1-2 in the GTD, but even then, they've been chased down by Jimmy Antunes in that Stormforce ART car as well. So that one's going to be an intriguing fight to watch on, as Marina Sirica is onto pit road along with BS Competition car. Did I just see that come? Oh, it's just coming out of the pit.
Just
now.
coming out now, Marina Sirica, yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, it's an intriguing race, is this one. I do think that if this Williams Esports Playseat car can keep the pace up and keep it relentless up at the front, I think they're pretty much, it's going to be difficult to catch them. But there are a couple of teams there that can do that.
16 seconds is what I have the gap between Mitchell de Jong and Moreno Sirica, which is about how it was pre-pit stop. We'll have to wait and see if that's going to come down any more now that, again, remember the fact that VRS Commander car is lighter than the Williams is at the moment, courtesy of pitting earlier, which is obviously they will pit earlier, but yeah. Anyway, as we can see a little bit further back in that category, we've got Silly Lully with Josh Rogers behind. Already seen a couple of little bumps and scrapes between Coanda and Redline in this race, and we've seen many over the last few years in sim racing. Lovely to see them battling back in the top category here at Daytona, and it's going to be fascinating. Josh Rogers versus Chris Lulham here. Sadly, it's not for the race lead, but that could be a not for the race lead yet. We've still got so long left to go in this race.
I think what's helping Josh Rogers here as well is that his teammate, who's down in 17th in the 81 car, is actually acting as a buffer between him and Johan Half right now, who's in 8th place for the Apex Racing team. So we've got 3 cars relatively close together here in GTP as more pit stops are going on. Drago Racing now onto pit road along with the Williams Esports Fanatec car. So yeah, 3 cars close together here, all fighting for pretty high up positions in the race overall. Yeah, with 3rd overall, yeah, as they come across the line. So intriguing stuff as there's that move right there down the inside.
Yeah, Josh Rogers will make it through. You can see the Drago Racing car on the departure of pit lane there, just on the inside. It'll actually be 4th position in class. Do apologise. Williams Esports Fanatec out a little bit ahead. Jaden Munoz behind the wheel, just departing the international horseshoe. They're actually going side by side. Saw just in the distance there, just getting past some lap traffic. That's the gap that they'll have to try and close down to battle for that podium. But whilst they're waiting for that, we do have this enthralling battle. And like you say, you're absolutely right. Michael Romanidis, the driver who sat there, the 3rd car in this train, not jumping out of the way of Johan Art at the moment, because he's very need for him to do so. Johan, who's already made a little bit of contact a bit earlier on in the race. That was one of the Williams. I'm sure they'll very much remember that was the Williams Esports Academy car going through the Le Mans chicane. Probably will start flashing lights a little bit to Romanidis, saying, "Okay, mate, can you jump out of the way?" Okay, thanks.
But he doesn't have to.
No, doesn't have to.
No blue flags. So yeah, it's an endurance race. If you're quicker, you'll make your way past.
Absolutely, but at the same time, yeah, you still might want to flash lights to be like,
"Oh yeah,
just at some point, mate, could you just not?" Also, they're all on basically the same pace. Got to remember in this battle, even if you chuck in Romanidis, the average I rating in this battle is something like 10.2k, which is just
ridiculous.
I absolutely love it. Absolutely love it. Did you hear the estimated strength of field for the GTD class, by the way?
Yes, it's
9.8k.
98.89. Yes, it's a very nice round.
Crazy.
Nice number actually. That is
palindrome.
Absolutely, but yeah, they've these 4 try to work their way past that late LMP2 traffic. Is that the WSR car?
Yes.
Yes, it is. So yeah, Lucas Prada just suddenly finds himself in a bit of a hornet's nest right now of GTP cars, and well, quite wisely thinks better of it.
Yeah, indeed. I'm actually a bit disappointed. I've got 90 seconds left of today before I hand over to Will Vincent. What a fantastic race it's been. Williams Esports leading in GTP. I think the one that's really secure to me, in a sense, secure in big air quotes, that has been most dominated is the LMP2 category, WSR Esports butt kicker. But I will say they are being closed down. It was about 10 seconds, so that race lead might be closed down in the same way that we're seeing VRS Commander close down the Williams Esports Playseat car. They've had the lead for a little while. I don't know how this race is going to unfold. I just know that if I were to go to sleep now and wake up for my stint at 4 o'clock in the morning, it is going to be wildly different, which means I can't sleep because I'm actually quite excited.
You're going to be ending up watching this, aren't you?
Yeah.
just one more minute, just one more lap. Fine. And then
really
you look at your clock. I've done that before. Before having an early start on I always remember at Nürburgring 24 hours having a 2 o'clock start of my 6-hour stint that turned into 9.5 hours on commentary. I got an hour's sleep before.
Brutal. The commentary game is really tough. Because we just have to sit here and talk. To be fair, it's all the drivers that go through all the hardship. And again, they will be doing so as well. There's about 17 hours left to go here as Michael Romanidis finally gets out of the way of the Apex Racing Team car, and Johan Art will get down the road to catch up to the back of the BMW Team Redline machine, and this fantastic battle just outside of the podium. I'm going to step aside, though. You'll still be with Paul, though, for a while, so you're in good hands. But Will Vincent will be jumping into the comedy booth to take you through the next 3 hours. Will, take it away.
Well, I hope this works at the very least. Hello, everyone. I'll tell you what, the last time I was with Paul, we were in sunny, cold Germany. And here we are again, this time in the night time at Daytona. Yeah, my name's Will Vincent. The last time I actually did any commentary, I completely lost my voice. That was, in Poland about 11 months ago. We've got Iku still as our technical director. By the way, I have to say the pictures today have been absolutely stonking. And Paul, one thing that I've been noticing is the attrition factor in this race has actually been better than I expected.
Yes, it has. I think once we had those initial little incidents at the start and just lost a couple of cars, I think everybody sort of settled down into the rhythm, into the routine of this race, and found their spots. We've had a couple of moments where we've taken a bit of an intake of breath with some of the moves that we've seen being made and pulled on lap traffic, but overall, generally speaking, it's been a really good, clean race on the whole.
Oh yeah, and don't forget, by the way, live timing and scoring is available. Visit timing.RaceSpotTV. If you've got Google Chrome, you can also go to timing71.org. That's only if you've got Google Chrome, and you can get some advanced statistics over there. We have got Randy Cheneth, who has taken over what I've been doing for the last 7 hours, which is running our brand new RaceSpot News live updates page. So he's going to be taking over that for the next 3 hours. And I mean, to be fair, Paul, at least I've done my homework. Stepping into this commentary booth and sat around. I did a little bit of maths earlier on, and I've typed already 7,000 words today.
Oh, that's an average morning for you, isn't it?
You've seen the length of my emails,
yes.
So yes, that is an average morning for me. I was going to say, all of these students that complain, oh my word, I've got to write 3,000 words by next Thursday. Nah, nothing. If I go back to university as a student again, it wouldn't be last minute. It will literally be, okay, I've got 2 hours, off we go, here we start. We're still having a look at some great battles going on track. I want to actually turn my attention first to GTD, because Apex Racing Team, I don't know, we've got to spin up. We got a spinner at the bottom of our screen there, down into the International Horseshoe. That is the 001 car, the Delta Smith by GNG car even. That has got Sven Hasse behind the wheel. And International Horseshoe's been one of really the 3 places we've seen incidents here today. It's either been there, down at turn 6 as you come onto the banking, or down at Le Mans chicane. But again, traffic being traffic, and we had silly hour about 90 minutes ago, but some of these drivers that started off in the 2 driver rotations at the start of this race, they are starting to get a bit tired now, and that means that those silly little mistakes continue to creep in.
Yeah, they do, and I think that was a case of Sven just seeing the length of of traffic that was behind him and trying to give as much space as possible into that international horseshoe. The problem with that is when you're going into tight, you have to slow that car down just even more. And look, he's there, he's on the inside, and he got caught up behind another GTD car and ends up rotating the car around. Unfortunately, all those GTPs do manage to make their way past the Grid and Go car. Sorry, Delta Simtech by Grid and Go. I'm so used to seeing Sven in the black and yellow of German Sim Racing.de, or SimRC should I say now, for them, but it's taken a little bit of an adjustment for me to see him in a Grid and Go colours.
Yeah, the same, to be fair. And it seemed to be in that situation. It was down into the international horseshoe, and normally you enter that corner on the left-hand side of the track, kind of diamond off the corner a little bit. He was all the way on the inside line, so he might have caught a tiny bit of the marbles that actually build up on the opposite side to the racetrack to what you're used to. But you see, he is back circulating on track, and that allows me to talk, possibly this time, the Apex Racing team, because you were talking earlier, it was 2017 that you did your first massive endurance race. I have to say, it's been 12 years since I've been commentating, and we're almost 10 years. We're actually now 9 years and about 8 months since we actually hosted the first ever 24-hour endurance race in iRacing. And one thing's been a common feature throughout that. For Apex Racing team, it's either they win everything or they just have the most disastrous luck possible. And in GTD, that's pretty much been the story of their day.
Yeah, it certainly has. And the Stormforce, I mean, you look at how basically all their eggs now is in the Stormforce ART car that's in third place right now. 9 seconds back off of the race lead in GTDs. So when you consider that those two Redline cars have just been relentless, working together, bump drafting all the way through the last few hours especially. That Stormforce car had that incident down here through the little kink into the Western Horseshoe with the 92 of Charlie Collins getting into the back of them. That gave them a bit of front end damage, and it meant that the other Apex car in that class of Michael Janney right now in the Apex 198 has had to work together. Basically, they were out of the contention anyway, was the 198. So sacrifice their race to put all the eggs into one basket. I need to put my teeth in today, Will.
I think, you know, they could also put all of their bags into the car for any other blue and orange car, or purple and orange car even. Just be like, please, come on, don't hit me again. And for some reason, they've been calling him Sir Charles Collins as Arjuna and Lewis, which I think we now know where all the money from that donut fest from last year's gone, Paul. They didn't buy donuts. Instead, they went online and they quite clearly bought that 1 yard squared patch of land somewhere in Scotland, and decided rather than being called a lord, he's now going to be called Sir Charles Collins. But, you know, I agree. I'm still waiting for my donut. And to be fair, that wasn't the only food-based incident we had that weekend, because I seem to remember we went through about 20 different debit cards trying to get pizza.
Yes, we did do that. We also, of course, had Bryn just helping himself to the production crew's food that was in the strictly no admittance to any driver's room that we had, and yet Bryn always found himself in there stealing our sour sweets.
It was either sour sweets or it was half an eaten McDonald's at one point. More candy, more energy drinks. I think this is the reason why Hugo decided to move the office from Grenau down into another as unnamed part of Germany, because we're not going to give it away just yet. We are going to do a full studio tour at some point soon, but these are the two GTDs, the number 4 and the number 2 Team Redline cars. You've got Gianni Vecchio currently in the number 4 car. You've got Alexei Nesov currently in the number 2, working themselves through the Le Mans chicane. And I have to be impressed with myself. I've called it Le Mans chicane all the time I've been on text commentary, so I'm not going to revert to its previous name for now. And in terms of Team Redline, you know, they've had cars in multiple fields, but it looks as though their GTD program is the one that they really wanted to push for. The bump drafting goes through NASCAR turn 3 and 4, past the Geico restart zone, past the start-finish line, and into turn 1 again. Now, the good thing about doing this with a teammate is quite often you'll be on a shared virtual channel, be it Discord, be it TeamSpeak, be it something else, or even in the same location. So you can actually communicate quite easily with the other drivers saying, push me here, don't push me here, my tires are going off a little bit. And that really does help compared to, you know, perhaps bump drafting someone else through NASCAR turn 3 and 4.
Yes, exactly, and they're just working together. Like I said, these two have just been welded together pretty much for the last 4 hours or so, just working to, or at least certainly the last 4 hours that I've been watching, and it's been really good to see them there, Gianvecchia and of course Alexei Nesov working their magic in those Mercedes. The GTD field, it has been decimated a little bit by the fact it was the smallest field, and we did have a couple of retirements from there, so we have only got 3 Mercedes and then a Ferrari up at the front of that field. It's very much Mercedes and Ferrari dominated. There's no Porsches, there's no BMWs, there's very little variety in that GTD field, unfortunately, for us today. Whereas GTP, I've been really impressed that up at the front of that, you've got Acura, Porsche, BMW. It's quite well mixed in GTP. The only caddy that's actually in the field is running in 15th.
Yeah. And I think actually that's testament to the fact that there's still that newness around the GT prototype category. In terms of GTD, I'm actually a little bit upset we haven't got more variety, just the Mercs and the Ferraris. I would love to see more of variety in the GT Daytona field. And again, it comes down to balance of performance. What's the easiest car to drive? What's the easiest car to drive at, say, 97%, especially as you get yourself into this latter hour of the race. As you can see now, top left-hand side of your screen, it is 3 Mercedes from a Ferrari, then a Mercedes, then a Ferrari. And I'm sure at some point I'm going to get an angry message, but at the very start of this race, we did see Sir Charles Collins do a lap around this Daytona International Speedway road course, and he made the cardinal mistake, Paul. He called it a Porsche.
It's not like he drives for a team that drives Porsches or anything like that, but there you go. So yeah, definitely is, again, these two GTDs just sat together. But yeah, it's certainly it's not best when you make such a basic mistake of saying the manufacturer's name wrong, especially when they even made a video about it, did Porsche, as to how to pronounce their name.
They did. Ironically, we got an invoice paid by them the other day, and our bank actually called us up to say, do you actually recognise the name of this company? Because they didn't actually just say, hello, we're Porsche. They gave the full official title of Porsche on the invoice.
LMD, whatever, yeah.
Something Porsche, yeah. But we turn our attention over to the GT prototype category, looking at Mitchell de Jong, and I love that statistic we heard earlier on about him leading over 85% of laps, as he gets a lot of tyre smoke on the exit of the Le Mans chicane, working through traffic. Now, he is currently 16 seconds behind Marina Sirica in the Acura, as de Jong will come out of NASCAR turn down towards the start-finish line once again. And just to let you know, they have done a total of 273 laps in the GT prototype class. So they're ticking along, and the computer keeps on trying to, you know, I'm talking like John Hindorf here, the computer as if it's a living being, but the computer keeps on flirting with the idea that we might get a new lap record here in terms of number of laps completed. And this again, Paul, is really going to be the last year where we might actually see the overall laps completed record broken, because this time next year, well, we might have a bit more fog, we might have that little thing called rain.
Yeah, potentially. I hope so anyway, because I think that would really sort of throw a spanner in the works there. I will point out that Mitchell was 0.2 of a second quicker than Moreno Sarica on that last lap, so he is still putting the times in. Your lead in LMP2, the WSR Esports butt kicker car of Lucas Prada, is onto pit road as well, making their next planned pit stop, and Corentin Guinness, who was in second in class, onto pit road as well. So LMP2 right now onto their pit cycle.
And the 120 of Alessandro Moras joins that in the MAG Performance car. So actually we've got about 4 of the LMP2s in on pit lane at the moment, as we continue to look at what is going on with Mitchell de Jong down towards turn number 1, making himself pass some lap traffic. That was easy and done. Worth noting that Alessandro Moras has gotten out of the number 120, handed it over to Gabriel Mini, and we pretty much the rest of the LMP2 field on the lane right now. One thing that I am actually a little bit happy about in terms of this race is that for the first hour, some of these classes did think about fuel saving, and the margins for them just seem to be a little bit too much, and because of that, we haven't got my least favourite thing in an IndyCar race, where you basically spend the entire thing thinking about a fuel number.
I mean, they still will be looking at that fuel number and thinking, well, let's just try and eke out what we can, just so at least when we come onto pit road, we just spend that little second or so less actually in the box to try and gain things that way. But if you're not going to be saving yourselves a lap, you want to be saving yourself some fuel, at least just to give you that in the pit stops. But yeah, in the LMP2 field, it has been quite a display from Lucas Prada and the World Sim Racing Esports butt kicker team, but it's not all their own way. You might think that they've had a bit of a gap. It was about 9 seconds or so, but that's nothing really in a race like this. All it takes is one little mistake. We've seen plenty of spins down into turn 1. It just can take something like that, and you lose that lead.
Yeah, the one good thing about this track compared to pretty much every other endurance race that we go to is that the majority of the track is pretty well lit. In fact, we heard Arjuna talking earlier on about the fact that the massive lights that go around this Daytona International Speedway are actually only at 20%, because otherwise they might blind the drivers on the infield. Of course, it's a very different thing when NASCAR holds, well, first of all, it's kind of exhibition event at the start of the year, but then also when you go to the Coke 0400, which takes place on the 4th of July weekend. Normally it is anyway, it might have changed for all I know. I've not watched NASCAR in such a long time, ever since it got put behind a massive paywall in the United Kingdom. But it is really good about this track is that you do so many laps and you get so used to this track that the effects of fatigue are kind of a little bit less compared to some other places. Of course, Nordschleife is the first one that comes to mind, but I'd even say when you have the 12 hours of Sebring, for example, those latter couple of hours can often be really difficult for those drivers who are dealing with physical and mental fatigue. And, you know, it's so easy for people watching this for the first time to say, these drivers are just messing around, this, that, and the other. It's not as if they're going to go through physical fatigue. Oh, yes, they are. Especially the top drivers with their direct drive wheels, their load cells, the gloves, the shoes, and all that. Physical fatigue is utterly real.
And of course, anyone who has picked up one of the new active pedals as well for use on their pedals. So there's quite a lot of technology that's come into sim racing. I mean, when you think when I was starting in commentary, so back in 2015, you were talking about World Championship drivers racing with a Logitech G25, G27 and winning World Championships with that. And, well, you look now and you look at the level of kit, the way that the top end of the market has really come on in terms of sim racing equipment. I actually think that the lower end of the market hasn't quite kept up with the level of progress compared to that top end. They are all chasing... Oh dear, that's a suboptimal car right now with a wheel hanging off, and the Mahal Racing team. That is a very quick trip to the pit lane. They've found something. The question is, what was that something?
Maybe it could have been coming on towards pit lane. They just got locked up and hit. Actually, no, that can't even be right. Because normally it would be the left-hand side that would hit a wall, unless they hit the attenuator on the right coming in towards the lane. We'll get a replay of that one in a moment, but you are right. Ray Alfala, former NASCAR champion, he actually won a number of championships using a Driving Force GT, which you can get these days for about, 2 cans of Coca-Cola and maybe a packet of crisps. But I did note that Turtle Beach have got a new direct drive wheel and pedal set that is on pre-release for about 700 of His Majesty's coins. And you are right. I think that the lower end of the market, especially the Logitech and the Thrustmaster entry-level wheels, I think you can get used to them, and all of a sudden you think about going to a direct drive, be it VRS, be it Fanatic, be it any of the other major companies on the market. It is almost like having to learn to drive again, because so different are the pedals in the way that you do things like heel and toe, so different in the ways that you actually have to use the brake, and of course the same in terms of how you really get to feel the car with a direct force wheel.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to have a look at the replay of what happened to the Mahal car. This is going to be down in towards the Le Mans chicane. I'll touch on your thoughts there. So he's going past in his GTP. He's got the JM Esports car behind, and that's late, just too late breaking into the chicane. And the Mahal, I will say, completely innocent party there is the Mahal car.
Yeah, and I was thinking it would just be able to carry on. I forgot about the fact there's tyre barriers there. Is able to get the car back on towards pit road, but I'm having a look. That is going to be a very long pit stop for Nicholas Bell. Was 14th place, well, actually a little bit higher up, was 13th place in class. And number 10 is currently scored as now 2 laps down in 14th place in class. We did at one point have more of the GTPs out. Officially, we've only got 3 showing as out of the event. That's Fire Sim Sports, Apex One, and Shreya Esport Blue.
Yes, they're the only official retirees in GTP, although there was actually the TC Corsa Esports team were about 8 laps down off of the overall race leader. They are still going though. They'd had to work their way through the LMP2 field, and credit to them. They're trying their best to get the Spirit of the Race award here in staying in here, and currently find themselves 18th overall. And if things like what's happened to the Mahal Racing team happen again to others, they can find themselves moving up even further through the GTP field.
I don't know how many times I've said it over the years. The first victory you get in an endurance race is finishing the race, despite how bad the car might be, despite how many laps down you are. I mean, of course, that track in northwest France, there is a specific rule about how fast you have to go on the final lap, etc. But if you can actually get the car repaired and get it back out onto track, then, you know, for me, that is normally good enough. Just to let you know, Josh Rogers in the number 8 Coanda car just set his personal best of a 130.927. We've had a driver change for the number 10 car in GTP. That is Nicholas Bowe getting out the car and Ruben Bonga getting in. That is the Marla Racing team car. That is many laps down now. So they decide, what, we might as well do a driver change, see how it is. And Nicholas Bowe is going to lick his wounds. Connery Maddock, if he was commentating right now, I know exactly what he would be saying at some point, Paul, and it is the fact that we've got at least 3 different spellings of esports in our team names right now.
Yes, absolutely. It's for me. If it is a part of a name, you capitalise the E, because it is part of a name. If you are just saying the term esports, it's with a lowercase e, no uppercase s, because why would you put an uppercase s in the middle of a word? It's all lowercase at that point. But if it's in a team name, then it should be a capitalisation of the E.
And definitely not E-Sports like we have with the number 54 TC Corsa E-Sports W machine. As we turn our attention to the ARTS esports car, there is currently 13th place in class, and the reason why we're showing this, well, we get to see Cadillac on track, which is always nice to see. And you know what, General Motors has gone through so much over the years. To have them running in GTD, to have this whole potential of them joining with Andretti, I believe it is, in terms of they get their entry into Formula One, see the Cadillac name in Formula One. I mean, that's a massive return to form for General Motors and the Cadillac brand, which, you know, when you and I were kids, Paul, because we're not that many years apart in terms of differences, you know, you'd see a Cadillac and you'd almost laugh at it.
It was what are you doing driving that old American hunk of junk, especially over here in the UK.
Yeah.
If you were that way inclined, but yes, it's great to see General Motors trying to push through and to support their motorsports division as well. I think the fact that GTP now is a legitimately affordable top-line prototype racing. I mean, when you consider the budgets of the old LMP1 cars, where you were spending hundreds of millions on those projects, whereas these projects that they're on here, you're talking about, what was it, about 8 million, 9 million a car? Compare that to the hundreds of millions that you were spending. I think it's a no-brainer, really, to get back into motorsport that way.
That 8 million's less than it used to be to run a Formula One team about 20 years ago. So, you know, if you were to say to a team like Arrows or Minardi 20 years ago, here's a racing series where you can run for, you know, $10 million a car, they'd be jumping down your throat. So, and I've been waiting for this resurgence in endurance racing for such a long time. And I have to say that when I was a kid, it was always Formula One. Then came the late 90s, it was all about endurance racing. I've seen the rise, the fall of prototypes and everything. There are some people older than me that will remember the good old Group C days. But both in America and in Europe, it is so good to see the development, the investment of manufacturers across the field. And what that also does is it allows more drivers to get a true crack at top-level motorsports, which actually means something compared to, you know, 10 years ago, where, great, I'm racing at Le Mans, but I'm racing in a GT team, which is basically just being chucked around with some money.
I think what helps as well is that the fact that the ACO and the IMSA organisers have come together and got some form of convergence of regulations as well, so that means there's parity, so that you can end up having these cars, these GTP cars, be able to actually compete at Le Mans and to work at that top level, as well as IMSA. Whereas it used to be that, well, IMSA had their Daytona prototypes, and you had LMP1 in the ACO and all that. I think it's great that we've got that parity between the two series to allow for teams to be able to say, right, we're going to invest, you know, manufacturers say, right, we're investing in this project because we have got multiple places that we can go and use that kit to develop ourselves and to develop the brand.
Agreed. By the way, the number 98 and the number 99 Apex Racing Team cars are on pit road. Gordon Much has gotten out of the number 99 car and handed it over to Maxime Brilliant. So another driver change there going on in GTP. Talking about strategy and everything, this is the other reason why I'm so disappointed of the fact that we haven't got especially the 198 car on in any form of real consideration. The same with the 199 now being 30 seconds back in the Stormforce ART car, because they went off strategy very early on, and it would have been very interesting to see how they would have kept that divergence in strategy going on throughout the course of the evening, especially as now the track's cooler. It does mean that you're more likely to be able to get a bit better fuel mileage throughout these next, let's say, about 10 hours or so, which can mean you get closer to an hour mark in terms of a tank of fuel.
Yeah, it's of course, as temperature, for those of you who don't know, physics behind it, as the temperature decreases, fuel actually becomes more dense the colder it gets. That's why you used to see in Formula 1 especially that teams would be chucking as much dry ice and that onto the car to try and cool that down, so they could just get that little bit more fuel into the fuel cell. But of course that's changed things. Of course the density of the fuel doesn't necessarily mean the weight of it though, so it's all interesting with the temperatures. Speaking of temperatures, by the way, track temperature is a glorious 21.7 degrees Celsius, which means that these drivers, even though it's not the most tyre wear around here at this venue, they will be able to just push on that little bit more with their tyre strategy and be able to double stick tyres, for example, if they do choose to do so, as Mitchell Dion and Josh Rogers are both onto pit road in GTP. So expect another 5 laps for your race leading Williams eSports car to head onto pit road.
Yeah, as we've got the number 24 car on pit road. I'm going to try it in a moment. We've also got the number 92 and number 8 Command Esports cars on pit road. It is coming up to about 9:15 local time. Track temperature is 21.7. Air temp is 20 degrees right now. And humidity is around 51%. That's actually a little bit more humid than it was a couple of hours ago. Okay, I'm going to try it. Timu Milikangas is the way I would say that one, Paul.
And that is the way that you choose to say it. I will go along with that.
Okay. No disagreement then between the two of us.
No disagreement at all.
I tell you what, we've managed to go about half an hour without debating the front end of a race-leading car. In my opinion, the number 6 Williams Esports Playseat car, I'm going to make it very easy. It's not orange, it's not bronze, it's not brown. I'm just going to say it's pink. There we are.
I mean, I used to be an electrician, and copper is that colour, so therefore it's copper to me.
There we are. It's the car that has been basically confusing people all race long. The thing is, I see about 4 different shades on there, and I will go back to what Lewis McGlade said earlier on. The orange that I can clearly see is the Golf logo, because we all know that to be orange. I see 1, 2, 3. In fact, at one point, I'd even say there's some yellow in there, but the Playseat Acura still leading the way. I will say the gap is, well, it's gone down by about half a second since I've last looked at it. It is currently the Williams Esports Fanatic car in second place, 24.5 back down the road, and then Chris Ludham is third in class in the BMW M Team Redline number 20. And you know what, I love Chris Ludham when he races at night, because he really is one of Redline's just chuck him in the car, everyone go to bed, wake up in a few hours time, and you know that 98% of the time he's going to be exactly where he was, or gaining time, but the car will still be in one piece.
Yeah, he's one of those reliable hands that is quick as well. It's not just the fact that he can jump in the car and just put in lap after lap and be consistent. He's quick as well. I think that's the difficult one to do, is to be quick and consistently quick with all of that. So yeah, pit stops are ongoing in GTP, and people are coming out of pit road now. There's going to be a couple more pit stops coming up for your top 6 yet to owe as a pit stop here. So yeah, we'll see how they get on. Pablo Lezar in the Movano Corsa GTP, 11th place, has made their pit stop, and Pablo was in the car when he entered the pits, so he stayed in the car and has carried on out there.
Don't forget, by the way, the next iRacing special event will also be here at Daytona. The first of the year was, of course, the Raw before the 24. This is the iRacing Daytona 24 hours, and the next race is the iRacing Daytona 500. And actually, that race is a very special occasion for us, because it will actually be officially the 10-year birthday of our first ever broadcast. You can still actually catch a bit of it on YouTube. Not gonna lie to you, it is possibly one of the most disastrous launches for an esports broadcaster that you'll ever see. It was an IndyCar race at Iowa Speedway. The race, we started about 10 laps in, first caution already happened. Basically, it was a very quick hello, then the picture died, and we had to start a new feed. I think we're doing a little bit better here today.
Oh, why did you have to say that?
Server
I know Lewis McGlade doesn't believe in the commentator's curse, but I do, and thank you very much, Will. I mean, I have to remember that I am currently sat in the commentary box with a person who has actually been banned by Race Control from actually being in the commentary box for the last 15 minutes of a race. That was... God blimey, that would have been, what, 2016? That would have been,
about 8 years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, GOT. Those were the days. Those were the days. You know, I do believe in the curse to the commentator because I've done it so many times over the year. Hopefully, though, we're not going to do any of that this evening at the virtual Daytona International Speedway. Having a look through it, I want to turn my attention over to LMP2 for a moment. Lucas Prada is leading the way. Been looking at the 114 car for a couple of moments, who is running 7th place in class. That is Anjan Amuthan in the Team PGZ 114 car. Now, both the Team PGZ cars have actually been involved in issues here today, as we now get a look at another yellow and black car, which, to be fair, really should have a nice little R somewhere on it, you know, just to finish it all off. But the PGZ cars haven't had the best of luck today. And of course, there's probably a number of Americans on our chat right now saying it's not Z, it's Z.
Yes, but I'm British, and
so am I.
So therefore, we invented the... Well, actually, we didn't invent the English language. It was the Normans. Well, it was the Latin as well influence, and the German, and everything else that went into making English as a language. But yes, I think we've gone past the stage though of teams just sticking a RaceSpot logo on there. I think we've reached the stage in sim racing, Will, where they'll turn around and go, yeah, we'll stick your logo on. For a price.
Yeah, for a couple of $100 each time. But of course, we do make their car officially 1/10 of a second faster. Also, the old wives' tale would say.
Can I just come in here? This is an interesting thing. Team Redline GTD, Gianni Vecchio's headed onto pit road.
Okay.
But his teammate Alexei Nesov didn't join him on the same lap like they've been doing. Ollie Steinbratton is jumping into that number 4 Team Redline car. So therefore, a little bit of a slight split in strategy. Maybe Nesov had a little bit more draft for longer in this stint, and just means that he can go a lap longer.
I don't mind that, to be fair, because worst case scenario, you've got a little bit of difference between the two cars. And dear iRacing, many things have been asked from. Can you please make that pace car solid? That is the only thing I want for my next 50,000 Christmases as Ollie Steinbratton gets out of pit road. Of course, you have to stay on the limiter until what about now? Now you can get yourself up to full pelt, and that was close with the Ferraris they had into the International Horseshoe. But I don't mind them splitting their strategy up by a couple of laps here on there, because if you are the number 4 car of Steinbratton, you are now going to get the draft all the way down into the more chicane. So in terms of the good old McLaren massive dial and knowing where everyone's going to be on track, not a bad shout for me, as Nessop is on pit road.
Yeah, so there you go. Like I say, that about a lap difference between the two of them to come onto pit road. Yeah, it was a bit close for that Simify Esports GTD car actually on pit exit, and I would actually say that it would, if there had been contact, it would very much have been on that number 14 Ferrari, one of the very few Ferraris out there on track, it must be said now. So yeah, it's sad to see that, as we've got a number of pit stops in GTP as well, because your race leader is onto the pit road, so right on cue to make their pit stop. It's interesting to see how they get on, and in fact Josh Rogers is now ahead, or stayed out. Of course, he was longer on the fuel. No, he isn't ahead, because I'm looking at the wrong part of my timing sheet. It's Mitchell de Jong that we were keeping an eye on in GTP, as there goes Gustavo Ariel out of the pit road. And where's his teammate going to be in all of this?
Yeah, don't forget there's going to be a bit of cold tyres here for Ariel, and actually this is going to work out pretty much picture perfect, because he's ahead of the Ferrari, ahead of the number 4. This has worked out to be absolutely perfect for Team Redline. And sometimes, you know, they say you get the luck of the draw. Other times you make your own luck. And for Team Redline, in terms of their 2 and number 4 cars in GTD, once again it's been perfect. We're down into the West Horseshoe. That could have almost gone completely. And that wasn't the West Horseshoe, that was the International Horseshoe. But a little bit of prototype traffic there, getting a little bit close to the number 2 car. So, oof, could have been a bit of a moment there.
And I talked about that with Lewis a little bit earlier on, about how with the prototypes, they're not as quick through the 2 horseshoes, the International Horseshoe, and that was what was actually the Western Horseshoe that nearly had contact there. And that PGZ car went steaming in, almost wiped out the rear of that Mercedes into the Western Horseshoe. And really, with those prototypes, you want to just hang behind a little bit and then cut back on the inside on corner exit, because you've got much better acceleration out of the corner in those prototypes compared to the GTDs. Here's the 2 Redline cars. They've currently got that Ferrari. It's a Simify Esports sandwich, but now Simify decides, you know what, I'm not happy having the Redline car behind me. You two go ahead and I'll just hook onto your slipstream.
And that's going to work really well for the Simify car, because so long as he can maintain the pace for the infield section, that could mean that he'll gain a bit of time. There's a little bit of prototype traffic going down the inside. That's a race clutch car through the International Horseshoe. And it would mean he'll just gain a little bit of time and save a little bit of fuel. And into that kink. And I tell you what, I think if you really want to start doing endurance racing, there would be a great way of using AI at corners like the King to train you on how to and how not to make an overtake, because that is one of those corners where Lewis talked about it earlier on. You really need to commit to the move, and that's what Charlie Collins didn't do earlier on when trying to overtake the Storm Force ART 199 car. And the iRacing, first and foremost, has always been a training tool. If you want to get some AI into how to be a good endurance driver, that's one of those 10 corners, I think, that you really need to master.
Yeah, it certainly is. And in fact, I always remember Team RSO. They used to actually provide a service to gentlemen drivers in the real world to work with them in the sim using iRacing, to teach them about traffic management and about working at tracks like this very one at Daytona. The GTP pit stop cycle, I will say it's worked out slightly better that last stint for Moreno Sarica compared to Mitchell de Jong, because Moreno Sarica's actually been able to pull out that gap by about a second or so in the last stint, so it's actually worked in their favour right now as that one. So yeah, that's a little bit of a change there in that leading gap.
And it's 292 laps now completed for Marina Surica. 13 pit stops here today. As well, you've only got about 15 minutes left, Paul, before I have to say goodbye to you and welcome Cam back into play.
Yeah, I'll be stepping aside for a couple of hours, but I'll be back a little bit later on this evening. I'm on one of the later shifts, and yeah, we'll carry on the discussion and the talk with myself and you and O'Leary on that portion of the broadcast. So yeah, I've got about 20 minutes before I get a nice little break and a little bit of a freshen up. But you can guarantee I'll be sat here like everybody else watching this race with intrigue.
Let's just be honest, Paul. You basically said to the powers that be that you can only deal with 1 hour of me, and that's it.
All I did was put down my hours of availability. It was entirely somebody else's decision as to what it was. So, it was. It's nothing to do with me. I'm not the one who organised this, but I will say it's nice to get a bit of variety as well. It mix things up and get a bit of Lewis, get a bit of yourself. So we've got this this part. Do you know what? I was looking back at some of the old Daytonas, and back in 2018, I think it was I was producing and lead commentating, and it was myself, Gary Weaver, and Lorenzo Bonda for the 6 to 12 hour portion of the stint. I actually prefer how we're doing things now, where we can jump in and off and have little bits of breaks now.
Yeah, I do agree. I'm running on for 3 hours, but I've actually been here and will be here until I fall asleep in front of a can of insert energy drink or cup of tea here. I've actually stayed off the tea so far because for some reason the water in Dudley just doesn't taste the same as everywhere else. It makes your mouth a little bit claggy, so it's a shame. I know you don't drink hot drinks, Paul, but you know what it's like being a British tea drinker. You've got to get it absolutely perfect, as the gap between Surica and De Jong is almost touching 20 seconds. Meanwhile, we are having a look at the 1-2-4 car. That is, which is falling off my screen, but the 1-2-4 car running in LMP2, that is Team PGC and their 1-2-4 car, and they have actually got Simify Esports' LMP2 car right behind as they scrap it out for what is 14th place in class, which might sound low, but every position in an endurance race matters, especially to some of the smaller teams. You know, every position is important for them.
I think with PGZ as well, is basically, as you alluded to earlier, they've not had the best starts to the race. So you give yourself little marks of, right, okay, we've not had the best of starts, let's get back into it and to get going. Where's our target? Right, our first target is this car. Right, let's get to them, get past them. Right, what's our next target after that? And you just have to just change your train of thought and how you work through a race like this when you've had an incident.
I've just also realised that I completely went against what I said about 5 minutes ago and said Z instead of Z. But that's just the way it is. We are an American racetrack after all. Who knows what will come out of my mouth in the next 5 minutes or so. Hopefully it'll be clean at the very least. No RaceSpot After Dark just yet. And also, I want to give a shout out to all of the people that are streaming this iRacing Daytona 24 hours. I was actually thinking about getting a page together with every live stream that I could find. Unfortunately, life just got a little bit in the way. And some people's been asking, well, why is Max Verstappen and Team Redline streams got this many viewers compared to this stream with X number of viewers? Different audiences, and that's what I love about this. You know, we are the quote-unquote TV-style broadcast for this weekend, but then you've got all of these drivers, and it happens exactly the same in the Rolex 24 hours. If you go to the IMSA website, you've got a ton of onboards. If you're Magnus Racing, you point a camera into your pit lane because you're actually not allowed to show anything on track. You do what you do. Different audiences, different things. Some people like our live updates page. Some people just like looking at time and scoring. That's what I love about endurance racing. There's so many different ways to consume events like this.
Do you know what I love about this event? Is in a different split, so not in this server, but in one of the other servers. And this has all come through the Porsche Esports, Porsche Tagore Esports Super Cup All-Stars. You've got a team of Matt Malone, Casey Kerwin, Quirk, and Tony Kanaan all together, and they're all streaming from Tony Kanaan's facility. I mean, have you seen his setup for his sim setup?
I have.
It is absolutely incredible. And, you know, fair play. Oh, and Dan Suzuki as well. I forgot is involved in that one. Yeah, it's such that's just come through from streaming, from being involved in those special events and through those All-Stars events, that basically they've come together as a team and are working together in their own iRacing Daytona 24 hours. But there's some of the American teams as well that have started the later stint as well, of course, because there's multiple start times for this event. And I know that Ash Vandley, she's streaming her team driving at the moment in their split. They're currently in glorious sunshine, so you can tell that the race isn't that old for them.
Oh yeah, I've actually got still on my wall in the office little poster that Porsche sent over to us when we did the first of the All-Star Series back in 2021. Was fun to work on that one. And actually, yeah, you're right. It's great to have all these teams come together. I remember what Lewis was saying earlier on about if you were to get all these teams together into a land-based environment and what will happen. Yep, we have seen that. I remember, of course, Beneke in particular and some of the anger that came from him. Of course, he now runs for Mouse Esports. But I've always wanted to have the iRacing Indy 500 done in a land environment, because we all know that there's not a lot of love lost between some of the drivers in that series. And based upon what I mean, we've seen a lot on site, Paul, over the years, the two of us. Based upon what we've seen in terms of GT and single-seater racing, sometimes they're far more intense than others. It's a polite way of saying it.
Yeah, it certainly is. And I would love to see more and more LAN events. I think that would really add a different dynamic to sim racing, and it also helps build the profile of the teams and the drivers as well, to have those in-person LAN events. I know they're an absolute nightmare to organise and to try and get everybody in the right place at the right time, and no, you can't go changing that rig to how you want it to be. It's got to be the same for everyone. Yeah, it's just an absolute nightmare to organise those events. But when you get a celebration of sim racing, when you get all of these teams and drivers all together, along with the general public as well, and this is the thing I love about these iRacing special events that we have here. They're open to everyone. It's not like some events where it is a closed off by invitation only. There's a time and a place for a closed off invitation only event, but it's the accessibility of sim racing. It's giving the opportunity to people who can't afford to go real world racing. I mean, I've competed in the Daytona 24 hours in iRacing. I threw it into the wall at the Le Mans chicane, but you know, that's what happened. But I was still competing. It's the fact that some events have gone behind a closed door to the general sim racing community. I think that's where maybe we've gone backwards a little bit. But this event, I mean, this is the biggest of the year by far, in terms of numbers, in terms of how many teams and people are watching on Twitch. I mean, on Twitch at the moment, I'm just seeing, just on my follow list, it's just iRacing. It's just all there. All these people taking part in this. This was fantastic. Bring the community together.
16,000 plus people participating. So many different teams, and I love to see the fact that we've got pretty much all of the big teams back, because of course last year we didn't have all of the big teams for reasons that became apparent a couple of weeks later. But I completely agree with you, and you know, we've both seen our fair share of LAN events, and the former Mrs. Vincent once actually, I remember her telling Nick Tandy at a Porsche event, it doesn't matter if you're a work driver, you do what I say when I do it, you get into the rig and you don't mess about with it. But having these LAN events have been so good. Of course, we missed it for a couple of years because of COVID. Great to see them come back. Hopefully we're going to